Can we begin with the housekeeping comments, please?
Thank you for participating in today's meeting. If attending in person, please do not connect to Zoom or teleconference while in the room, and please silence all devices. If translation is provided, click on the globe at the bottom of your screen to select either English or Spanish. Public comment will be taken after each item. If you're in the auditorium and wish to comment, please use the iPads located in the lobby or complete a blue speaker card as available. If you need assistance, please find a South Coast AQMD employee. Speakers may be limited to a total of 3 minutes or less for all agenda items. Times may be shortened to ensure all speakers can be heard. A countdown timer will be displayed on the screen for each public comment. More time will be allotted for Spanish translation that is not simultaneous. For questions or issues on making a public comment, please call the public advisor at 909-396-2432. That's 909-396-2432. Please adhere to the speaker time limit and treat others with courtesy, civility, and respect. Failure to do so can result in your mic being muted or you being removed from the meeting. Be aware that this meeting is being recorded. By participating, you authorize recording of audio and visual content presented during the live event and consent to subsequent use of the recording in the public domain by South Coast AQMD.
Gracias por participar en la reunión de hoy. Si asiste en persona, favor de no conectarse a la conferencia telefónica o Zoom mientras esté en el auditorio y silencie sus dispositivos. Si traducción es disponible, haga clic en el icono de globo en la parte inferior de su pantalla para seleccionar inglés o español. Se tomarán comentarios del público después de cada punto. Si se encuentra en el auditorio y desea dar comentario, utilice los iPads ubicados en el vestíbulo o complete una tarjeta azul según esté disponible. Si necesita ayuda, localice a un empleado de South Coast AQMD. Los comentarios pueden ser limitados a un total de 3 minutos o menos para todos los puntos de la agenda. El tiempo límite puede ser reducido para que todos los comentarios puedan ser escuchados. Se mostrará un temporizador de cuenta regresiva en la pantalla para cada comentario público. Se asignará más tiempo para traducción al español si no es simultáneo. Si tiene preguntas o problemas sobre cómo hacer un comentario público, llame al asesor público al 909-396-2432. 909-396-2432. Respete el tiempo límite y favor de tratar a los demás con cortesía, civilidad y respeto. De lo contrario, es posible que se silencie el micrófono o que sea retirado de la reunión. Tenga en cuenta que esta reunión está siendo grabada. Al participar, usted autoriza la grabación de audio y contenido visual presentado durante el evento en vivo y da su consentimiento para el uso de la grabación en el dominio público por parte de South Coast AQMD.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome. We're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Supervisor Perez, if you could lead us on that.
Yes, Madam Chair. Please join me, everyone. Good morning. And saluting our nation's flag. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Can we get a roll call, please?
Yes, good morning. Mayor Locke Dawson? Here. Supervisor Hackman?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem McCallan?
Here.
Supervisor Mitchell? Supervisor Wen? Vice Mayor Olmos?
Here.
Board Member Padilla Campos?
Here.
Supervisor Perez?
Here.
Councilmember Rahman?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Rodriguez?
Here.
Vice Chair Caciotti?
Here.
And Chair Delgado.
And I'm here.
We have a quorum.
Wonderful. All right, we have an exciting day. So I'm going to start with Wayne. If you have any opening comments.
Thank you, Chair. In light of all of the testimony that we have scheduled before us today, I'd like to make a few recommendations for the board's consideration for your consideration. One is the general public comment period. We suggest moving toward the end after 11/11, 11/21 has been heard. We also recommend that the general consent calendar, the consent and board calendar, be addressed immediately. We also recommend a closed session, and they can elaborate further on that. And then after closed session, we recommend proceeding with Rule 1171 and then with 1111, 1120.
Okay, I concur with that recommendation. So just to confirm, we're going to defer general public comment to the end of the agenda. Any board member comments to the end of the agenda. We're going to start with consent calendar, and then we're going to go to closed session, and we'll do the 2 hearings after that. All right. So with that, we'll go through consent calendar. Are there any board member comments or questions on that? Mayor McKellen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say for the record, on agenda item number 3 and 14, I don't have a financial interest, but I am required to announce for the record that I am the chair of the Mobile Source Air Pollution Reduction Committee, which is involved in this item.
Thank you. Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I don't have a financial interest, but I am required to identify for the record that I am a supervisor for the County of Los Angeles, which is involved in agenda item number 5.
Thank you. Supervisor Hagman.
Thank you for agenda items number 3 and 14. I do not have a financial interest, but I'm identifying for the record that I'm a member of the Mobile Source Air Pollution Reduction Committee, which is involved in these items. Thank you.
All right, Mayor Lock Dawson.
For the record, for agenda items numbers 3, 5, 11, and 14, I don't have a financial interest, but I am identifying that I am a board member for the California Air Resources Board, which is involved in these items.
Thank you. Supervisor Nguyen.
I'm recusing myself from agenda item number 2A because of a financial interest in Kinder Morgan, Inc., which is materially affected by this item.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Rahman.
Thank you. For agenda item number 5, I don't have a financial interest, but I am a council member for the city of Los Angeles, which is involved in this item.
And Supervisor Perez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For agenda items number 3, 5, 11, and 14, I don't have a financial interest, but I am identifying for the record that I am or was a board member for the California Resources Board, which is involved in those items.
Okay, so that's items 1 through 26 on the consent calendar. Is there a motion?
Move approval, Madam Chair.
Hagman seconds.
All right, it's been motion and second. Let's do, did you need something beyond that?
Is there any public comment on the
Oh, good call.
on
got too
the
excited.
consent and board calendar?
Yes, is there public comment? Let's see. I don't see any signed up. Is that right, staff?
Okay.
Until 20.
See none?
I'm sorry, there is some public comment.
There's public comment, but not on the consent. I didn't see consent calendar.
Item 11,
Oh, okay.
and that's Monica.
Okay, Monica from Third Act. We're keeping public comment to a minute today. Monica from Third Act, item number 11.
I think she's waving.
Oh, okay. She says she's fine. All right, so there's a motion and a second.
I'm sorry, there was one other item, Chair. Item number 19. That's on the rule and control measure forecast. There's actually a number of speakers.
Okay,
The first speaker is Nathan Carbajal.
this is on item 19 only. A minute.
Yes. Hello. Good morning, y'all. I'm Nathan Carvajal. He, they pronouns. I'm with ECR Communities for Environmental Justice. I'm a youth organizer in the Long Beach and Compton region. I'm just urging y'all to strengthen the Port ISR rule under this rule agenda item. The students I work with in Long Beach and Compton have been learning about the Port ISR for the past semester, and they've learned about the different histories and impacts of the port within their lives, within their health, and their community. Excuse me. And these folks are like flabbergasted and just perplexed about how the port is such a big part of their community that they live through it. They see the cargo trucks come in and out through the 710, through Santa Fe, through PCH every day. It's impacting their health, and how this rule is being weakened day by day in order to appease industry interest. So I'm urging y'all to create a Port ISI rule that's stronger and better for our communities, for our youth. Thank you.
Thank you, Nathan. Farrell Golden, followed by Paola Vargas.
I don't know if Daryl's here today.
Okay. We'll
So
bring him
I-
back if he's not.
Okay, I can go ahead. Hi, everyone. Good morning. I'm Paola Vargas. I'm a member of East Yard Communities for Environmental Justice, and I'm a resident of Carson. I'm here today to also urge you to pass a Ports ISR come this fall of this year and not delay the rule progress any further. There was a public workshop that we were eagerly anticipating sharing with community members that really are ready to engage and want to engage and support the rule. But it has since been rescheduled and it has continued to just shift and change in terms of the timeline. So we're really requesting that you not delay any further and not fall for any misinformation campaigns or anything like that, just to use as an excuse to delay the rule further and hold the line and
Thank you, Paola. Saul Ventura, followed by Fernando Duarte.
Madam Chair, what item was she speaking on?
This is item 19. It's our rule forecast.
Oh, got
So,
it. Okay.
yeah.
Good morning. Hi,
Morning.
I'm Saul. I'm here from West Long Beach, California, and I am proudly here with ECR Communities for Environmental Justice. And we are here to ask and urge you to vote in favor of the Port ISR. As we experience these delays, our communities continue to experience suffering. I ask each of you within your positions, within your capacity, to continue to forward our community health within each of the decisions you make every day. I also ask you to remember why you sought these positions. As you navigate your day-to-day life, look around and see the people you're here to protect. As you look around in this room, look at the people you're here to protect, and you have the opportunity to do so. So we're here to asking you to utilize your opportunity and protect us. Thank you.
Thank you. Fernando Duarte.
Hello, good morning, board members. My name is Fernando Marquez Duarte. I just graduated from my PhD from UC Riverside, and thank you. And so I'm here to please ask you again, as I have been doing in several meetings, to not delay the Port ISR rule anymore. We need emissions reductions urgently. People are dying. People are having their lives cut short because of the delays. This rule has been delayed for years now, and we really need emissions reductions for the port, for both port adjacent communities, but also the Inland Empire communities, because everything that goes into the ports, thanks to the trucks and trains, goes into the warehouses in the Inland Empire. Thank you.
Thank you. Kiona Winkler. Followed by Marvin Norman, if you could be ready.
Okay. Good morning, board members. My name is Kiona Winkler, and I'm a student at Riverside City College, but reside in Highland next to San Bernardino. Today, I want to focus my comment on the urgent need to reduce port-related air pollution. I urge the board to enforce stricter emission reductions in the port's ISR. The effort behind the proposed changes is a step in the right direction, of course, but I want to also urge the board not to delay the implementation of this rule. This should be a priority. It's been in development for over a decade now, so any further delay would be blatant negligence and harmful to impacted communities. This board has the power and resources to reduce emissions and make real positive change, yet results have not been effective enough. We need clear timelines and clear goals, and especially stronger enforcement of these regulations so that we see real improvement. We should be protecting the health of our communities, not business profits. Thank you.
Thank you. Marvin Norman, followed by Christian Tapia.
Good morning, board, members of the public. My name is Marvin Norman, resident of San Bernardino, and here with CCAJ. And I would like to remind you guys that we've been working on the Ports ISR for a long time, so it's time to get it done and pass it. We are continue to suffer under some of the worst air quality in the nation, and the board has the power to help rein that in and bring some better air quality for all of us. These have many benefits, and the ports themselves will have, stalled out on this and have jerked you guys around with requests for rules and then memorandums and back to rules and all kinds of nonsense. So it's time to see the game for what it is and just move forward with the Ports ISR and help clean up this air. That even though they stall, they will continue to tell us that, that their emissions have declined over the last several years, even as their, the operations have not changed. So clearly they can do it. So we just need to pass the ISR. Thank you.
Thank you. Christian Tapia, followed by Joaquin Castellos.
Good morning, AQMD board and staff. My name is Cristian Tapia Delgado. I'm a climate campaigner with Pacific Environment and a downtown Long Beach resident. Recently, we were notified that the Ports ISR was delayed yet again until later this year. And of course, this is disappointing for community members like myself who now have to wait longer until we address the public health crisis stemming from the ports of LA and Long Beach. The trucks, trains, and ships and the equipment that move goods through our communities continue to burn dirty fossil fuels, and despite progress to electrify, LA remained the nation's smoggiest city for the 25th time in 26 years, according to the American Lung Association. That's a whole generation, including myself and some of the youth in this room here who have only known polluted air in their entire lives. And so we, members of impacted communities, have continued to show up here together to voice our stories about how this pollution is making us sick and literally killing us. We've continued to partake in working group meetings, sharing our insight and resources with.
Thank you, Christian. Joaquin Castillejos. See, I put on my glasses and yeah.
Madam Chair, before we begin, I'd like to just make an announcement. With regards to the people that are online, we want to make sure that they're signed on for this item, which is item 19, the rule and control measure forecast. All these people were signed up before the public testimony began, so we're going to clear everyone's hands. And then if you're going to testify on this item, please raise your hand again. And then wait till your item is called before you raise your hand for that next purpose. Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying.
Good morning. My name is Joaquin Castillejos. I'm an organizer with the Center for Community Action and Environmental Justice, and I live in the Inland Empire. I'm here today to emphasize the need to no longer delay the port's indirect source rule, which is an important step towards lowering emissions from the ports and cleaning the air from port communities. My dad worked in the ports for over 20 years, and I saw him experience severe asthma responses, severe asthma attacks. I remember there was times months where he could not work because he couldn't breathe. But he had no choice, and he would go back to work in the ports. And it wasn't until he stopped working that his asthma lowered and he didn't have the same impacts. And that's the same impacts that hundreds of families of workers are experiencing every day. And if we don't do something now, folks will continue to experience those impacts. We'll continue to end up in the hospital. We'll continue to have asthma, respiratory.
Thank you. Fernando Gaitan, welcome.
Good morning, Fernando Gaitan with Earth Justice. I'll keep it brief. On the port indirect source rule, we need to make sure that the board stays the course and passes this rule this year. We know that we're talking about an infrastructure-only approach for this first phase, but we really need a comprehensive strategy around port emissions. And we know that there are efforts to really thwart this rule in particular and this board's ability to use the indirect source rule as a tool. We urge you to stay the course and make sure that this rule gets passed this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Jesse Parks, and I do see Theral here.
Hello, board members. My name is Jesse Parks, a resident of Riverside County. I'm here to demand the urgent implementation of a port indirect source rule and call for its immediate inclusion on future agenda items until it's passed because our communities can't wait any longer. Please don't hesitate to make meaningful action while the logistics and port industries continue to pump pollution into our neighborhoods. The time for a courageous step is now, and no matter the threats of opposition, we need to take action. The lack of a poor ISR is a failure that must be corrected. Every day is a delay, and yet another delay has an asthma attack to more children, where a family loses a loved one, or where a youth loses hope. It's time for this board to step up and lead with the urgency the moment requires. Please advocate for a robust ISR, push it forward aggressively, make it strong, and don't water it down, and make it about justice. The youth of the Inland Empire need this rule. Thank you.
Thank you, Jesse. Daryl, round us out for public comment here.
Good morning. My name is Theodore Golden. I'm a resident of the West Long Beach, and I'm a member of the West Long Beach Association and several other environmental groups. And the indirect social rule of the ports must go forward. It cannot be stopped for anything. Residents in my community are dying at more than 3 per day because of the lack of reducing pollution at the ports. This is a moral issue. This is not a legal issue. We are at a point in our lives in this county where there are more than 11 million people, and we are killing people every day for the sake of tennis shoes. Does that make sense? This is a moral issue. People, children are dying every day sick, and it is not going to stop for 75 years if you put the rule in place today. Thank you.
Thank you, Thurl. That concludes public comment in the auditorium. We're going online now. There's 2 hands raised. First one is Tiff Sanchez. You have 1 minute and welcome.
Hi, can I get a confirmation that everybody can hear me
Yes.
before my time starts? Okay, thank you. Hey, my name is Tiff Sanchez. I'm a youth organizer and a member at Eastern Communities for Environmental Justice, where we serve over 90 students here on the east side from Garfield, Roosevelt, and Mendez High School. Just wanted to
We're losing you.
sorry, to the workers there. I see the brothers over there in the orange vest.
Speak into the mic. We
Your
can't
help.
hear you. Nope, we can't hear you. Okay,
Hi,
we'll
can
move
you hear
on.
me now?
Oh, yes, go on, Tiff. Wrap it up.
Hi, yeah, I wanted to go ahead and speak to the brothers over there, the workers here. You know, the Port ISR doesn't just affect communities, it also affects the workers too. And so when we're fighting for this ISR, we're also fighting for their rights as well. That when you say to you is that, you know, after you do all the done working, we can't enjoy it, right? So please pass the Port ISR, not just for the community, but for the workers as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Tiff. Next speaker is Tiff Sanchez, and that's it on public comment. We're cutting it off, Wayne. Thank you. Sean Johnson. Sean, you're on mute. Sean, still on mute.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
I was not anticipating getting chosen this early. Honestly, I came here to this public comment today because Rule 1111 and 1121.
We're not on 1111, we're on rule forecast. Next, we'll go to Vic Markarian. Vic Markarian, go ahead, please.
Sorry, I was also Rule 1111. I'm opposed to it. Maybe I'm wrong.
You know, that's coming up later. Next speaker, again, we're on rule forecast, item number 19 on the agenda. That's what your hands raised for. Okay.
The roll has been closed. These are people that are signing up afterwards,
Okay,
Vice
thanks.
Chair.
Public comment is over on item 19.
Okay, so we've taken public comment for consent calendar, items 1 through 26. There's a motion, it's been seconded. Can we get a roll call vote, please? Okay, that item passes 12-0. All right, so just a refresher, we're moving around the agenda, so we are going to go to closed session for a brief minute, and then we're going to come back and do the public hearings. Okay, so we'll see you in a little bit.
It is necessary for the board to recess to closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9A and 54956.9D4 to consider initiation of litigation, Communities for a Better Arvin et al. v. U.S. Environmental Protection Agency et al. Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals amicus brief. It is also necessary for the board to recess to closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2 to confer with this council because there is significant exposure to litigation against the South Coast AQMD. June 5th, 2005, letter from United States Attorney Bilal A. Asali.
Yeah.
She not?
We want the angle where avoid, we don't have to get the one in the front.
Great. And we're going to go straight into item number 29, 1171.
Great. Good morning, Chair and the board. I'm here to present to you our proposed amendments to our Rule 1171. This rule regulates solvent cleaning operations. Next slide, please. This rule was originally adopted back in 1991. It established VOC limits for solvent cleaning, so that's used in a variety of applications. These particular amendments today that we're bringing to you are partially implementing our 2022 AQMD control measure that includes phasing out of two cancer-causing compounds. One is parachlorobenzotrifluoride, or PCBTF, and the second one is tert-butyl acetate, or TBAC. In addition, the utilities did approach us about concerns about the availability of an aerosol denatured alcohol that they use in particular operations dealing with their distribution center. So we wanted to address that as well. And we've been working on these rules for the last 18 months. Next slide, please. So just to remind folks, a solvent could be considered exempt from the definition of VOC. And why I bring that up is it allows the formulators to actually utilize that and still achieve a lower VOC limit within our rules. So that's a good thing. The unfortunate thing, however, is some of these solvents turn out to be, again, cancer-causing, which was the case with PCBTF and TBAC. So we wanted to take a look, and we did get directive from the board a couple of years ago about that. And as you've been probably noticing over the years, we've been bringing those rules slowly back to the board because we felt it was important to identify the uniqueness of each types of these applications and where folks will go if we phase out the usage of those compounds. Now, our investigation for the solvent cleaning operations concluded that TBAC is not identified as a use in those solvent cleaning. There were a few applications that did use PCBTF. However, we also discovered alternatives that currently exist that the facilities could switch out. So therefore, we're proposing a more immediate sort of prohibition. This is basically telling manufacturers to bring these into our region because we don't want those emitted and having harmful exposure to our population. That was fine, but they did ask for a longer time, and this makes some sense if the material is already here in our region, basically like through the supply chain, and we wanted to get, they call that sell through. So give those folks the ability to sell those products. They have them, give them the ability to sell through, and then coupled then with what we call the use through, because some of the shops will have already bought the product, have it on their shelf, and we gave them what we call the shelf life of that product, knowing that that product would be pretty much useless anyway at a certain point in time. So that's what we established. Next slide, please. In addition, a couple of the revisions that we've made, hearing from the stakeholders, they want a little more flexibility in the aerosol exemption, allowing them on a more monthly basis compared to what we currently have. In addition, I mentioned about the utilities. One of the things that they wanted was, because of the limited availability of the aerosol, to come up with an equivalent liquid allowance. And so we worked on creating that for that industry. The printing industry came to us. They said, we traditionally regulate things on what's called the mass, so grams per liter of something. And they had asked us, what about reactivity? We do recognize reactivity basically identifying something if it's actually ozone forming. So we looked into this area and we found a narrow focus on that, and we're able to work with them on providing that flexibility to still comply what would be equivalent, but on a different scale. And then finally, the UV, EV community came to us asking us about what a process they use. Basically, they use these alcohol wipes for like lenses on the UV, EV equipment. It does have a higher VOC, but it's a very limited scope and very limited usage. So we didn't think that was an issue. We did the numbers. It didn't increase VOC emissions. So, okay, next slide, please. Just wanted to kind of quickly touch on two issues that came up during this process. One was something we hear a lot, of course, with record keeping and labeling and reporting, all the things that folks have to do. Is it too burdensome? We do want to recognize, of course, that there's existing record keeping requirements. We do have two new ones, however. When something is being repaired, that the facility would actually make note of that in their records, that they made some kind of repair there. And then secondly, which is something they currently already do already in our Rule 109, is that they write down the VOC contents and the amount of usage that they do. So it's already being done. It's just making sure that's there at that facility. So we didn't really see that was a big deal. We did start out, I admit, a little longer wish list of those record keeping requirements. And after hearing from stakeholders, we did streamline that back down. Also for labeling, because we had this new alternative, this reactivity alternative, we felt that those products should have that listed on the labels, kind of like what they do with the mass limits. And then there's no reporting requirements. Okay, next slide, please. This is something I believe the committee and maybe the board has heard already, someone asking basically for a blanket rule exemption. We really didn't really support that. We felt that we've already worked out where the issue is when it comes to the UV, EV, and also, again, the usage at the utilities, like I just mentioned about the usage of this liquid alcohol. So we felt like the issue had been resolved. If you did go for the blanket exemption, we're now dealing with backsliding and things like that. So just not the best approach. And also we got support from the utilities on this. Next slide, please. With regards to the Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, again, phasing out these toxics then makes it more health protective, so that's a good thing. There's no change in the VOC. We'll be providing an exemption under CEQA. And for socio, there basically was no cost to that because, again, there was equivalent alternatives to those products, and so no socioeconomic assessment from there. Last slide, please. So staff is recommending that we determine that these rules are exempt from CEQA, this rule is exempt from CEQA, and then to amend the rule.
Thank you. Board members, any questions before we take public comment? Okay, I don't see any. So I will open up the public hearing on item number 29. We have 3 speakers who've asked to speak here. You don't need to sign up to speak on item 29, 1171. And then online, I'm going to ask Wayne to try to manage who's actually speaking on 1171.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I can ask the people that are online, as long as you're here to speak on item number 29, please stay on. If you're not here to speak on item 29, please lower your hand. And then once we announce item 28, you can raise your hand again. Thank you.
Okay, we have Doug Raymond.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Doug Raymond from Raymond Regulatory Resources. I am representing the National Aerosol Association and WMBAR. I would like to start with thanking the staff for their flexibility and cooperation, working on adjusting the aerosol usage numbers, and for their review of the volatile methyl siloxane. We applaud the staff for including the alternative reactivity limits. Reactivity is the most science-based method that we have. One request that we have is 1171 allows for the reactivity limits. However, Rule 1143 on paint thinners and multipurpose solvents have crossover products with 1171, and there is no provision for that, for the reactivity limit in there. So we would request that wording be put into 1171 to grant us the use of reactivity in 1143. If that is not possible, then at least put the reactivity option into 1143. Again, staff.
Thank you so much. And I saw, Michael, I saw they were taking notes. So, okay. Nicholas George?
Yep. Nicholas Georges with the Household and Commercial Products Association. Thank you all for allowing us the opportunity to speak here today. I largely want to echo what Doug just said, but more specifically, I want to focus in on volatile methyl siloxanes. VMS have a unique combination of physical chemical properties compared to carbon-based substances. It allows the low usage of these compounds to achieve significant cleaning out within these solvent operations in limited amounts. And with that, we do support their use in the niche applications where they are used and do want to continue to see that. So we were glad to see that those were removed. Also want to echo what Doug had said on the use of MIR. We would like to see its use throughout various rules that involve these products. Whenever staff opens up the rules next, we would like to work with staff on their continued use. With that said, again, thank you to staff for working with various stakeholders to make this rule where it is today.
Thank you. And our last speaker here is Cindy Parsons.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. On behalf of the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, I wish to thank AQMD and the staff for working with LADWP and accommodating our special solvent usage needs in proposed amended Rule 1171. LADWP supports the alternative compliance options for electricity and water equipment in Section E2 of the amended rule. These options will enable LADWP to use alcohol in liquid form rather than aerosol to clean electrical equipment at our power plants, circuit breakers, and our transmission and distribution system, and water treatment ozone generators and UV light disinfection plants, as specified by the equipment manufacturers. For equipment that conducts electricity, it is critical that cleaning solvent not leave a residue, because residue can result in electrical arcing and potential for explosion. In addition, LADWP supports the annual usage limits and
Thank you so much. Michael, is there anything that you want to add based on that comment, those comments?
Sure. Thank you for the opportunity. Yes, we do hear what Doug was referring to and Nicholas was referring to as far as an MIR equivalency. We will be looking at those in other rules as we go, as we take them. Just so you know, for your edification, that rule 1143 that he noted is going to be looked at next, and we'll probably be bringing that to the board next year.
Great, thank you. Okay, would you like us to take public direct the online comment, or will you do it?
I can do it if you prefer.
You know, Wendy announced before, so there's several people with hands raised online, but again, listen very closely. If you have your hand raised and you're online, this is not for item 28, 1111, 1121. This is for the item number 19, 11.
29.
Sorry, item number 29, 1171. Yes, so if you want to testify as public on item 29, 1171, raise your hand. Otherwise, put your hand down and we'll get back to item 28 in a moment. So we're taking public comment on item number 29, Rule 1171 right now. So we'll start with Aiden Chow, item 29. Go ahead, Aiden. You're on mute. Next, we'll go to Laura Smith. Laura, go ahead, item 1171. You're muted. Again, if you're not speaking on item 29, please drop your hand, lower your hand. Next is J.H. Squire. Go ahead. You're muted. Next is Bill Quinn. Bill, go ahead.
Good morning, Chairman and members of the board. My name is Bill Quinn. I'm with CEEB, the California Council for Environmental Economic Balance. I'll be brief. I know you have a big day ahead of you. We support this proposal. CEEB came to staff many years ago with the technical issues surrounding the use of cleaning material needed for equipment used at both electrical and water utilities. Staff met with us several times. We believe the proposal before you today will address these concerns. We appreciate staff's work on this issue. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Bill. Next speaker is Kirsten Melville. Kirsten, go ahead, please.
Vice Chair, I suggest you close the queue.
We're going to close the queue for any more public comment on item number 29. Kirsten, go ahead.
Good morning, Chair Delgado, members of the board and rulemaking staff. My name is Kirsten Melville, representing the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California. We support the proposed amendments to Rule 1171 as the new alternative usage and MIR limits for electricity and water equipment will promote the safe cleaning of critical processes in accordance with manufacturers' requirements. Thank you for staff's time and effort to recognize the unique challenges for our industry and for providing practical solutions. We look forward to continued collaboration with staff in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Gary Jones, Printing United Alliance. Gary, you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Gary Jones. I'm Vice President of Environmental Health and Safety Affairs for Printing United Alliance. I just wanted to take this quick opportunity to support the changes to Rule 1171 and also compliment the AQMD staff with working with the printing industry on our unique cleaning needs and the alternative value that is contained in the rule for the printing industry. I know there was early outreach and we appreciate that, and we had a series of discussions with the staff culminating in coming up with a solution that we think for the alternative limit that's going to be workable and provide significant opportunities for the industry to use alternative materials and of course keep the VOC emissions out of the atmosphere. So thank you again.
Thanks, Gary. Next is Michael Lewis.
Hi, this is Mike Lewis on behalf of the Construction Industry Air Quality Coalition. Our industry maintains a heavy machinery used in construction. We do it in shops and we have very specialized equipment and we do it in satellite facilities. Our concern is about the drastically reduced limits on the use of aerosol solvents. Half the maintenance we do is to emission control equipment on these machines. It's critical that we're able to remove all the oil, grease, and gunk in order to keep those emission systems operating properly. Our members have been testing some new VOC aerosol products to see if they can meet their performance requirements. It's our understanding that if a product is less than 50 grams per liter limit of VOC, that there's no usage limits and no record keeping and reporting limits. And I want to confirm that with you. And finally, we'd like the opportunity to come back a year or so from now if we find that the usage limits and the availability of a compliant product become unworkable. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. And finally, we got two more. Roy Bleckert. Roy, go ahead. Roy, go ahead. We'll go on next speaker. Next speaker has a phone number starting with 310, ending in 220. Go ahead. You're on mute. Yes, Harvey, this is item number 29. Go ahead.
Okay, hi, I'm Harvey and I'm speaking for myself from PSPC. Exempting stuff from CEQA. There's half a dozen measures, a dozen on the agenda that are exempt from CEQA, and we're concerned about this, that this not be done, that issues of equity and redistributing wealth that we've brought up in the record numerous times, and we did a study, the low-income solar equity program for the PUC incorporated in this. All of the evidence that we've had has been thrown out by law people and whatnot, and they think y'all behind it, that Republicans, like this stuff with Trump and whatnot, should not be able to vote for, unless they swear it into the Constitution and validate the insurrection and whatnot. Okay, this is serious stuff, and the technologies have to be owned and controlled by the low income and whatnot. We cannot have our democracy and this political economy the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Harvey. That concludes public comment.
Okay, with that, I will close the public hearing for item 29, 1171. Board members, questions, discussion, motions?
Hagman moves. Second, Caccioti.
Okay, it's been moved in second. Any comments? No. Okay, let's do a roll call, please. Okay, that item passes 12-0. Let's see if the next hearing can go as smooth as that. No. Okay. Wayne, take it away.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to note that for public testimony on this item, for those that are online, now they can raise their hands. We will call the people in the auditorium first. We do have 160 speakers in person. So those online, you may be waiting a while. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair and Wayne, I'm just wondering, do you have it super cold so you can keep everybody awake? Can we lower it down a little bit?
We'll see what we can do for the thermostat, Supervisor.
I'm just trying to figure that one out.
Sorry about that.
Okay, everybody, we're on item 28, 1111, and we're going to start with staff presentation.
Great. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm here to present to you our amendments to our rules 1111, 1121 that regulate residential sized furnaces and water heaters. Next slide, please. The agency has been regulating these types of units since the late 70s. It established emission limits in those rules, and we are regulating these rules through, and always have regulated these rules through, the manufacturers, the distributors, installers, et cetera. For our particular region, this affects 10 million units, and it's implemented through what we call natural turnover or replacement. So when someone decides that they want to replace it, purchase a new unit, et cetera. Next slide. Well, with regards, sorry, I muted myself. With regards to the needs for these rules, it's important to understand that these units emit or generate nitrogen oxide emissions into our ambient air. And that's critical because this is a component of ground level ozone. So nitrogen oxides as well as volatile organic compounds. So it creates this ground level ozone. We are out of attainment for 4 ozone standards in our region. As a matter of fact, we're so much out of attainment, it's called extreme non-attainment. And as we know, if we fail to meet requirements under the Clean Air Act, there could be regional sanctions in our region, as well as other more stringent measures on our sources in our region. The rules, however, if they are fully implemented, can successfully achieve 6.1 tons per day of emission reductions from NOx. Next slide, please. Regards to our rulemaking process, this conversation about these types of control measures or regulations was first introduced actually in our 2016 AQMP and then followed through in our 2022 AQMP. As you can see on this chart here, however, it's been a long road. It's been a long process, very extensive. You can see here we've got a number of public meetings that we've had. We've had site visits and outreach presentations. We've met with manufacturers, met with cities, COGS, et cetera. Next slide, please. More specifically, we've actually given 40 presentations to cities and COGS. COGS could be made up of like 25 to 30 cities in one sitting. So got a great feedback. We've presented them both on our original proposal as well as our revised proposal that came out in February. We've had over 100 stakeholder working group meetings. We have also received about 30,000 comment letters. Now, they may not be individual comment letters. It's a mix of things. We have individual comment letters, and then we'll get like form sort of template type ones, and then lots of names applied to it. Just for edification, in the last few weeks, we've actually counted about 26,000 that we specifically received from one political consultant. These political consultants specialize in this type of thing in what we call legislative campaigns. However, I do want to highlight that the issues that were raised were similar to the ones that we've already gotten from other comment letters, and those have been addressed in our responses to comments. Now, speaking of comments, you see on the right here, myths versus fact. This was a flyer we ended up having to generate a couple months ago because we noticed the comments that we were getting in after our revised proposal were still highlighting things that just was not germane to the proposal. So things like a mandate, things like it's a natural gas ban, or we're forcing people to go all electric, et cetera. And that's not what the rule proposal was doing. So our concern was that the information needed to be clarified. So we created this myths versus facts and sent that out immediately to about 17,000 folks. Next slide, please. So what is the revised proposal? The revised proposal, again, is not a mandate. It's not this ban. It's not this complete phasing out of natural gas. To highlight that, let's go to the next slide. Again, this is one to just remind folks that when we were creating the new revised proposal, we were giving manufacturers option to sell both their NOx emitting gas units as well as their zero emission units. And thus the consumers out there then have a choice from the manufacturers of either a NOx emitting gas unit or a zero emission unit. Next slide, please. So more specifically, how our proposal is laid out for the manufacturers is we established some targets for them. And it started out our first sets of targets here in 2027. The idea was basically based on the trends currently occurring right now in our state as well as in our country. So right now in the state of California, 20 to 30% of folks out there are purchasing zero emission appliances. So we wanted to start with that. Nationally, it's around 50%. So that sort of generated the next target. And then we felt, let's continue on this positive glide path over time. So, and you see the chart here in the green, those are the targets set for zero emission units. And in the blue is the remaining giving allowance for the purchase of a gas unit. The other thing I want to highlight is these, while we have straight lines here, these are actually not hard caps. So we didn't want to, in response to some of the manufacturers about hard caps and in violations of the rule, they would not be in violation of the rule, but we felt there had to be some kind of trade-off. And if it's not a violation, then what is it? What happens? How do you continue motivating the manufacturers to meet those targets? The other thing I want to point out here again, as you can see on the right, at a 90-10 ratio, it's still not a 100% all zero, no natural gas scenario. So just wanted to point that out as we hear people talking about a complete phase out. So wanted to correct the record there. Okay, next slide, please. So we are proposing two different types of fees. So the first fee we're thinking of is one's of the gas units that are sold within that target, within that blue range. We kept these, we felt these were like, sort of nominal cost. These are about 1% of the total project cost. We also felt it was important to fund incentivized programs. Everyone's concerned about are rebates out there, or there's more incentives and things like that, are funding being pulled. So we felt it was responsible for us to fund that. And I know the board has already approved that program, but this would also help financially fund that program going into the future and giving folks an opportunity if they want to and get assisted to make those transitions. But the second fee we're talking about may not happen. So what I mean is that if a manufacturer meets the targets, they don't need to pay any other fee on that. And however, they may go over their targets, and this allows for them. They would make that determination every time after the year they already sold those gas units. So in the following year, after the year they've sold those units, they can do a tally of how many what the ratio is, and then they can make the determination at that time. So this fee is only applied to those units that are above the target. If we go to the next slide, we can give you a visual of that. So in this particular case, again, this is after the sales year, the manufacturer will review what they've sold and then whether they've met the target. So it's kind of simple math. Given this example here, if you look in year 2033, this is a ratio, by the way, of a 25-75. Now, giving the manufacturers flexibility, they sold their 25% of gas units, but they also got demand for an additional 10. And they can do that under the rule. It's allowed. Consumers, again, are choosing, and if it meant it went over what their particular sales ratio is, it would be 10% in this particular example. And then they would pay on the lower end. You can see, depending upon, of course, if it's a furnace or water heater, what the mitigation fee would be of those units just within that 10% range. Okay, next slide, please. Again, I just repeating ourselves here. The over the target mitigation fee would be calculated the year after the gas units are sold, but the one below would be within the target during the times that they're selling those gas units. And again, I noted that the cost of those $50 for the water heater, $100 for the furnace. Next slide, please. So how do those kind of numbers break down? So one thing to think about is the life of this equipment. We recognize that, of all the things that we purchase in our homes, appliances can be pricey, but they also last a long time too. Furnaces are lasting 25 years, water heaters, around 15 years. And so when we're talking about this particular fee per gas unit and you amortize that per year, we're talking around about a $4 range per year of your operation of your gas unit. However, it's also important to highlight that there are also gas unit rebates out there, such as SoCal gas rebates, which I listed here, up to $1,500 for furnaces and $75 for water heaters. So these are higher than the gas unit fee that we're proposing. So we believe that can be offset for folks. Next slide, please. So how do people react? Well, it was very diverse, okay? So on one hand, we had folks saying, hey, you should have even higher mitigation fees than we're proposing in order to encourage the manufacturers to stay within the targets. We heard others say, well, if you make it too high, you're going to affect affordability. And then manufacturers preferred to have sort of a flat fee to help them with their implementation, accounting, certainty, things like that. So we look at our proposal, we do feel like our fees are at a low level to address affordability. We do feel that it is important to have a higher fee for the manufacturers to encourage them in both that market transition, and also don't have a flat fee because, again, that could be considered business as usual, and then there's no motivation to meet the targets and things like that. Next slide, please. So we've received a lot of comment letters, as I noted earlier. And initially we really did see, again, a lot of this misinformation, which led to our myths versus fact flyer. Again, highlighting what I mentioned already, we saw things like, this is a mandate, this is a natural gas burn, this is a ban, sorry, this is forcing residents, et cetera. We didn't believe we don't believe that's true. Okay, next slide, please. So I want to highlight some things that are obviously key issues that we believe need to be addressed. First off, consumer choice. Again, if the original version of a mandate, I agree, it wouldn't have given that. But this new proposal still gives the consumers those choices, again, with the targets, couple those with incentives, and again, the flexibility for manufacturers to go above the target gives them wiggle room for allowing the customers to choose. Next slide, please. We also heard comments, of course, about affordability. This new proposal gives folks that individual consumer choice. They have the freedom to decide on their own what their affordability is, if they want an expensive unit, if they want an inexpensive unit, et cetera, what they can afford, what we do today. So when we look at those fees, again, we judge those based on about a 1% of a total cost on that. Again, there are rebates out there to help offset that. These do fund a Go Zero program. Those will go back, those funds go back into the community. They're doubled for the areas of disadvantage or overburdened communities. So we do feel like this is a process that could be successful. Finally, like with other new technology, zero emission units over time, supply and demand gets involved, and those costs go down, as well as coupling that with future market penetration. Next slide, please. We also heard from manufacturers concerned about implementation. However, I do want to highlight and remind folks that these rules in particular actually already had a manufacturer alternative options whereby the manufacturers paid a mitigation fee to sell a higher emitting NOx unit. And they did that by reporting to us all the units that they sold within our jurisdiction. So we don't see any reason why they wouldn't be following that same process again under this construct. With regards to these manufacturers and what makes this kind of universe, I'd say, unique is that, and you see on the right here, there's 7 space heaters and there's 3 water heater manufacturers. All of these manufacturers make both a NOx emitting gas unit as well as a zero emitting unit. So they kind of went out on both sides, but more importantly, they're able to take account for both of that within their sales. And so that's what makes this kind of a unique construct again for this rule. It also reflects how, because they make both those units like they do today, they can get ready and make those supplies needed. When those demands come in, they have the opportunity to meet that demand. And then also a reminder that after the first year of this program, we will be getting reports from those folks to be able to see what that looks like when it comes to meeting those target goals, as well as how the mitigation fee is working. Next slide, please. Other stakeholders, and I'm sure you've heard the same, are concerned about the grid reliability and will it be ready, et cetera. Just want to kind of remind everyone again on how the construct of our energy supply and demand, et cetera, is done here in California. So you have state agencies like the California Public Utilities Commission, as well as the California Energy Commission, that look at statewide planning of power supplies. And in their more recent document, the CEC actually highlights that they looked at, in that report, a forecast demand of increases of zero emission appliances from regulations coming online. The other element, however, which is also important, is our local power suppliers. So our LADWPs, our Edisons, I know Pasadena and Glendale, et cetera. And we've been meeting with all of them and talking with them. Edison, however, actually is quoted as talking about, hey, if you have a combination of this new equipment that you're looking at, but you do it with sufficient planning horizons, which we believe the 10-year glide path that we're talking about when it comes to the manufacturer targets provides for that. Edison says they should be able to accommodate these impacts. So we have to rely on our utilities who are out there doing the hard work, doing the planning, making these changes, getting these grids up to speed. I think we're on our way. Okay, next slide, please. Some folks had there's a lot of questions about cost data and things, right? So I just wanted to remind everyone how we did our analysis. And we kind of lucked out really because this group, Tech Clean California, has been doing these installs of zero emission equipment across the state. And we were able to get real data from them, over 11,000 data points from them, real data about installations, the type of equipment, the size of the equipment, if it needed a panel upgrade or not, if there was wiring, all of that we were able to utilize and put that into our analysis. We also use published vetted data such as CEC's RAS study that looks at natural gas usage, or there was an E3 study that talked about specific appliance costs. So real data, real world data. And then finally, again, CEC does projections when it comes to gas and energy rates. Next slide, please. With regards to our cost-effective analysis, it's kind of gone through a bit of a journey. We did start out initially on back in November 2023. However, just wanted to highlight here what staff has done along the way, because we're not, we do listen to our stakeholders. We do listen to people who have different ideas or new data, et cetera, and we kept applying those. So you can see along the way, we've done all of that, including more recently, the question was raised whether we use the latest 2024 data, and because this process has been going on for a while, that we hadn't, but we did. So we went back and just basically cleared the books and redid the whole analysis all over again. And all of that was then put into our socioeconomic assessment. Next slide, please. So with regards to our socioeconomic assessment, there's two major elements involved with that assessment. One, we use a state-of-the-art model called REMI, the Regional Economic Modeling Model. And this is one that basically sets forth what the economic effects are from certain policies that ourselves and government, et cetera, would be implementing. It looks at things like the results of job impacts, employment, et cetera. But we coupled that with another model that the US EPA puts out called BENMAP, which technically means Benefits of Mapping Analysis Program. And so what that does, though, is it looks at what the change in air quality is, positive or negative. In this case, positive if you're cleaning it up the air, and how that correlates to actual public health benefits, which we'll touch on in a second. But I want to highlight that the team that does all this work is comprised of highly educated and experienced economists. Next slide, please. I wanted to also note, I know a lot of this report here, this cost of living report, has been widely cited. We hear it a lot, whether it's in our comment letters, on the news, and what have you. And so we really thought it was important to make a point of this. As you can see, this conclusion of 8.9 billion is just so extreme. It's obviously not accurate, but especially when we have an analysis that's looking more realistically in the ballparks of around 180 million for this. So we felt that it was really important to kind of dive deeper into this report and look to see what are those differences? How are they coming up with such an extreme high number from that? And one of the first things we noticed is that they didn't use the state-of-the-art model. They didn't use what is normally used in long-term economic planning, again, the REMI model. So that was the first sort of red flag. Another thing we noticed was that the whole assessment is based on our old mandate proposal. So it doesn't account for things like, it doesn't go 100% zero. It didn't account for, the options that are out there, or there's some flexibility for consumers. So that's a bit of a concern. And also the actual cost itself. So they utilized what we consider an outlier cost, extreme cost. That's at 47,800. And then that number was applied to all the millions of units, as if everybody had an outlier condition out there. And this is why you're seeing such a high end number from this report. Next slide, please. Again, I noted that around 174, so there's two numbers you'll see in the socioeconomic analysis. This was born out of the comments that we received from stakeholders, some noticing that, that we're taking into account the efficiencies of heat pumps, which is true, and that's where you get cost savings on. There's basically what they call fuel switching, and you see cost savings over time, but others had said that, well, what if you didn't do that? So then we did another number as well. So you're seeing both sets of numbers. We wanted to give you that range. In the end, however, if folks are making that transition to zero, some folks, which we noticed from the real world data, some folks will have to do things like a panel upgrade and wiring and things like that. We want to be realistic here. And that actually gains jobs. So that's new jobs for folks out there that haven't had that before. And then there's another element we wanted to look at, which was basically the cost of medical health, right? Because there's a cost to that. If you're getting an asthma, what have you, you go to the hospital, et cetera. However, if you have benefits from a rule, you're actually saving on those medical costs, and those add up to be around 25 billion. Next slide, please. So with the full implementation of this rule, we'll be seeing things according to our analysis and our model run. Premature deaths were avoided, emergency room visits were avoided, school days were avoided, as well as the onset of asthma for folks. Next slide, please. Just a reminder, we're doing a technology check-in. Again, this happens right after the first year of sales. We would review then the number of units sold, how manufacturers are doing on their target goals, as well as those mitigation fees collected would be done at that time. And then, of course, we can assess, and as we said, we'd like to come back and make that report in the third quarter of that year. And the last slide, please. So staff's recommendation is to certify the CEQA document. It's a subsequent environmental assessment and to amend rules 1111, 1121. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there anything else that staff would like to add before we begin testimony? Any questions that are just about the presentation from the board members? Nope. Okay. All right. Before we begin, before we open the public comment on this hearing, I wanted to thank the over 200 people who signed up to participate today. We've been working on this rule for over 2 years, and although I remain fully supportive of it today, I don't believe that there is necessarily a good or right answer about this rule. I believe that it is very complicated, and I know that every single one of these board members are doing what is right to move forward air quality goals in our region, but also taking in considerations anything that they're concerned about. So I treat this as, trying to create good policy and result in the ultimate decision that we can. But this is not good versus evil. And so I ask you all in your comments to treat it as such, that we are here all doing the best that we can, and we're going to respect each other. So with that, we have over 200 speakers. So we're going to limit comments to 45 seconds. I'm going to open the public hearing. And we're going to begin in person with Bill Hussey.
Madam Chair, before we begin, I just want to note that we're actually at capacity on Zoom, and we're trying to increase capacity. We understand that some people have not been able to log in. We are working on it. So I just wanted to share that news. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Bill is going to start us off.
Thank you for letting me speak today. My name is Bill Hussey. I'm the mayor of Grand Terrace, and my city residents oppose this amendment, 1111, 1121. We were unfortunately stuck without power for 8 days during the power crisis, and I had a senior apartments with no power, and the city had to use our general funds to heat and feed them on a private place. So we had to take care of our seniors. So we were very vulnerable with that. Also, I'm on the board member for the SBCTA. 99% of us oppose this bill. And I'm just asking that you guys think about it. I know we talked about the taxes and the fees and stuff, but my old saying, and I know it'd be positive, but you put lipstick on a pig, it's still a pig. I'm sorry to say that.
Thank you so much for joining us today. Peggy Huang. And then John Gabbard, if you could come up.
Good morning, Chair Delgado and members of the board. Thank you for this opportunity to address you. I'm Peggy Huang, City Council member from the city of Yorba Linda. We have submitted an opposition to this proposed bill. The entire city of Yorba Linda is asking you not to pass these proposed rules. If the manufacturers are already manufacturing these appliances, both electric and gas heaters, then staff would not have to ask you to do the mental cartwheel they're asking you today, going through different type of analysis to get to the conclusion this is a good thing for the market. Let the market do its work. But most importantly, as someone who's been advocating for affordable housing, this will increase cost for us to meet those goals. Lastly, the federal government.
Thank you so much. So we talked about how there's no good versus evil. So there'll be, if we could just keep all that down, that'd be great. John?
Hi, good morning, Chair, board members. I'm John Gabbard. I'm the chair of the Orange County Council of Government and the Mayor Pro Tem in Dana Point. And I stand in opposition to the regulation, which threatens to impose significant burdens on our communities and the people of Southern California. These proposals, while perhaps well-intended, in their aim to protect the air, the rules place an enormous economic burden on the people, especially our seniors, renters, and low-income houses requiring excessive, costly renovations. Let us remember that the road to better environmental practices does not lie solely with heavy-handed regulations, but through tax incentives for all sectors, industry, utility, and our communities to encourage working together and mutual respect and share proposals. In conclusion,
Thank you so much. Jamie Federico? So it goes both ways. I'm going to keep it down for everybody.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair and board members. I'm here as the president of ACCOC. We appreciate the goal, but your cost analysis still contains multiple errors and it's too inaccurate to be used to justify a vote for this proposal. For example, it uses $1,700 for an electrical panel upgrade. Your own E3 study says $2,000 to $4,000 in 2018. $5,000 to $7,000 is more realistic today. There are many more examples. Most importantly, it whitewashes the high net cost of homes that don't have air conditioning. Those are the older multifamily rental units that I represent. They will be the ones paying for this proposal, and they're paying way more than your staff is telling you. Please find a better way to do this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem we're no clapping. Mayor Pro Tem Curtis Burton, followed by Mayor Pro Tem Bob Carwin.
Hi, good morning. I'm Mayor Pro Tem Curtis Burton on behalf of the city of Chino. Chino opposes the proposed rules, which will create an additional financial burden on residents and businesses as the alternative compliance options, mitigation, and over-the-target fees will undoubtedly be passed down to them. Despite not being called a mandate, the rules would force upon consumer electric units that are more expensive upfront to purchase, may require costly panel upgrades, and are more costly to operate, with rate increases being sought by providers. Additionally, more electric units will increase demand on an already overburdened system that experiences outage, impacting not just affordability, but also the reliability.
Thank you so much. Mayor Pro Tem, followed by Councilman member from San Gabriel.
Thank you, Board. I'm Bob Carwin. I'm the Mayor Pro Tem from the City of Menifee. The City of Menifee opposes the amendments, our leadership and residents. We have Sun City in Menifee, which is over 4,000 senior homes, 55 plus 4 low-income mobile home parks, which will be devastated. All of those residents are on fixed income and aren't able to convert their properties, many of which are rentals on owned property. It would be a devastating financial blow to our most low-income and senior vulnerable citizens. The fact that it's a consumer choice is just a farce, because if it was consumer choice, we wouldn't need the amendment. If electric was better, cheaper, faster, and safer, people would choose it on their own. That's why this is a farce and we should vote no on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Jorge Herrera Avila, followed by Brian
Avila, and good morning. My name is Jorge Herrera Avila, council member of the city of San Gabriel, and I respectfully oppose this policy, not because I'm against clean energy, but because I care about the people it impacts. In San Gabriel, natural gas powers our restaurants and keeps our costs manageable for small businesses and working class families. Taking it away without affordable alternatives puts livelihoods at risk. I urge you to take a look at what's happening in Germany, the UK, France, Italy, as they move too fast and face energy crisis, price cuts, and policy reversals. Let's be conscious of our neighbors and let's support to vote against this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Brian Johns.
Good morning. Brian Jose. I'm an advocacy manager for BizFed LA. Wanted to voice our concern. We're a business organization representing more than 245 diverse business associations that represents 420,000 different employers that covers 5 million employees. So wanted to ask you to please vote to oppose the amended rules. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I think I see Councilmember Juan Munoz there.
Good morning. My name is Juan Munoz Guevara, and I am a local elected official, a labor organizer, and more importantly, someone who comes from Linwood, an environmental justice community that is predominantly working class. I've seen firsthand how families in my community are forced to live with the health consequences of dirty air. Our children grow up with asthma, our elders struggle with respiratory illness, and too many lives are cut short. Gas appliances in our home are now one of the largest sources of smog-forming pollution in the region. We cannot meet clean air goals without tackling this. The proposed rules are a long overdue step toward environmental justice. They will save lives and begin to correct decades of pollution burden on frontline communities. At this point, we know better.
Thank you, Councilmember. Victoria Reiser? I think maybe this might be Tomas Castro.
Hi, good morning. My name is Tomas Castro. I'm with Climate Action Campaign in Orange County, and I'm here to support you to vote in favor of these rules today. We have already heard many excuses, and we will throughout today for why these rules shouldn't happen, but they are just that, excuses. There is no excuse good enough for why we shouldn't have clean air. There's no excuse good enough for why we shouldn't save lives from air pollution. And there is no excuse good enough for why we shouldn't have a clean energy future. So I implore you today to please pass these rules and ignore the excuses. Thank you.
Thank you. Victoria, last call for Victoria. No? Okay. I'm sorry, I'm going to mispronounce this name, so I'm not going to try, and I'm respect that. Your
Hi, my name is Gayatri. I'm a resident of Koreatown, LA, Sierra Club volunteer, and Sunrise member. So my Indian ancestors passed down skinny jeans to me from forced famine by British colonizers. I was also born with asthma, yet my symptoms improved while living in upstate New York's clean air. But since I moved to LA for work 4 years ago, my asthma got worse. My bedroom is next to our kitchen's gas stove. Recently, our water heater gave out and I couldn't educate my housemate's landlord and property management in time to get it replaced with a heat pump. I need you to pass rules 1111 and 1121 with a big yes to progress. I need the board to realize your responsibility to prevent situations I mentioned. I don't want my children having asthmatic genes from our unhealthy environment or to suffer in my own home. The system should already protect us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam
Welcome,
Chair.
Aura. Yes.
I'm sorry. I just want to let the board know that we were able to fix the capacity problem. We have the capacity to handle over 3,000. So people that weren't able to get on, please try to get back on. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Welcome, Aura.
Thank you. Good morning, board members. My name is Aura Vasquez, and I'm a former commissioner with the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. I'm also an environmental justice advocate. I'm here to express my strong support for Rules 1111 and 1121, and I urge you also to do the same. Supervisor Perez, Mayor Lack Dawson, we have been knocking on doors, speaking to your constituents. We collectively gathered 1,600 signatures of very diverse communities in your district. We met with your staff, we could have met with yours, and we're counting on your support today too. Don't let the fossil fuel special interests sway you. This is the right thing to do for our health.
Thank you, Aura. Fernando Gaitan, welcome. Followed by Pete Marsh.
Good morning, Fernando Gaitan with Earth Justice. I'm here in support of Rules 1111, 1121, and I'm here to address the elephant in the room. You received a letter from the Trump DOJ. It's pure grandstanding from an agency whose disregard for the law is matched only by their ignorance of it. Failing to approve this modest standard because of Trump administration's bullying will only encourage efforts to ignore the law and the state of California's rights. It will only embolden oil and gas industry interests to ramp up their misinformation campaign to derail life-saving regulations. Let's be clear, this rule is not a ban. It's not even a mandate. This rule is well within this organization's jurisdiction and authority to pass, and we urge you to pass them today.
Thank you, Fernando. Pete Marsh is followed by Anthony Campos.
Good morning, board members, staff. Thank you very much. Pete Marsh, Long Beach, USGBC, California, the Green Building Council. I'm a small business owner. This is about health and smog. The opponents have few arguments about that and none realistic. By the way, support for Rules 1111, 1121. Instead, the opponents are flooding the zone with exaggerated claims about affordability that are remarkably simplistic because they don't don't address indirect costs. So in fact, we can't afford not to do this transition. President Trump's first term, his Commodities Futures Trading Commission issued a report on financial impact of climate risk. It will cost
Thanks, Anthony Campos.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. My name is Anthony Campos, and I proudly serve as a business representative for Smart Local 105, and I'm a longtime resident of Ontario. We strongly support Rules 1111 and 1121. These rules are a smart move for the environment, for public health, and for the local workforce. Don't let the opposition convince you that it isn't the case. Sheet Metal Workers Local 105 is ready to lead the green transition. Thank you.
Thank you. David Martinez? If we could just keep the clapping down. I know everybody's excited, but David's up.
Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is David Martinez. I'm with Climate Action Campaign, and I also serve as a planning commissioner in the city of Costa Mesa. I am in strong support of Rules 1111 and 1121. These are rules that will reduce a massive amount of pollution. These are rules that will save billions of dollars in health costs. These are rules that will save cases of asthma. These are rules that will save lives. I urge you to support these rules today because this is public health. This is what will save people's lives by cleaning our air and by reducing pollution. Please support these rules. Thank you.
Thank you. Isabella Gutierrez, followed by Morris Rocha. No. Morris, go ahead, Morris.
Yes. Hello, board. My name is Morris Rocha. I am with Smart Local 105. I'm a resident of Riverside. We support rules 1111 and 1121 because they fund real opportunity. As Local 105 member, I can tell you that opportunity is everything. When I was an apprentice, I got into a motorcycle accident and lost my leg. Fortunately for me, the union kept me working. And because of that opportunity, I'm able to own a home. My family has health benefits, retirement, and my children have all they need. As an organizer for Local 105, we participate in job fairs, extending this opportunity to students graduating from high schools, MC3 programs for individuals reentering society, and many others. We have the training programs, we have the talent. This policy helps keep them working and keep them on the job. Let's pass these rules and make sure energy transition lifts everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Isabella Gutierrez, last call. Dan Kegel.
Dan Kegel, Los Angeles, from a union family. According to the president's Make America Healthy Again executive order, health conditions like asthma pose a dire threat to the American people. It's our duty to fight smog and the chronic diseases it causes with common sense actions like promoting zero emission appliances powered by American electricity. This motion would do just that and keep natural gas appliances available for people who need them the most. When your air conditioner fails, it'll be cheaper and easier to replace it with a heat pump. This will save money on heating bills, fight diseases like asthma, and will save Californians an estimated $2 billion a year on healthcare. It will also let us export more natural gas, helping power the American economy with export revenues and supporting our allies whose.
Thank you. Tom Hazeley, followed by Jed Holtzman.
Hello, I'm Tom Hazley, a retired firefighter from Seal Beach. These rules will have a co-benefit of reducing climate-related costs and improving health for all of us. Ignoring loss of life, healthcare costs, or ecosystem damage, global warming costs Americans $150 billion a year, and extreme events disproportionately affect the disadvantaged. Replacing a gas furnace with a heat pump can reduce climate pollution by 93%. Heat pumps pay for themselves in 5 to 10 years, not counting the savings from limiting planet-warming gases. Don't be bamboozled by the profit-driven companies and their lackeys that are giving false information. Heat pumps work. I've had them for 2 years.
Thank you. Jed Holtzman, followed by Angie Flores.
Thank you, board members. Jed Holtzman from RMI. Coming into attainment with the many federal air quality standards the AQMD is currently failing to achieve requires reducing pollution from these sources, home heating and home water heating. This is just a simple issue of scale and arithmetic. Fortunately, the agency projects that these rules will prevent more than 2,500 premature deaths and deliver more than $25 billion in health benefits to the region, and our analysis backs that up. These rules will prevent more than 75,000 asthma attacks every year and send kids to school on more than 30,000 days they would otherwise have missed for illness. The socioeconomic impact assessment illustrates that these rules will bring net economic benefits to the region as well as hundreds of jobs per year. The gas burning equipment in residential and commercial.
Thank you, Jed. Angie Flores, followed by Antonio Torres.
Good morning, board. My name is Angie Flores. I'm an organizer with Smart Local 105 and a resident of Rancho Cucamonga. Our union is behind these rules because we see the future, and that is heat pumps, clean energy, and jobs for the working class. We got over 750 apprentices right now learning the trade, and they don't look like the stereotype construction worker. They're women, they're me. They're from the working class neighborhoods across SoCal, and many of the folks who need a second chance. In fact, we won Trade Partner of the Year from the nonprofit winner, Women in Non-Traditional Employment Roles. And we also do regular outreach for the CIW prison in Chino. Because of this, our last apprenticeship was 10% women, double the national average.
Thank you. I love hearing that. Antonio Torres, followed by Dylan Plummer.
Hi, my name is Antonio Torres. I live in Paris and I'm a student at UC Riverside. Rule 1111 and 1121, these aren't just numbers. They're about air, equity, and health. This isn't a mandate for conversion. The impact is already here. The impact is asthma, cancer, hospital visits, and economic costs. That's why we need implementation, incentives, and access, because groups like low-income families, renters, and communities of color are hit the hardest. So set clear targets, track progress, and reach those most affected. Please implement Rules 1111 and 1121. Thank you.
Thank you, Antonio. Dylan Plummer, followed by Paola Ochoa.
Chair Delgado and members of the board, my name is Dylan Plummer. I work with the Sierra Club, and I'm here to testify on behalf of our tens of thousands of members in the South Coast region. I'll keep my comments brief. We strongly support these rules, and despite seeing them weakened over the past year and having commented a number of times in favor of stronger and higher penalties for noncompliance, we are still supportive of these rules, and we see them as critical for reducing harmful air pollution and protecting lives in the South Coast region. I also just want to name that obviously the gas industry has a financial incentive for opposing these rules and spreading misinformation, and I encourage you to not listen to them and vote in support of these rules. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dylan. Paola Ochoa, followed by Richard Chow. Paola? Okay, last call. Richard, followed by Stanley Shaw.
Good morning. My name is Richard Chow, and I'm a proud organizer with Sheet Metal Workers Local 105. I'm a Temple City resident, and we are here to support the rules for 1111 and 1121 because we know this work. We've led the way before, whether it was building hospitals, upgrading schools and libraries, rolling out indoor filtration for COVID. When California needed trained hands, we were there. I know this because I recently was one of those making it happen. We need these rules to bring work to those who know how to do it. That's what these rules do. They bring jobs, and this isn't new for us. Today, I ask that the rules be passed and let us get to work.
Thank you, Richard. Stanley Shaw, followed by Andrea.
Stanley from Arcadia, here with Earth Justice. About 75 years ago, Angelenos routinely burned their trash in their backyards. There were more than 300,000 backyard trash incinerators in LA County. AQMD, the Air Pollution Control District, banned these backyard incinerators in 1958, but many residents initially opposed this ban, saying that their one backyard burner wasn't the true cause of smog, that a ban would only produce marginal benefits. That opposition no longer exists today, and we breathe easier now than in the 1940s. Please pass the comparatively lenient Rules 1111 and 1112 so that 75 years from now, our posterity can look up to us as helping them breathe cleaner air. If not this, then what? If not now, then when? If not you, then who?
Thank you, Stanley. Andrea Vidaure, welcome. Good to see you.
Hello. Okay. Hi there. My name is Andrea. I'm from the Inland Empire. I just want to start by saying thank you to the staff who have gone above and beyond to make sure that this rule moves forward, despite all of the misinformation attacks. I saw staff at different cities in the Inland Empire going through all of that evening traffic to get to the late night city council meetings, so thank you to them. Heat pumps are already reaching our homes. I just heard recently some partners in the Coachella Valley talking about how they go to Mexicali just to grab them to bring them over here because there's already an interest. And this rule is a testament to that. And all it does is help bring the benefits of those interests here, as well as bringing the benefits of the disadvantaged fund as well. The air quality is bad out.
Thank you, Andrea. Alex Calderon, followed by Jennifer Cardenas. No Alex? No Jennifer? Al Sattler? That's okay. He'll get his turn. Luz Perez, if you all don't mind coming up.
So you
Go
want
for
us
it.
to go off order? Okay, that's fine. Hi, my name is Jennifer Cardenas, and I am from the Inland Empire. Again, thank you, staff, for all the work that you have done. I think these rules are a testament of how we can protect air indoors. We already see how kids are impacted when they're playing sports in the Inland Empire by all the warehouses and all the other cumulative impacts that they're facing. These rules are going to be essential, and I hope that you also support and vote on 1111, 1121, because this is what the community needs. You've seen us here for over a year and something months, and we keep advocating. We have kept working with your staff, and the fact that they had to work so hard to ensure that misinformation is corrected shows how powerful it would be for you to pass these rules to save lives, because you can't save lives.
Thank you, Jennifer L. Sattler, followed by Luz Perez.
Good morning to the board. Thank you for all your consideration for this. Thank you for the staff for all your work you've done on this. Please pass rules 1111 and 1121. The city council of the city in which I live, Rancho Palos Verdes, voted to support rules 1111 and 1121 to protect public health. And we paid $2,600 to install, to convert a 100 amp board to 200 amp board. And that was just in order to install air conditioning. The wiring for that air conditioning done. When we convert that to combined heating and air conditioning heat pump.
Thank you, Al. Luz Perez, followed by Danielef.
Good morning. Hi, my name is Luz Perez. This is Amelia Rodriguez. We're here as we're residents of Fontana, California, and I'm a new mom. Recently, I'm also here in support of 1111 and 1121. Recently, we had air monitors installed in our mobile home, and I was surprised to see how polluted the inside air was. It took me a while to recognize that it was because of the gas stoves, and it made me really nervous. When I saw this, I figured it's important for me to come and talk about it because we need to be able to transition to safer air products. Thank you.
Thank you for coming today. And I think I mispronounced that name, Danielef.
Hi, my name is Deli Neff. I'm a frontline community member in the Inland Empire. I'm here in support of rules 1111 and 1121. Pass these rules and don't allow polluters to weaponize low-wealth communities when the quality crisis in Southern California disproportionately impacts communities of color. My Inland Empire representatives say we don't need these rules, but they're the same people approving warehouses next to schools and other sensitive receptors. Save my community and pass these rules.
Thank you. Sarah Gerson, followed by Daniela Torres.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Gerson. I live in Santa Monica, and I urge you to vote for rules 1111 and 1121 because my family, including my one-year-old son, and all of our neighbors across the whole region will not be able to breathe healthy air until you adopt zero-emission rules for the biggest category of air pollution under your jurisdiction. And as frustrating as it has been to see industry launch a misinformation campaign to try to defeat these rules, the one silver lining has been knowing that if this is what they're resorting to, even they realize that they can't.
Thank you, Sarah. Daniela Torres, followed by Marie Helene.
Hello, good morning. My name is Daniela Torres, and I'm here urging you to support 1111 and 1121. As a person who has developed asthma and in an adulthood, is due to poor admissions and that, and I need, and low income. I need this to pass for my health and for my family's health. I urge that Air Quality Control Management push this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Marie Helene, followed by Chris Chavez.
Hello, my name is Marie Lubers. I'm from Tustin, and I'm the grandmother of a kid in Riverside County who has asthma. I'm urging you to pass 111 and 1121. Do not give in to private interests like SoCalGas. Your mission is air quality. Your mission is to protect the citizens. Pollution levels are very high in Southern California. Poor air quality attacks kids and adults. The result is suffering, asthma, cancer, and high medical costs that ultimately affects everybody. With Trump as president, the health of citizens is already threatened at high level.
Chris, welcome. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Chris Chavez, followed by Angel Teo.
Chris Chavez with Coalition for Clean Air in support of proposed rule amendments to rules 1111 and 1121. Let's restate the facts. This is not a mandate and this is not a ban. This is a rule that nudges manufacturers to move more quickly to zero emissions equipment and to fund incentives. The question is, are you going to cave to a multi-million-dollar disinformation campaign? Are you going to cower and reward the willful disregard of the facts and bad faith tactics? Are you going to surrender your local control to a state-ordained monopoly and now Washington, D.C. hell-bent on making California submit to its pro-polluter will? This is a defining battle for the future of California's air. Follow your AQMP and pass these rules now.
Next, Angel Tao. Thanks, Chris.
Good morning. My name is Angel Teo. I am a student at UC Riverside, and today I will speak in strong support of Rules 1111 and 1121. The presence of gas-burning appliances in essential spaces like houses and apartments makes contaminated air unavoidable. Pollutants like fine particulate matter and nitrogen oxides are associated with asthma, respiratory infections, chronic lung disease, cell damage, and early death. The health effects are only exacerbated with pre-existing chronic illness or disability, and especially within low-income communities of color. I urge the board to protect the people, to invest in stronger environmental and community health by passing proposed rules 1111 and 1121. Millions of lives are in question. Every one of them deserves the right to breathe. Thank you.
Thanks, Angel. Next is Ann Pernick, followed by Lily Rodriguez. Ann? Not here, Lily. Rodriguez. Next is Murray, followed by Lisa Bondarchuk.
Buenos días.
Buenos días.
Mi nombre es Leti Rodríguez, soy de la comunidad de San Bernardino.
Good morning. My name is Leti Rodriguez. I come from San Bernardino.
Soy madre de familia y abuela de niños.
So let's double her time, please.
Yep.
I am a grandmother as well.
Estoy aquí para abogar por la mejora del aire, de la calidad del aire, sobre todo para nuestras vidas y de nuestras familias.
I'm here to advocate for good air quality and for the lives of our families.
Hoy ustedes tienen la responsabilidad y el poder de ayudar a mejorar a nuestras familias y a sus familias también.
Today you have the responsibility and the power to help improve the health of our families and your families.
Las reglas 11.11 y 11.21 son un paso importante para acelerar la transición de energías más limpias.
Rules 1111 and 1121 are a very important step to accelerate transition to cleaner energies.
Nuestros hijos faltan a veces mucho a las escuelas
Our kids miss days at school very often
porque tienen problemas de asma o alergias.
because of asthma or allergies problems.
Tengo mis dos nietas y una de ellas tiene alergias, otra de ellas tiene asma.
I have my two granddaughters here. One of them has allergies, the other one has asthma.
So muchos de ellos no tienen recursos para poder asistir a hospitales
Other children don't have the resources to be able to go to the hospital
Por eso es que tenemos realmente algunas familias en esas comunidades de muy bajos recursos que no atienden a hospitales.
That's why many of the families in low-income communities cannot go to the hospital.
Thank you. Muchas gracias. Next. Is Ann Pernick here or Murray? Murray, come up, please. Followed by Lisa Bondarchuk, followed by Frank Granda.
Hi, everyone. My name is Maury Lidke, and I'm a PhD candidate at UC Riverside in the Political Science Department. I did actually vote for Mayor Locke Dawson, so I wanted to say hi. It's good to see you in person. I really do hope you pass Rule 1111 and 1121. I learned so much about these issues as a teaching assistant, including for Ron Loveridge, who's the former mayor of Riverside. We are alive during a really pivotal moment in our country's history, and we saw it was important to embrace change during these times, and that something we can do is by passing this bill. Clean air is a universal way to heal, and I haven't given up on the belief that.
Thank you. Next, Lisa.
Good morning. My name is Lisa. I'm here representing the Sunrise Movement Orange County Hub. I'm here to ask you to support Rules 1111 and 1121 to ensure a green future for everyone. The Sunrise Movement's website states, quote, corporations will take the coming green transition as an opportunity to expand their reach and exploit us, end quote. But I'm telling you, we can't let SoCal Gas's greed jeopardize our homes and appliances. I know costs are important, but the Inflation Reduction Act offers up to $8,000 in rebates for electrification projects. Costs are important, and they can only be combated by pushing back harmful corporations. Please pass these rules to ensure a clean future for the South Coast Air Quality Management District area. Thank you.
Thanks, Lisa. Frank is next, followed by Morgan, followed by Raquel.
Yes. Hello, everyone. My name is Frank. I am a student from UC Irvine. And the reason why I'm here is that I'm testifying today to voice my support for you to pass Rules 1111 and 1121. These rules are essential for cutting deadly pollution from fossil fuel furnaces and water heaters. These rules also reflect an extensive 60-month public process and 3 years of air quality management plan development, and must be passed as scheduled in June without any further delay. Thank you for your consideration.
Thanks, Frank. Morgan.
Good morning, board members. My name is Morgan Goodwin. I'm the Senior Director for the Sierra Club, Angeles chapter. Thank you for your consideration. I would like to call your attention to the very diligent and thorough process that your staff has run. Frankly, these rules are not as aggressive as we would like to see. Your staff has made concessions to the concerns raised by the larger community and the industry. That's not what we want to see as advocates, but for you as decision makers, that should give you the assurance that you can proceed knowing that you stand on solid ground, on firm facts, and good policy. Please pass these rules today. The time is now.
Thanks, Morgan, followed by Raquel, Araceli Reyes, and Dominic Bendinelli.
Aguilar, and I'm a student at MSJC. Taking environmental science course has changed the way I view the world. It sparked a passion in me to protect the earth and the air we all share. For too long, communities have carried the burden of polluted air. Our children are suffering from asthma and other health issues that should never be ignored. We deserve better for ourselves and for those who come after us. Many people don't realize the risks that exist in our everyday lives. Learning about them was my turning point, and that knowledge led me to action. That's why I support policies like 1111 and 1121. These efforts move us towards cleaner homes, healthier neighborhoods, and future powered by zero-emission solutions. Gatherings like this matter. They amplify our voices, and today I'm proud to be one of them.
Thank you, Raquel. Next is Araceli.
Buenos días, mi nombre es
Couple of
Araceli
time.
Reyes.
Thanks.
Oh,
Go on.
Araceli Reyes. Go ahead. Buenos días, mi nombre es Araceli Reyes y yo soy embajadora de justicia ambiental, pero también soy hija, madre, abuela y amo representar a mi comunidad como real estate.
Good morning. My name is Araceli Reyes, and I am a justice ambassador, environmental justice ambassador, but I'm also a daughter, mom, grandma, and I love and represent my community.
Y estoy aquí para apoyar estas reglas y creemos que necesitamos aprobarlas ya.
I'm here to support these rules, and we believe that we must approve them now.
Yo vivo en el condado de San Bernardino y hoy vengo a pedir que por favor concienticen
I live in San Bernardino County and I'm here to ask for you to be aware.
y no tarden en pasar estas reglas, ya que la salud sigue deteriorándose cada día que pasa.
Do not delay in approving these rules, in passing these rules, because our health continues to deteriorate every day.
Empezando por nuestros pulmones, una vez que un órgano colapsa, otros problemas médicos empiezan a presentarse hasta la muerte.
Once that our lungs, it starts with our lungs, and once that one organ starts failing, medical problems will start to come, and we will end up dead.
Y todo esto en consecuencia, desafortunadamente, por la mala calidad de esta región del aire en incumplir las reglas estatales y federales de la calidad.
And this is a consequence of the bad air quality in this region because we have not complied with the state and federal rules of air quality for more than 30 years.
Entonces pedimos más que justicia e imploramos consideren hacer ya el cambio para salvar muchas vidas, incluyendo la tuya y la de tu
We
familia.
ask for more than justice because we need to save our lives more than our.
Muchas gracias. Next is Dominic Bendenelli, followed by Margie and Heriberto Torres.
Gato and board. I'm Dominic Bendenelli, resident of Buena Park. I'm here today to urge you to strongly support Rules 1111 and 1121. I think there are many good reasons. The staff really did a great job in revising the proposal to take in all the concerns that were brought up over the last 2 years once the original rule was done. Thank you to the staff. And when I have a hard time making a decision, I go back to what's my guiding principle. And I'd just like to read out the mission of the South Coast Air Quality Management District: to clean the air and protect the health of all residents in the South Coast Air District through practical and innovative strategies. Thank you.
Thanks, Dominic. Margie?
Good morning, members of the South Coast Air Quality Management Board and agency staff. My name is Margie Hills, and I live in Brea in Northern Orange County. I'm the vice chair of the Sierra Club's Angeles chapter, which is composed of LA and Orange County and has 30 to 40,000 members. I'm testifying today to urge you to pass Rules 1111 and 1121. I grew up in the San Gabriel Valley and can remember many days when I could not see the San Gabriel Mountains, could smell smog in the air and feel it in my lungs. The South Coast Air Quality Management has worked to clean up outdoor air. Now it is time to clean up indoor air. Clean air saves lives.
Next.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Edilberto Torres, soy residente de Riverside, California, soy padre de familia y defensor de justicia ambiental.
Good morning. My name is Edilberto Torres. I'm a resident of Riverside, California. I'm a parent. I'm a defender of environmental justice.
Recordemos que los equipos que queman gas en edificios residenciales y comerciales ya forman una parte importante del problema que tenemos.
Let's remember that the equipment that burn gas in buildings and in residential areas and commercial areas are an important part of the problem.
Pero tenemos 7 veces más contaminación por NOx que las centrales eléctricas de la región.
We have more than 7 times the pollution because of NOx than the electrical areas of the region.
Y algo muy importante, tenemos más contaminación por NOx que la producción regional de petróleo, gas, refinación, fabricación de cemento, generación de energía en conjunto.
And what's most important, we have more pollution through NOx than the regional production of oil, gas, refineries, and cement manufacturing and energy generation all together.
Tenemos uno de los aires más contaminados del país. No podemos permitirnos abandonar estas normas que reducirán significativamente estas emisiones nocivas.
We have more air pollution, one of the more polluted airs in all of the country. We cannot allow ourselves to abandon these norms that will reduce these pollution, these emissions.
Por favor, aprueben estas emisiones hoy y protéjanos a nuestras familias y también a sus familias.
Please pass these rules today to help us protect ourselves and the future of our families.
Gracias, Heriberto. Next is Araceli, followed by Kim, followed by Azarelli, followed by Alejandra. Go ahead. That's okay then. Kim?
Hi, good morning, board members. My name is Kimberly Orbe. I'm with the Sierra Club Angeles chapter and here representing our over 33,000 members in LA County and Orange County. You've heard the experts speak, you've heard the cost effectiveness data, and we're here to also express our support for these rules. Community from across the region is here today. The rules are ready and we want this. The cost of not passing these rules is too high for our communities and for our health. Thank you to the staff who have worked tirelessly to work on these rules. People in suits don't represent our communities. We do, and we're right here. We made time to be here because it matters. Community, labor, students, environmental, social justice organizations are asking for your leadership to pass these rules. It's not about good or evil. I agree, but it's about what's doing right for our communities now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Azarelli?
Good morning. My name is Azarelli. I'm a community resident of Riverside, and I fully support these rules. I know that they will have a positive impact on the health of our communities, especially in the Inland Empire, where our air quality crisis is just terrible. And it has led many of our families to develop asthma and other respiratory illnesses, including chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, which is what my 6-year-old mother has. Even at this age, she continues to work in an open air environment, even throughout the extremely hot summers that we have here, which we know is when ozone levels are the highest. It's devastating to know that her, along with many of our families, our working families, are coming home to our homes and communities where these appliances are directly emitting pollution into our air.
Thank you. Next, Alejandra?
Good morning. My name is Alejandra Ruiz, and I'm the statewide climate justice advocate at CHIRLA, representing over 50,000 members across California. I'm also a renter in Ontario where I live with gas appliances in my home. I urge you to pass Rules 1111 and 1121. Our communities, especially Latino and immigrant communities, have the right to clean air, and many of our members suffer from asthma and other respiratory illnesses. These rules will cut dangerous pollution from gas furnaces and water heaters. And a coalition of advocates in Supervisor Perez and Mayor Locke Dawson's districts, as Aura mentioned, have collected 1,685 signatures from their constituents, and I'm here presenting them. I have them here for your record. So we're counting on your vote for yes on 1111 and 1121.
Thanks, Alejandra. Next is Jesse Parks, followed by Michael Rockness, followed by Vladimir Carrasco.
Hello, board members. My name is Jesse Parks. I live and work in Riverside, and I'm a volunteer with the Sierra Club. I'm here to strongly urge the board to adopt Rules 1111 and 1121 without delay. These rules are long overdue and essential, but they're also watered down. So let's be clear that the communities in the South Coast Air Basin breathe some of the dirtiest air in the nation, and we have a right to these rules, and they have a right to be stronger going forward and to make amendments in the future. But to pass these rules now, and don't let industry delay any progress any further. Adopt Rules 1111 and 1121 now, and commit to the working communities of your districts and ensure strong, equitable implementation now. Thank you.
Thank you, Jesse. Paulina or Michael? Go ahead, Michael.
Thank you. Michael Rockmus, U.S. Green Building Council, California. We support Rules 1111 and 1121 because they're important for the health of our region. They've been watered down a lot. They're not a mandate, but we support these rules. It's important to make this transition. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael. Next is Vladimir, followed by Marianne, followed by Fernando Ochoa.
Saludos, mi gente. Vladimir Carrasco from the Coalition of Humane Immigrant Rights. Y le quiero agradecer a nuestra gente, our people, for coming out today on a weekday. For us, for immigrants and workers, coming out today means that we're risking our daily wage, our lives. So when it comes to good and evil, I think there is such a thing as good or evil. If it means that choosing to be here and be heard could mean sacrificing your job. If my little sister can't choose to play her favorite sport because she's suffering from asthma, good and evil does exist. And good is passing 1111 and 1121. We need to clean air, and it needs to start at home. So Janet, Kurt, and Patrice.
Thanks, Vladimir. Next is Marianne, followed by Fernando, followed by Benjamin.
Hello, my name is Marianne Herford, and I am a parent and a homeowner in Los Angeles. I think it's well established that emissions from using gas appliances is very harmful, not only to our health, but to the environment. I think you can't calculate the cost of using or purchasing gas appliances without taking into consideration these negative, harmful effects to your health and to our environment. I urge the board to please pass Rules 1111, 1121. And also, I believe the passage of these rules will help to educate the public and educate them against all the misinformation out there right now regarding using gas appliances.
Thank you, Fernando, followed by Benjamin Quesada.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. My name is Fernando Ochoa, and I serve as Political Director for Smart Local 105, representing 7,000 union skilled sheet metal workers across all of AQMD's jurisdiction. Our members install both gas and electric appliances, and we do that every single day. And we can say from direct experience that the cost concerns being pushed around by the opponents of these rules are exaggerated and don't reflect what's actually happening on the ground. We strongly support the adoption of Rules 1111 and 1121 because it creates good jobs for our members. I also want to address some of the misleading concerns around federal preemption. We had some of our attorneys in DC kind of tracking some of this stuff for the last few months. And just the most recent decision out in New York for the 2nd District ruled against the 9th District Circuit.
Thanks, Fernando. Next, Benjamin from Smart Local 105.
Benjamin Quesada here. I'm a union sheet metal worker with Smart Local 105. I'm from Long Beach, California. I got into this trade because I personally needed a way forward. Although I did have a degree, I didn't have a clear path, but I did have a drive to work. The apprenticeship program gave me that, the training, the structure, and the support to turn that into a career. Now I'm seeing these new clean energy rules, and I know that they'll change lives the same way that the apprenticeship did. These rules bring more heat pumps work into neighborhoods like mine. That means more hours, more jobs, and more futures built with union training. This testimony is not unique to only me, but reverberates throughout my community. With that in mind, please vote yes. Help us grow this work the right way and give us
Thank you. Next is Chris Z from Smart Local, Paulina Ochoa, then followed by Perry McGuire. Any of those three here? Chris, Paulina, Perry. Go ahead.
Hello. Hello, my name is Paulina Ochoa, and I'm a student at UC Riverside studying political science. And I'm here to urge you to please pass Rule 1111, 1121. My community and my family deserve the right to breathe clean air. Clean air is not a privilege, it's a human right. As a student and a daughter and a concerned resident of the Inland Empire, I'm asking you to take action now. Pass Rule 1111, 1121, and help protect health and protect our communities. Thank you.
Thanks, Paulina. Next is Perry McGuire, followed by Carmen Gonzalez, followed by Angela Bai, followed by Tom Hazelleaf, followed by John Spock. Go ahead. What's your name?
Angela Bai.
Go on.
Board members, I'm Angela Bai. I live in the city of Los Angeles. I'm here with the Los Angeles Alliance for a New Economy, advocating for union-built climate-resilient cities. I'm urging you to pass Rules 1111 and 1121 that will make our homes safer and healthier. I disagree with the elected officials who have spoken in opposition to these rules. If they were truly concerned about affordability, they would be advocating for having their most wealthy residents pay their fair share of taxes so that public resources can create public benefits for the vulnerable communities they named, and not opposing clean energy rollout. I also want to highlight the workers that are making this transformation happen from Smart Local 105. I ask that you continue to support strong workforce standards and a responsible contractor policy on programs like Go Zero. Thank you.
Thanks, Angela. Next is Chris Z, followed by Perry McGuire, followed by Carmen Gonzalez, then Tom. Sir, you can go ahead and state your name, please.
Good morning. My name is John Spock, and I live in Inglewood. I'm the husband of a woman who has asthma and was rushed to the hospital 10 years ago in a severe crisis where she was unable to breathe. Our society has this tendency to take the costs of the things that we live with and place them in the hands and in the pocketbooks of those who are paying for their own medical care. And I think that if you include the cost of the medical consequences that we all individually pay
Thanks, John. Next is Vlad Carrasco, followed by Aurora, followed by Ann Miriam Castro. Go ahead.
Carmen. Ya me borraron de ahí. Allá.
¿Cómo se llama? Bien, go ahead.
Carmen.
Go ahead.
Hola, buenos días o tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Carmen
Hello, everybody. My name is Carmen.
y soy residente de San Bernardino.
I'm a resident of San Bernardino.
Es por demás decirle que es una de las ciudades más contaminadas del planeta.
I don't need to tell you this is one of the most polluted cities in the planet.
Estoy aquí pidiendo que aprueben la 1111 y la 1121.
I'm here to ask for you to approve Rule 1111 and 1121.
Ya que esto traerá grandes beneficios para todos nosotros
Both will bring great benefits to all of us
y nuestras familias.
and to our families.
Ustedes saben que esto si no lo aprueban, incrementaría el asma, cáncer y todas las enfermedades cardiovasculares.
You know that if you don't approve this, all these diseases like asthma, cancer, and cardiovascular diseases will increase.
Por eso pido que la aprueben hoy.
That's why I'm asking you to pass this today.
Gracias.
De nada. Next. Vlad, followed by Aurora, followed by Anna. Go ahead.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Aurora Pineda, soy miembro de Chirla.
Good morning, my name is Aurora Pineda. I'm a member of Chirla.
Estoy aquí para pedirles que prueben las reglas 1111 y 1121 sin más demoras que
I'm
las
here
fortalezcan.
to ask you to approve Rules 1111 and 1121 with any further delay.
Para proteger nuestra salud. Estas reglas reducidas también.
So that they protect our health.
Contaminación, dice, peligrosa de calentadores de gas, horno en nuestro hogar.
These rules will reduce the pollution, dangerous pollution of water heaters and furnaces in our homes.
Porque esto tengo problemas por insolver esos químicos y mi garganta.
These devices give me some problems in my throat because of the chemicals.
La contaminación, estos aparatos dañan nuestro aire.
The pollution from these devices damages our air,
nuestros pulmones.
our lungs,
y afectan especialmente a la comunidad mía.
and it affects communities, especially like mine.
Ya existen alternativas limpias.
There are clean alternatives,
Es hora de avanzar.
and it's time to move forward.
Por favor, vote sí a estas reglas.
Please vote yes on these rules.
Cuento con sus apoyos, por favor. Gracias.
I count on your support. Thank you.
And now the next.
Thank you.
Sí.
Adelante.
Sí. Muy buenos días. Mi nombre es Ana Miriam Castro.
Good morning. My name is Ana Miriam Castro.
Soy promotora de East LA, Los Angeles Women's Center,
I'm a promotora at East LA Women's Health Center
de South Central de Esperanza Community
and South Central Esperanza Community,
y de Visión y Compromiso.
and with Visión y Compromiso.
Estoy aquí para pedirles de favor que aprueben las reglas 1111 y 1121.
I'm here to ask you to please pass Rules 1111 and 1121.
El problema es, si mencioné lo de promotora es porque me muevo en esas áreas.
If I mention that I'm a promotora, it's because that's where I'm engaged.
Y he visto muchas familias con niños con mucha asma.
And I've seen a lot of families where the children have asthma.
En realidad mi comunidad la represento, que es Pico Union y cerca de Westlake.
My community is in Pico Union and it's close to Westlake.
Koreatown. Y
Koreatown.
ya. Y por eso mismo estoy aquí presente pidiéndoles que por favor voten a favor de estas reglas.
That's why I'm here to ask you to vote yes on these rules.
Para evitar seguir que las familias se enfermen más con todo.
Muchas gracias. Next is Kevin Ellison, followed by Benjamin Gage and Albert Orozco, all from Smart Local 105.
Albert Orozco here. The two other gentlemen had to take off.
Thanks, Albert. Go ahead.
How you doing? Thank you for having me. My name is Albert Orozco. I born and raised in the city of Chino. Now I reside and raise my family in the city of Fontana. I hear a lot of community representatives here, city members, talking about how they care about their community. First of all, we do support 1111 and 1121. I also say if you care so much about your community, then you don't care about the $15 an hour they're making to earn a living. That's why we can't afford this. They say they can't afford this conversion. This union has provided me with the new life. I'm able to raise my children all because the training's free. I got to start my career off with no debt, and we need to hand this future over to future generations. So thank you for hearing me. Have a good day.
Thanks, Albert. Next is Cynthia Herrera, Uli Mora, Pablo Genslinger.
Great. Chair Delgado, members of the board, I'm Cynthia Herrera with Green and Healthy Homes Initiative. We're the largest healthy housing organization in strong support of Rule 1111, 1121. I'm born and raised in Huntington Park, California, a low-income working class community. I grew up with dirty air and lead in my soil due to the proximity of living near an industrial city like Vernon, California. I see myself in the children growing up in the South Coast and know these rules will provide relief to an air quality crisis. The $25 billion in health benefits include preventing 2,500 premature deaths, over 10,000 new cases of asthma, and avoiding 100.
Thanks, Cynthia. Next is Uli Mora, Pablo Genslinger.
Hello, Council. My name is Ulysses Nera. I am here on behalf of Assemblymember Robert Garcia. In 8050, we are surrounded by pollution from warehouses to gas appliances. Can I have the members of the audience from the Inland Empire please stand? These are the people that you represent. We are here literally fighting for our lives, doing this out of love for our children, our neighbors, and our region. I know that some of these rules might not seem like a big deal, but today's pollution isn't as visible as it once was. Some elected officials even say that there's no bad air quality issue in the IE because you can see the mountains. But we know better than that. Our kids are still growing up with asthma, our elders are struggling to breathe, and these illnesses are preventable. Pass rules 1111 and 1120.
Thanks, Ulysses. Next, Pablo. Thank you. Then Margie.
As a retiree, I strongly oppose these rules. My dwelling would require a costly update to my electrical panel to add 240-volt circuits to comply. In my 48 years here, my gas supply has always been there. My electricity from the LADWP, though, goes out regularly, a minimum of 3 to 4 times a year, sometimes just for hours, but sometimes for over a day. I don't want rules that affect the needed reliability of my hot water, my space heating, and my space cooling. Please vote no on rules 1111 and 1121. Thank you.
Thanks, Pablo. Next is Margie Hills, followed by Victoria Reiser, followed by Priscilla Torres. Go ahead. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. My name is Priscilla Torres. Thank you for your time. Think about the legacy you want to leave behind. I urge you to pass Rules 1111 and 1121. I'm a community caretaker from North Hollywood. Most of our community is domestic workers and laborers. My apartment complex is lined with gas meters from SoCal Gas. I've called countless times to shut off the gas leaking. The elders and children that I take care of flare up with asthma, including myself. I've gone countless times to the hospitals, taken elders to the hospital because of asthma. I urge you to pass 1111 and 1121. Think about the legacy you want to leave behind. Thank you.
Thanks, Priscilla. Is Margie Hills here? Victoria Razor, Gary Tavishian, Anna Gonzalez, David Moret. Please come forward. Gary, you may be the first one. Welcome, Gary.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Gary Taviton from Rancho Palos Verdes, which is one of the cities that wrote this board a letter supporting passing 1111 and 1121 amendments. I too support passage of the amendments. After all this, I can't say anything that you haven't already read or heard. Staff has done a large job analyzing the facts pertaining to the environmental and health impacts, and also the practical impacts on people who are considering heat pumps or water heaters or whatever. In spite of those facts, you've heard arguments, or I've read arguments from opponents who have fashioned arguments that are either counterfactual or that are just old-fashioned. My time is up.
Thanks, Gary. Next is Anna Gonzalez, followed by David Moret, followed by Rosa Gonzalez, followed by Lori Smith. Please line up. Thank you.
Right. Hello, everyone. Ana Gonzalez, Executive Director at CCAEJ, but most importantly, a mother in the city of Rialto. Today, I stand before you to express my strong support for proposed rules 1111 and 1121, vital measures that will significantly reduce pollution in one of the most largest contributors to smog and extreme heat in Southern California, fossil fuel heaters and water heaters. These proposed amendments to the rules will ensure that appliance manufacturers gradually increase the sale of high-efficient heat pumps, driving us towards green and cleaner air and healthier community. Let us commit to protecting our community and ensuring a healthy future for all. Let's embrace these critical rules and do the right thing for the families we represent. You took an oath to represent this agency.
Thank you, Anna. David, go ahead, followed by Rosa, then Lori Smith. Welcome.
Thank you, board, and thank you, staff, for all your hard work, almost 2 years now. My name is Dr. David Merritt. I'm a PhD environmental scientist and an educator. I'm strongly in favor of these rules. This is a great opportunity to make significant reductions in the smog. I'm a long-term resident of the Riverside area. Like most Riverside families, we experience lung health problems, and this seems very simple to me. There's 17 million people whose lung health is at stake, and there's some special interest, including SoCal Gas. So I strongly support these two rules. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, David. Just for people online, we're close. If you want to speak on this issue, we still got a number to go in the auditorium. After that, we're going online testimony. If you want to speak, raise your hand now, because in 1 minute, we're closing the queue. Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Rosa, and I'm a resident of Fontana, and I'm also program manager of California Autism Network in Riverside. I urge the people who are elected to represent our communities to fight for us and to bring clean air now, not later, to our homes and our communities. So this room is filled with people who are affected by the lack of choice in their communities, most important, the choice of clean air. Big changes start with us in our local communities, so let's set the example for others and support 1111 and 1121. Thank you.
Thanks, Rosa. Next is Lori Smith, followed by Grace Lim Hayes, followed by Vianney Ortiz, followed by Kevin Baker.
Hola, buenos días. Mi nombre es Vianney Ortiz y vivo en la ciudad de Paramount. Me da gusto ver a mi representante de Paramount, Brenda Olmos.
Good morning. My name is Vianney Ortiz. I live in Paramount, and I'm very happy to see my representative here.
Estoy aquí para pedirles que aprueben las reglas 1111 y 1121.
I'm here to ask you to pass rules 1111 and 1121.
Sin más demoras y que las fortalezcan para proteger mejor nuestra salud.
Without further delay, and I would like you to strengthen them so that you can protect our health better.
Estas reglas reducirán la contaminación peligrosa de los calentadores de gas y hornos en nuestros hogares.
These rules will reduce the pollution, the dangerous pollution of water heaters and furnaces in our homes.
Este problema me afecta personalmente porque a mi esposo le afectó el aire acondicionado.
This problem affects me personally because my husband was affected because of the air conditioning.
Porque despedía el monóxido de carbono y le afectó sus pulmones.
Because it was emitting CO2 and that affected his lungs.
La contaminación de estos aparatos daña nuestro aire.
The pollution from these devices damages our air.
Nuestros pulmones.
And our lungs.
Y afecta especialmente a comunidades como la mía.
And it affects communities like mine in particular.
Ya existen alternativas limpias.
There are clean alternatives.
Y es hora de avanzar.
It's time to move forward.
Por favor, voten sí a la 11.
Muchas gracias. Is Lori Smith here or Grace Lim Hayes? Then we'll go on next to Kevin Barker, Polish Mukherjee, and Veronica Perez.
Hello, my name is Grace Lim Hayes. I'm a resident of Diamond Bar, and at this critical moment in our history, I urge you to please prioritize the well-being of our people and our planet over profits. It seems to me these are not mandates, and maybe the exaggeration has scared a lot of people, but they seem like reasonable nudges, as people have described, that span over almost a decade. I do believe that we cannot wait any longer. How many more cities should burn down? How many more children should die of preventable disease if we do not act now? These changes are going to be part of something wider, a systemic change that can help us reclaim our future and secure our planet.
Thank you. Kevin Barker, SoCal Gas, followed by Polish Mukherjee, Coalition for Clean Air.
Good morning, Board. Kevin Barker with SoCal Gas. Because of our ongoing affordability concerns for the 17 million residents in South Coast Territory, we still stand by our opposition to the amended rules as stated in our public comments. We urge the Board to vote no today. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Next is Polish Mukherjee, Coalition for Clean Air, followed by Veronica Perez, Fernando Marquez Duarte.
Good morning, Board. I'm Palash Mukherjee, that's a typo, with the Coalition for Clean Air in support. I wanted to highlight an example that has many parallels to this issue. The Great Smog of London in 1952 led to 10,000 deaths and 100,000 illnesses. The cause was dirty fuels in domestic and commercial furnaces and water heaters, which were ultimately cleaned up. Frontline communities and outdoor workers face the double whammy of added health costs as well as lower incomes, both lower productivity and higher sick days. With the health and economic benefits of approximately 25 billion, I implore the Board to pass these amendments and to improve the lives of millions of us in Southern California. Thank you.
Thank you. Veronica, followed by Fernando, followed by Antoinette Del Peral.
Hi, my name is Veronica and I live in the city of Fontana. I'm in favor to support the rules. Fossil fuels does not have the best interest for our children, but I do. I am a teacher here to support the transition to a pollution-free heat pumps, which is the best step for clean air. An ongoing air quality study conducted by AQMD shows homes that have the worst air quality inside the homes than outdoors. On a daily basis, I have children who have severe bloody noses. And as a result, there's a correlation between the bloody noses and the poor air quality in homes and outside homes. These rules will allow many low-income households to switch to electric appliances that won't.
Thank you. Next is Fernando, followed by Antoinette.
Thank you, Board. Fernando again, from UC Riverside and the California Indian Nations College. I am originally from Mexicali, and we have electric heat pumps for over a decade, and they save a lot of energy, they work better, and in extreme temperatures, like in the desert, like in Mexicali, like all the Coachella Valley, we need a reliable and efficient heat pump system, and those are zero-emission heat pumps. We need to phase out of fossil fuels because honestly, there are over 10 countries in the world that use zero-emission heat pumps, and the energy bills have lowered, and also they have improved the health of people. Thank you.
Thanks, Fernando. Next is Antoinette, followed by Javier, followed by Corey.
Good morning. I'm Antoinette Del Peral, Antonieta del Peral, born in East LA, grew up in Central LA. I live in Orange County, and I am vehemently against and I oppose Proposition 111, 11, and 1121. Janet, why didn't you tell more people in Orange County so we can be here amongst all these liberals? Understand something. Shush, be quiet and be respectful.
Let her finish, let her
Unders-
finish. Go ahead, go ahead. Finish up.
Understand something. You guys can't afford a house here in California. It's going to get worse. And understand it's going to get so expensive. You think it's bad now, just wait. Do not do this.
Thanks, Antoinette. Next is Javier, followed by Corey, followed by Andrew.
Oh.
Let's try to respect each other. Let's try to be respectful no matter what happens. Come on. Javier, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Xavier Nunez Sandara. I am a Cal State Fullerton student from North Orange County, and I'm here on behalf of college Democrats in Orange County. While I'm disappointed that special interests have delayed and weakened these rules are nonetheless essential for defending the health of our community. Whether we would like it or not, we're here to make history, and the question now stands before you, board members, whether you want to be remembered as someone who stood on the sidelines and allowed for the continuation of business as usual, or whether you took a stand and you voted to make sure that the air for my children and my children's children is clean air. Thank you.
Thanks, Xavier. Next is Corey, followed by Andrew Reich, followed by Abigail.
Hi, my name is Corey Griggs. I'm a local contractor in the mountains. I'd like to thank the staff directly. You guys have done a really good job with a very hard situation, and you've done your best. And I'd like to thank you for delaying the vote to allow these people to have a chance to speak. I am still in opposition solely because mitigation fee is just a new tax in our area that I don't think we need. I am highly supportive of heat pumps, and I'd like to say to everyone in this room, if we can figure out a way to get our electricity use, or excuse me, our electricity costs down, then these technologies that we're talking about are highly valuable. But, and people would adopt willingly, for sure. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Corey.
Okay, Andrew?
Hi, I'm Andrew Reich. I'm a resident of the city of Los Angeles. I'm here also with some other Los Angeles Shire residents who could maybe raise their hands. I'm here with, we're all in support of Rules 1111 and 1121. And I'm hoping, you know, I've noticed the sort of polluter playbook, which is to call things a mandate, which aren't a mandate. But I have the respect for all of you, having come to much of these meetings. I think you'll be able to see through that. And I encourage you to vote yes on 1111 and 1121. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Abigail?
Hi, I'm Abigail of Inglewood in support of 1111 and 1121. I moved there recently from Riverside to try to get some ocean air for my kids who have breathing problems. Now I have a better sealed apartment, but with gas pollution in my home. Every apartment that we saw had gas appliances, so we didn't really get to choose. I love cooking with my kids, but I can't now because I need them to be safe. My son got this booklet from you all. It says, dirty air can make it hard to breathe. Dirty hair hurts people, animals, and plants. And then next it tells you what we can do to control, and please do your part of what you can do to control by passing this rule ASAP. And thank you for helping me show my 7-year-old that location is not destiny, and we can change our health outcomes through local.
Thank you. Lorraine Enriquez?
Good morning. My name's Lorraine Enriquez. I live in the city of Redlands, but I was born in Colton. I've been an Inland Empire resident my entire life. I remember when it didn't used to be so smoggy. The South Coast region has consistently failed to meet federal and state air quality standards for more than 30 years. Because of our horrible air quality, long-term residents live on average several years less than people in the rest of the country. Our rates of asthma, allergies, and respiratory diseases are much higher than the national average. If these rules pass, it would significantly decrease these negative health effects. Here in the South Coast region, our air pollution costs us over $2 billion in healthcare costs a year. Our kids miss 30,000 days of school a year.
Thank you, Lorraine. Irene Lee, followed by Sam.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. My name is Irene Yerim Lee, a junior at Portola High School in Irvine. I appreciate your dedication to clean air and the inclusive approach taken during the rulemaking process of Rule 1111 and 21. I support the zero NOx policy, but I'm concerned about the alternative compliance option introduced late in the process. This change has created confusion and uncertainty among residents. Many worry the proposed mitigation fees will raise product prices and place financial burdens on families, especially in low-income communities. While the option aims to address affordability and readiness, it may unintentionally create new barriers. I respectfully ask the board to allow more time for community feedback and thoughtful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Sam Iguchi?
Good morning, board. My name is Sam Iguchi. I'm a proud resident of Orange County, and I'm here speaking on behalf of the Cost of Living Council. These amended rules are deeply controversial because they abandon market-based solutions in favor of a costly top-down government mandate paid for directly by consumers. At a time when California families are struggling with record high living costs, this is the wrong approach. That's why 47 cities, counties, councils of governments have opposed these harmful rules, and not a single one has changed their position even after staff presentations because the facts just didn't change. 80 social justice, consumer, senior, homeowner, renter, and small business organizations also stand in opposition, along with more than 15,000 Californians that have submitted letters urging the board to vote.
Thank you, Sam. Kathy Ramirez?
Hello, board. My name is Kathy Ramirez, and I live in South LA and within the South Coast region. I am here to speak on behalf of Move LA as an organizer. I will go ahead and get straight to the point. So essentially, we are in support of rules 1111 and 1121. I'm just going to set this for the record. There has been so much disinformation about these rules. These rules will not force anyone to buy electric appliances. They will provide financial incentives for people and businesses to buy electric appliances should they choose. And a lot of folks who went ahead and came and said how it was going to go ahead and affect them negatively. I heard a lot of
Thank you, Kathy. Michael? Followed by Stephen Figueroa.
Good morning. My name is Mike Corbett with Bradford White Corporation. We are a leading manufacturer of both gas-fired and heat pump water heater products, exclusively manufacturing all of these products in the United States. The success of Rule 1121 in reducing NOx emissions will ultimately be decided by individuals and families within the district, not manufacturers. As we stand here today, consumers overwhelmingly favor natural gas-fired water heaters, with over 85% of homes using this technology. If enacted by 2037, the rule could cost residents over $65 million annually, stemming from fees collected by the district, while delivering less than 20% of the promised daily NOx emission reductions. Bradford White does not support the rule as written and highly encourages the governing board to vote no. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Stephen Figueroa, followed by Sam Brown.
I'm Sam Brown, but I didn't see Stephen Figueroa.
Okay.
Welcome. So I just want to state what the facts are. SoCal Gas was fined $10 million by the CPUC for illegally using ratepayer money to fight clean energy. They have no credibility here. They fund BizFed, an industry lobby posing as a public voice. Two SoCal Gas executives, George Minter and Andy Carrasco, sit on BizFed's board, steering its agenda. This isn't public input, it's corporate capture. Now lacking public trust, they've escalated, weaponizing an assistant U.S. attorney, not to protect the public, but to defend corporate polluters. It's an abuse of public office to shield private profits. These rules are modest, phased in, and long overdue. But in our community of Bassett, we know what corporate pollution looks like, and we have one message: our public health.
Thank you, Sam. Brian, followed by Ruben Guerra.
Hello, Brian Matsumoto from Temple City. I strongly support the rules. I'm 46. I remember in the 4th grade, around 1988, learning how burning fossil fuels has been heating our planet. But no one told us that the gas in our homes was methane, a toxic greenhouse gas. Leaders before you did not take decisive enough action. And here we are 40 years later, living in a climate disaster of heat and drought. I remember it used to rain more. I remember thunder and lightning. I remember frost on the roofs and at my family's nursery. Now, those are all mostly gone, along with snow in Los Angeles. And we have, due to burning fossil fuels, extreme heat, exacerbating wildfires, and still toxic indoor.
Thank you. Ruben Guerra, followed by Paulina Alvarez.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Ruben Guerra, and I'm the chairman of the Latin Business Association, representing over 700,000 Latino-owned businesses in California. And we are today opposing 1111 and 1121. This will hurt our businesses in the region. This will not, you cannot support something like this. This does not work for our businesses. Equity means creating policies that work for everyone, not just those with the resources to absorb the cost. I urge you to reject these.
Thank you. Thank you, Paulina Alvarez, followed by Ani.
Good afternoon, Paulina Alvarez with Orange County Business Council. We oppose AQMD's proposed amendment rules 1111 and 1121. While we support cleaner air, these rules are costly and impractical. Retrofitting homes could cost up to $18,800 per unit, expenses that fall hardest on seniors and low-income families. Many older buildings need major electrical upgrades just to comply. The regional cost is estimated at $7 billion, which could worsen housing affordability and strain our electric grid during peak times. These rules are well-intentioned, but are being implemented without realistic consideration of cost, feasibility, or equity. We urge the board to formally oppose these rules and advocate for a more phased, incentive-based approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Paulina. Ani, followed by Mandira.
Ani Boyajan with Central City Association opposing rules 1111 and 1121. While well-intentioned, these rules would place a heavy financial burden on low and moderate income families. Even with support programs such as Go Zero, many residents simply cannot afford the high upfront costs of zero-emission appliances and electrical upgrades. These rules also risk limiting consumer choice, as manufacturers may reduce gas appliance production to set sales targets, leaving fewer affordable options for those already struggling. Additionally, with CARB pulling similar rules from the Bay Area SIP, there is no guarantee that these amendments will even result in SIP credit for the district. Given the cost, uncertainty, and lack of public support, we urge the board to vote no and pursue a more balanced approach, one that protects both our environment.
Thank you, Ani. Mandira, followed by Randall.
Thank you so much, Board. My name is Mandira. I am a campaigner with the Sierra Club, and I'm here to support Rule 1111 and 1121. I'm a resident of San Fernando Valley. I live merely miles away from the largest methane leak in the United States history in Aliso Canyon gas facility with the SoCal gas facility. And I'm here today because clean air is not a luxury, it's a right. There is a lot of misinformation from the gas industry, but as someone who has been engaging with this board for years, I know that you know the real cost of bad air. For far too many families, especially in the vulnerable communities like mine, the air, as we are still breathing dangerous air. Rules 1111 and 1121 is a critical step forward, and they target one of the biggest sources of.
Thank you, Mandira. Randall, followed by Audrey.
Good afternoon. My name is Randy Oshiro with North America, a manufacturer of tankless water heater and electric heat pump water heaters based in Fountain Valley, California. We appreciate the opportunity to provide comment on this important matter. While we generally support the climate goals and the reduction of NOx, we do have a few concerns related to the uneven regulatory framework that's going to be created by the rules of 1111 and 1121, specifically with relation to the rulemaking 1146.2, which was passed last year, which covers a very similar product with tankless water heaters, which would create an uneven timeline and enforcement network. And we also have various concerns about the zero mitigation proposal relating to central distribution and the local.
Thank you, Audrey, followed by Jason Will, and then Marianne.
Good morning. My name is Audrey Garraza with the Inland Gateway Association of Realtors, and I'm here to express strong opposition to proposed amendment rules 1111 and 1121. For many, affording a home here is becoming increasingly difficult, with median home prices being 2.5 times higher than median home prices nationally. And it's not just the cost of the home itself, it's the cost of all the additional all the additional items that makes it difficult for them to save and afford. These rules, if enacted, would only make things worse and would force homeowners to make an impossible choice, either spend thousands to switch to costly all-electric space and water heaters or pay hidden fees to continue using ones powered by natural gas. The cost of compliance will ultimately land on the consumer. That means higher prices for goods and services across.
Thank you, Audrey. Jason Will, followed by Mary Ann. No? Okay. Jason? No?
Paul Herrera.
Paul, okay, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Paul Herrera. I'm here on behalf of the California Desert Association of Realtors, the Inland Gateway Association of Realtors, and the Inland Valley Association of Realtors. The three organizations with combined membership of more than 11,000 realtors and affiliated professionals are in opposition. Worries about the cost of living are not someone's political talking point. They're a daily source of worry, and for people trying to deal with the sky-high housing costs of exasperation. These rules add to the problems while making no real progress in any discernible direction beyond extracting more money from the household budgets of every family that will inevitably have to replace one of these appliances. For realtors trying to counsel young families about how to someday gain a position to purchase a home, the cost of living can no longer be a byproduct of our economic environment. Public policy has to care about this.
Thank you, Paul, for joining us today. Yvonne?
Good morning. My name is Yvonne Leonard. I'm the immediate past president of the Inland Valleys Association of Realtors. We represent over 4,000 realtor members and affiliate partners. We thank you for the work you do. Although I appreciate everyone's comments and everybody's participation, the reality is you have combined over 17 million constituents, some of which can't be here today because their cost of living has gotten to the point where they have to work 2, 3, some even 4 jobs. I hear this. Some of them are my clients. Some of them are trying to obtain home ownership, and it's becoming more and more unattainable. Our numbers reflect that this will trickle down to $500 cost for furnace and $250 down.
Thank you, Yvonne. Amanda is followed by Matthew.
Good morning. I am Amanda Quintanilla, San Clemente resident for over 50 years. I'm a registered nurse, and I strongly oppose the proposed plans. I urge you to vote no to the amended rules 1111 and 1121. As a former landlord and renter, this rule will have detrimental effects to housing affordability. These additional costs of these plans are costly for landlords, and they will be passed on this cost onto their tenants, thereby raising their rents. Renovating apartments, homes, and businesses will cost thousands, and these new electric heaters don't last as long, and that will be an additional cost. Our Southern California grid can't handle this, and will require millions to update our power grid. Bottom line, our power grid can't handle this. Thank you to President Trump and the United States Attorney Esasele for their support.
Thank you, Matthew, followed by Mary.
Good afternoon. My name is Matthew Lyons, and I'm with the San Gabriel Valley Economic Partnership, speaking in strong opposition to the amended rules. These rules simply hurt the San Gabriel Valley. The cost of compliance, whether through forced electrification or pass-through manufacturer fees, will ultimately land on the consumer. This is a consumer tax and an unfunded mandate. By definition, unfunded mandate is a regulation that requires the private sector or citizens to take action without providing the necessary funding to implement that requirement. Where is the full funding? Where is the immediate funding? Fully fund it immediately. Otherwise, it is.
Thank you, Mary, followed by Brent, and then Robert.
Mary Caldwell. My husband and I are mom and pop landlords in Orange County. We have recently investigated having a charging station put in. Well, we learned that our 1954 house and the duplex, 1954 duplex right next to it, don't meet your requirements. To do that is a phenomenal amount of money. I realize you're not telling us we've got to do it right now, but you know, if this is something that's really important, as the previous gentleman said, it would be nice to have some financial support, because if we don't have our rent, my husband and I don't eat.
Thank you, Mary. Brent, followed by Robert.
Good morning. My name is Brent Beachel, and I am here as president of the Inland Valleys Association of Realtors in the Inland Empire, and I currently serve as the president of our association of more than 4,000 realtors and affiliated real estate professionals and the clients that we serve. Across virtually every facet of daily life, prices have increased recently, relentlessly over the last decade. Basic energy prices, local services, food, appliances, homes, rents, insurance. It's weighing heavily on the working families. Sometimes there's a compelling reason why we're asking to dig deeper and sacrifice more to improve our families, our communities, and our nation. But this is not one of those times. You see, I was an electrical contractor for
Thank you, Brent. Robert, followed by Joseph.
I'd like to thank AQMD staff for today's presentation. One thing missing from the presentation is any slide detailing ozone reductions expected. That matters because there's strong reason to believe that no significant ozone reductions will occur and none of the claimed health benefits will materialize. The 2022 Air Quality Management Plan defines the ozone season as the months between May and September. It's because ozone levels depend on outdoor temperature. High temperatures, high ozone levels. Yet the systems covered by these rules are heating appliances that do most of the work in the colder months of the season. Adoption of these rules should be delayed until the AQMD staff can show how banning winter appliances will reduce summertime air pollution. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Joseph, followed by Michael.
Good morning, board. I hope you're all doing well. My name is Joseph Edward Montalvo. I'm a real estate investor, but most importantly, I'm here on behalf of the majority of working class families, the Mr. and Mrs. Americas, who couldn't attend this meeting because they were working their 9 to 5 and 8 to 8 shifts. These are the folks that this policy affects the most. And the fact that they are already one minor, not one major, one minor expense away from financial delinquency or bankruptcy this is going to be a complete burden to those people. These are the folks who are having to decide whether to put food on the table or gas in their cars to get to work in the morning. Imposing a policy that would cause working class families to have to get a second mortgage on their house, an upwards amount of $35,000.
Michael, followed by William and Nick.
Good morning. My name is Michael Cormode. I'm the Secretary Treasurer for Utility Workers Local 132. As much as you may have heard this morning about how this amendment may create jobs, I'd also remind you that this would drastically impact the 3,300 members that I represent. We represent people that work for SoCalGas, that work in the natural gas industry. This may create jobs, but it will also drastically remove them. I've also responded to wildfires that were created by the electrical grid. I've seen what that does. I've seen what that does to our environment. I've seen how that has affected people's homes. We can't put more strain on a grid that's not ready for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. William, followed by Nick.
Hello, I'm William Gilbertson, president of UWA Local 132. Just echoing what my counterpart said here, the members that we represent, all 3,400 plus of them, service these appliances, these natural gas appliances that you guys are trying to outright phase out of existence, are going to phase our jobs out of existence. And we will no longer have these people that pay our bills, that take care of their families. They won't be able to provide for them if you take away their breadwinning jobs. I strongly oppose these rule amendments and hope you join me in doing so too.
Thank you, William. Nick, followed by Diana.
Hi, good morning. My name is Nick Calero here on behalf of Senator Ochoa Bogue. Although we don't question the merit or intent of wanting clean air for our communities, even moderate projections estimate significant cost burden to Californians, with every single part of our lives increasing in cost, forcing many Californians to make difficult decisions between food, housing, and other needs. Now is not the time to impose additional costs. The senator respectfully asks that the board vote no, and instead work with community leaders to find a more balanced approach that considers the financial impact of those we serve. Given that a recent study shows that
Thank you for your time. Diana, followed by Michael Quintanilla. Or Tanya, Peggy.
I'm Michael.
Okay, Michael. Quintanilla.
Yes.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Michael Quintanilla. I'm a resident of San Clemente. One of the things hearing this presentation today, I was hearing that, oh, you have a federal goal you have to meet. However, one of the things I don't see on this fact sheet is that by implementing this rule, you actually meet that goal. So you're opening a Pandora's box that will affect housing for millions of people. When people have to install and take these upgrades to their properties, these landlords and these homeowners will be passing on this cost to their tenants, and that's something that they can't affect. If they have to choose between eating or paying their rent, that's something that should not be on the table. I have asthma. I'd rather struggle to breathe than freeze on the streets.
Thank you so much, Michael. Hopefully you don't have to freeze on the streets.
Hi, I'm speaking for Tanya. Yes, I am. My name is Paola Vargas. I just want to say,
I don't think it's Brea Chamber. I don't
Sorry?
think yeah, she's with the Brea Chamber opposing, so I don't think your comments might reflect hers.
okay, can I still speak on it?
No,
also?
we're gonna move to Peggy.
Oh, okay.
Actually, I'm Tanya.
Oh, well, there you go.
Hi, I'm Tanya from the Brea Chamber, and I'm here representing our members, encouraging you guys to vote no on the proposed amended rules. While we support efforts to improve air quality and reduce emissions, there must be a more balanced solution that doesn't jeopardize local businesses and place undue burden on consumers, particularly low-income residents. Many businesses are small, family-owned, and already struggling due to economic pressures, and these regulations will have more expensive alternatives and raise energy costs and lead to more financial burdens. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanya. Peggy?
Hi, Peggy Hazelig, CEO of the Greater Ontario Business Council. We strongly oppose this amendment. So on behalf of our businesses, a lot of the comments have already been made about affordability. But more importantly, we want to look at the impact it's going to have to the workforce. If we have folks who are leaving the Inland Empire because of affordability, it's going to impact our businesses, especially our small businesses rely on that workforce in the Inland Empire. So we appreciate your support on opposing this. Thank you.
Thank you. Sharon Butler, followed by Helen.
Good afternoon instead of morning, board, and thank you for your time. My name is Sharon Butler. I'm a resident of Diamond Bar, and I'm 2024 past president of Tri-Counties Association of Realtors. Of course, you guys, we all need clean air, right? Obviously. But our issue is not the clean air. We want that. But we also know that there's costs, major costs. The grid on my house, on my electricity to change it is over $7,000, and I can't afford it. I'm a homeowner and a landlord, and I will increase rent to my renters if I have to because I have to pay for this. What I want to ask this room is how many of you have come here in a zero emissions car? All of you who've spoken, are you driving zero emission cars? Because the cars are going to affect our air more than our heater.
Thank you, Sharon. Helen, followed by Josephine.
Good afternoon. I'm Helen Jong with Southwest Riverside County Association of Realtors. And in your presentation, you say that it is a consumer choice, however, false if enacted. Your affordability slide is false because you cannot guarantee your 4 points, 1% mitigation fee, rebates from SoCal Gas, go zero incentives, or that zero emission units will become more affordable. We can't predict the future. You do not address the cost of retrofits and the financial burden to homeowners. By enacting 1111 and 1121, you take away our freedom how we live in our homes. I urge you to find another way and not force homeowners into unknown.
Thank you, Josephine, followed by Danita.
Good morning. I'm Josie Taylor. I'm a California Realtor with the Tri-Counties Association of Realtors and a homeowner, representing nearly 3,000 local realtors and hundreds of thousands of homeowners, and those are in pursuit of homeownership. I am opposed mandating ultra-low NOx appliances without adequate financial incentives, transitional support, or realistic implementation timelines places an undue strain on working families who are already struggling to keep up. There are two sides to every coin. I own a 1,300 square foot home, 1965. My son, a family of 6, rents that house. Their electric bill, $450 to $900 a month. Their gas bill, $50 to $70 a month. In pursuit of a lower electric bill, looked into solar, which resulted into a 2,000.
Thank you, Josephine. Danita is followed by Chip and then Colin.
Good afternoon. My name is Danita Beauchamp. I'm a dedicated community advocate representing the Laverne Coalition of Concerned Citizens, LV3C, that represents approximately 1,700 residents in the city of Laverne. We submit public comment in strong opposition to proposed rules 1111 and 1121. These proposals not only exceed AQMD's jurisdictional authority, but they also violate the constitutional protections and reflect a broader pattern of illogical, counterproductive policymaking as seen across California's regulatory agencies. California Constitution violation, Article 8D, Section 1, Article 1, Section 1, Article 1, Section 7, due process. These proposals lack adequate procedural fairness, transparency, and public.
Thank you so much, Danita. Chip is followed by Colin and then, go ahead, sorry.
Thank you very much. My name is Chip Allsweed. I am the District Director for State Senator Tony Strickland, here today to oppose the proposed rules. Because while the goals are laudable, the implementation is absolutely flawed. Californians currently pay 42% more for housing than any other state. And the way this is being implemented is only going to exacerbate that problem. We've met with manufacturers who have let us know that they cannot meet the demands because the components are not available. Most properties in Southern California will require panel upgrades or additional power lines supplied, the timing for the permits of which will take up to a year to implement. In the meantime, either Californians suffer from increased costs implemented by this.
Thank you so much. Colin is followed by Shade.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Colin Powers, and I'm the Government Affairs Director for the Orange County Association of Realtors, where we represent over 14,000 real estate professionals across the region. I'm here today to express our opposition to the proposed rules 1111 and 1121. Homeownership is already out of reach for many families in Orange County, where the median home price is near $1.5 million for a median priced home. These proposed rules would make it even harder for people to achieve the dream of owning a home. There's been a lot of talk about consumer choice, when in reality, these proposed rules only give the illusion of choice, forcing homeowners to either pay exorbitant costs to switch to all electric appliances or face ongoing and increasing fees for continuing to use gas. I urge the board to vote no on amended rules 1111 and 1121 and stand with home.
Thank you. Shade is followed by, I'm sorry, Stephen Figueroa.
Yeah, thank you. I was in the restroom, so I appreciate it when I got passed over. But I'm first want to give compliments to Smart 105. They're the best. And Earth Justice, they have a very noble cause. But as a homeowner and community activist in this issue, I kind of differ. I'll tell you why. Because I have a house that's 125 years old with hobnobs, and it would cost me $40,000. I've already had a contractor out there to do what you're doing. I would have to respectfully say, I can't do this. Are you going to fine me? And you haven't even figured in the Trump tariff cost, okay? Because the water heater is going to double in price because they just.
Thank you, Stephen. Hi.
Hi, I'm Sheeta. Thank you so much for your time. I'm happy to say I was born and raised in Los Angeles, and I've never lived outside of LA city limits. And I just want to say, as someone who has moved 4 times in the last 5 years and has had to rent, and I'm probably going to be, well, I would probably be a lifelong renter if it wasn't for the work of my father. I don't get a choice in my appliances. I don't get a choice in any of these things. And I've seen my landlords, I have single single owner landlords, not companies. They just have to make the choice that's cheaper for them. And I'm in support because they're going to choose things that are better for my health because it's cheaper if this passes. And that would be so helpful because I'm never going to be able to choose my own appliances, and that would just make my life easier. So thank you.
Thank you. Matt Larson is followed by Monica.
Hello, my name is Matt Larson. I'm a professional property manager, and I represent a lot of affordable housing in Los Angeles area. I manage over 250 units. I oppose these bills or these amendments because it would be too hard for us to keep things affordable with upgrades to electrical panels. We've gotten some quotes already, and to upgrade the electrical panels in larger buildings would be upwards of $400,000. That's a huge cost burden and something that we can't afford. Thank you.
Thank you. Monica.
I grew up in a gas-powered house, stove, water heater, furnace. My mother and father loved us dearly, but they didn't know any better. Today, we do know better. My young brother was hospitalized many times for asthma, and I suffered from asthma as well. My little sister died prematurely from asthma complications. Today, we know better. I represent and came today to speak for three groups most impacted by pollution: the elderly, the children,
Thank you, Monica. Thank you for joining us today. Brian, it's followed by Robert.
Hello, board. My name is Brian DeFranco. I'm here on behalf of Assemblywoman Lori Davies, and I echo her sentiment when I say please oppose these rules. On top of the ridiculous cost, we're concerned about the added strain that these rules will place on an already aging electrical grid. This grid not only relies on non-renewable sources such as natural gas to generate power, but it's ill-equipped to handle excessive new demand, posing a significant public safety risk. We support efforts to improve air quality, like I would assume everyone else here. However, the postponed rules have not shown that they will make substantive changes for residents. Please oppose these rules. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert?
Before you start the clock,
Oh, I understand you need an accommodation?
yes.
Yes, so we're going to double the time on that. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Robert Salcedo. I am President and CEO of Community Build, a broad spectrum social service and economic development 501c3 in South Los Angeles. We strongly oppose these amended rules because of the following three reasons. The data is flawed. The proof in this is during the stay-at-home order during the COVID pandemic, studies show asthma and lung-related issues were reduced because cars were not on the road and ships were not in the ports. So that is a flaw in the report because we would have seen a spike if what they say is true because people were working at home during the stay-at-home orders. Secondly, the economics of this does not make sense, costing Californians over $300 million per year for the next 2.5 decades, which is unfathomable. Thirdly, we are an earthquake country. Most heat pump water heaters, when they malfunction due to power or technical issues, shut off the water on the entire house, cold and hot, and you do not have water storage because of the heat pump situation. So where do you get water from if you don't have any? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jackie Romero is followed by Cynthia.
Good afternoon. My name is Jackie Romero with the California Restaurant Association, speaking today on behalf of the thousands of restaurants across the region. We urge you to vote no on proposed amended rules 1111 and 1121. These rules will impose steep costs on small businesses and families, forcing expensive retrofits and higher utility bills. Many will have no choice but to abandon affordable natural gas for costly electric systems or pay added fees just to keep using what they have. Restaurants, especially in older or historic buildings, simply cannot absorb these retrofit expenses. These rules risk pushing businesses to the brink at a time when they can least afford it. We urge the board to reject this one-size-fits-all mandate and work towards practical and affordable solutions that protect both our environment and our economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. Cynthia, and then you're followed by Julie.
Cynthia Gabaldon, City of Laverne civil engineer and also a modeler. Alarmist comments do not equal truth. Bottom line, this is a government mandate on residents who have not been provided clear data. There has been no discussion of fees. Fact sheet to 17,000, it affects 10 million people. There should have been mass public education on this. I do modeling, done it for 30 years. We all know you can always manipulate the modeling. Sorry, I know the consultants, people do this. They do it all the time. The AC contractors, and I've talked to about 24 in the past 3 weeks, they've all said the same thing. The units are between $30,000 and $45,000. The heat pumps do require an annual calibration that most.
Thank you, Cynthia. Julie is next, followed by Derek.
Good afternoon. My name is Julie Marcaron with the Apartment Owners Association of California, and I'm here to strongly oppose the proposed amended rules 1111 and 1121. We represent thousands of small mom and pop housing providers. If these rules are enacted, they make it more difficult to keep housing affordable for our tenants. As apartment owners, we'd be forced to an impossible situation, either absorb the massive cost of replacing functional gas-powered systems and expensive all-electric alternatives, or pay ongoing hidden fees just to keep the systems or buildings we already rely on.
Thank you, Julie. Derek is followed by Robert.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Derek Gaffney, and I'm here on behalf of Jamboree Housing Corporation to express our concern over proposed amendment rules 1111 and 1121. Jamboree is one of California's largest nonprofit affordable housing developers. We've developed more than 11,000 units of affordable housing, providing over 24,000 low-income Californians a safe, stable, and affordable place to call home. First, I want to thank AQMD staff for their hard work and the thoughtful revisions already made to these proposed rules. Unfortunately, these rules would still create cost burdens for affordable housing developers. While all developers will face increased costs, affording housing developers like Jamboree face unique challenges. We operate under strict budget constraints, and unlike our market peers, we cannot raise rents to absorb new or unexpected costs. Thank you again for your time, and we ask you to vote.
Robert? No, Robert? Donna?
I'm Donna Dolan. I'm here to oppose rules 1111 and 1121, and I urge you to vote no as well. We live in a state with unprecedentedly high housing costs. Everybody knows this. Even your PhD level economist would agree with my statement. If you increase the costs, you're going to lower the supply. Okay? So please don't contribute to the housing unaffordability crisis in our state, and don't increase the impoverishment of our poorest families by voting yes on these onerous rules. Thank you.
Thank you. Bina? No. Deshawn?
Hi, everyone. I'm Deshawn Samad. I'm from Rebuild LA Safe Coalition, speaking as an Altadena community member. I am here in support of the amendment of the rules 1111 and 1121. In the wake of the devastating LA wildfires, regulators have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to help our communities not only rebuild, but rebuild better. All electric homes are faster, cheaper to build, and they're a safer, healthier option for our residents. As climate impacts like wildfires and heat waves intensify and become more frequent, we can't afford to build back to the status quo. I again urge you and the board to support and adopt the rule 1111 and 1121.
Thank you. Michelle? Do we have Michelle here?
Yes. Thank you very much for your time. My name is
Michelle Schutz, speaking on behalf of State Assemblyman Trita and constituents of Assembly District 70 to voice our strong opposition to amended rules 1111 and 1121. These amended rules will burden consumers with over $3 million annually or $7.7 billion over the life of these appliances. With soaring costs in California, the cost of living, many residents are already struggling to make ends meet. We implore the board to vote no on amendment rules 1111 and 1121. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you for joining us. Last call for Robert Urbina. Okay, Catalina?
Hello, Catalina Gonzalez. I live and work in the Air Basin. I'm a resident of unincorporated LA County. I want to thank staff for their thorough work using data that shows the proposed amendment rules are measured and that they will save lives and they are affordable. And over time, it will provide us with cleaner, cheaper, and more options. Please ignore the misinformation you're hearing today. Don't give in to the special interests of oil and gas. Listen to the young people who are here today and use your authority to vote to secure their future and protect all of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Guadalupe Gonzalez? Victor Hernandez?
Good afternoon, Board. I'm here on behalf of Assemblywoman Leticia Castillo, respectfully asking for your opposition to Rules 1111 and 1121. Assemblywoman Castillo supports efforts to improve air quality in our region. However, she finds the proposed rules to be unfeasible at this time due to burdensome costs and significant public safety risk posed by added strain to an aging electrical grid that is ill-equipped to handle excessive new demand. Assemblywoman Leticia Castillo respectfully asks for your no votes to Rules 1111 and 1121. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us today. Last call for Guadalupe Gonzalez. And our final speaker in-house will be Joaquin. Joaquin, take us out. That's in-house. There's the online stuff.
I'm here today to speak in favor of Rules 1111 and 1121. We need clean air now. We cannot wait. I heard someone today say these young people must be brainwashed if they want to switch gas appliances to electric. Well, let me tell you something today. I'm brainwashed then because I want clean air. I'm brainwashed to believe in a clean air future. I'm brainwashed to believe in a future where children don't have to suffer asthma, and I believe in that, and the facts show that we need to make this change, and we need it now. Clean air now. Clean air now. Clean air now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. That concludes public comment here. And we have 90 speakers online. So we're going to take a 5-minute break before we reconvene. All right. We'll see you all in 5 minutes. Yeah. 30 seconds, you think?
Yeah, I think so.
I wonder if they can like queue them up for you or something.
Testing two.
if you can go ahead. Maybe the mayor's also grabbing a bite. If you like, we can just start going down the list and then come back.
Yes, please.
All right, so we'll go back to the beginning. Carmen Rawson. We're going to work our way down the list. Ms. Rawson, if you're on mute, if you can unmute yourself. You're still on mute. All right, we'll go to the next person and come back. The next person has W initials, OO. WOO.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, may I
Is that-
start?
Yes.
I ask all renters present to listen. I represent an association of 800 small mom and pop property owners who each own one building with 6 units. We're opposed to these rules because the county's electrical grid is too old and frail to power the 85% more rental properties that would pull amperage from it. As you well know, every summer we have blackouts just from turning on air conditioners. We met with electricians this week. They told us that to restructure our properties to accommodate our electric, we $50,000 per apartment, $300,000 per building. This would bankrupt we small mom and pop business owners. So we'd be forced to sell to large developers who charge $6,000 for the same 2-bedroom that we charge $2,500 because they don't have the same rent control if they're built within 15 years. If you pass these bills, you'll create a new horde of homeless people. Instead, we ask you to put your efforts into strengthening the electrical grid, making new builds use all electric, and leave the already existing property.
Thank you. Our next speaker is, again, we'll try Carmen Rawson. Carmen, you're on mute still. All right, you're still on mute. We'll go to the next speaker. The next speaker is Nicole Colantonio. Nicole?
Good afternoon. My name is Nicole Colantonio with AHRI, representing more than 90% of all space and water heating equipment manufacturers in the U.S. AHRI supports decarbonization efforts, but urges the board to oppose PAR 1111 and 1121. We're concerned with the mitigation fees in Table 3 and both, which are unpredictable for industry and consumers, and we propose a clear flat fee that escalates by phase. We do not support the requirement for a product label on furnaces and water heaters to enforce PAR 1111 and 1121. Specific to 1111, listing electric and resistant furnaces as a blanket zero emission substitute risks the winter grid strain and higher bills. Thank you for your time. Our full oral testimony has been submitted to staff. Thank you again.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Laura Smith. Laura Smith, if you can unmute yourself.
I'm Laura Smith, resident of San Clemente, urging you to vote no on Amendment Rules 1111 and 1121. This will be a great financial burden to property owners and tenants alike. If passed, we basically will be forced to spend thousands on electric heaters and to pay to retrofit our homes to accommodate appliances or pay a net mitigation fee. While I support air quality improvements, we must remember that California gets 24.6% of its electricity from natural gas here and another 24.3% from imports, again, natural gas. These rules go against federal executive orders and laws pointed out by U.S. Attorney Bill Isaili. I strongly urge you to vote no on these and continue to give us a real choice.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Karen Spilsbury. Karen?
Thank you. I'm Karen Spilsbury with the Norwalk Chamber of Commerce, speaking in strong opposition to amended rules 1111 and 1121. These rules don't just hurt businesses, they hurt everyone who depends on them. 70% of our members are small and minority-owned businesses. These rules will disproportionately harm those businesses in our region, the very businesses that kept our communities going through the pandemic and are now still struggling to recover. Also, the cost of compliance will ultimately land on the consumer. That means higher prices for goods and services across the board. That hurts families, slows economic growth, and undercuts the small businesses we rely on to keep our neighborhoods vibrant. Please vote no on Rules 1111 and 1121. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker has a phone number that starts in 714 and last three digits are 555. Again, if your phone number ends with 555.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Ann Mallory. I'm a former mayor for the city of Cypress, and for nearly 20 years, I've been leading nonprofits serving low-income families in Orange County. If you approve these rules, you will destabilize at-risk low-income families and increase homelessness, which is a critical public health issue for everyone. The upfront costs will be passed along to renters who are already struggling. I receive 30 calls a day from families in Orange County who cannot pay their rent right now, and they are requesting rent assistance so they are not evicted this month. Increasing costs now for these families will result in more people becoming homeless. Vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alex Ayers. Alex?
Hi, my name is Alex Ayers with Hardy. We represent the wholesale distributors of HVACR products. So the local businesses selling these products within South Coast to the contractor who then installs it in residents' homes. I want to echo a lot of the previous comments in opposition. Hardy is fully opposed to the amendments to Rules 1111 and 1121, but I do want to focus specifically on the multi-step mitigation fee. The problem is how this two-step distribution makes it very hard to track this equipment and what equipment is installed to properly make sure that the mitigation fees are paid. We're worried this mitigation fee will hit people even outside of the South Coast District because making sure that the mitigation fee is collected. So thank you, and once again, in opposition.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Mayor Tim Hepburn, City of Laverne. Mayor Hepburn. You're on mute. If you can unmute your line.
Mayor Tim, go ahead. He was just checking with me, Wayne. If he was
Thank you very much. Hello, Chair and Board. My name is Tim Hepburn. I'm the Mayor of City of Laverne. We had sent a letter to the AQMD, and I understand all the work you guys have done, but we still oppose this. I oppose any mandates, any mitigation fees, as we cripple some of our residents, as the cost of this is overreaching. I want to have a choice, no matter what we do, and our residents do too, on what we purchase without extra increased costs, as we need to focus on the roads, the streets, the ports, and cars, and go to more green vehicles and to keep it safer for the residents. We need to keep our gas appliances and not do this, and I would wish you vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Our next speaker is Sirindi.
Hi, my name is Srinidhi Sampath Kumar. I'm with the Sierra Club, and I was previously with an affordable housing organization, and I've gone into many tenants' homes. Unanimously, most tenants want clean and efficient appliance to cool and heat their homes, especially with like increasing summer temperatures. We need to provide that as a moral imperative. I support 1111 and 1121, and whoever says like tenants don't want this are just being disingenuous. And during every fire season, I'm filled with dread. And after, I hope elected officials will meet the moment and address our climate crisis. The time to act was yesterday. So I really request that you pass this resolution today. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Brittany Rivas. Brittany?
Hi, my name is Brittany Rivas. I'm the care coordinator at Communities for a Better Environment, and I live in Southeast LA. I'm asking you to support the proposed amendments to Rules 1111 and 1121 because South Coast emits more NOx than any other air district in the state. You need to take decisive action to stop the health effects, school absences, smog, and premature deaths that we experience as a result. Our communities in Southeast LA and Wilmington, among others, bear the burden of cumulative health impacts from industrial pollution. Prioritizing stronger amendments is the only way forward to center public health and make sure air quality in homes improves. The rules need to include protections for tenants whose housing is remodeled in order to install electric appliances. Rules 1111 and 1121 to ensure electrification is not used as an excuse for baseless evictions to other parts of the district. Vote in support of Rules 1111 and 1121. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sterling Scott. Sterling?
Hello, my name is Sterling Scott. I'm the Associate Director of Boys Republic.
Due to the expense of these rules, we oppose 111 and 121. We are a private nonprofit residential treatment facility for adolescent boys and girls. Being a nonprofit agency, our budget is always a concern in continuing our mission and helping our youth find paths to a successful and productive future. We have locations in Los Angeles and San Bernardino County, which includes numerous residential and mental health facilities. Most of our youth come from households that are at or below the poverty level. The expense of these proposals are real and would have a disparate impact on our agency and the families we serve. We strongly oppose this, and we would hope for that to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carl Fisher. Carl Fisher. Okay, we'll go back to Carl Fisher. Let's move on to John Sisley. John?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I represent the union plumbers, pipe fitters, and refrigeration for most of San Bernardino and Riverside counties. We are opposed to this. Not only would it put other unions, hundreds of members out of work, thinking about our own job, but it's also at the cost of our members, and we're not going to go there. And don't be fooled. The vast majority of unions do not support this, and the vast majority of unions stand in solidarity with each other. Thank you.
Thank you. Carl Fisher. Carl? You're currently muted. You need to unmute yourself. Carl Fisher. We'll go to the next speaker, Paul iPad 9. Paul iPad 9.
Hello, my name is Paul Taylor. I am an engineer, an economist, and I am not an activist. And I oppose these rules for the following reasons. For those concerned about indoor air quality, these rules do nothing than the current situation allows for. You can change your mind and do what you want. All these rules do is make things more expensive. For those concerned about smog, non-attainment caused in areas like Diamond Bar is not caused by heaters or furnaces. It's caused by cars, trucks, and ships and poor geography, which these rule changes don't have anything to do with. Lastly, U.S. Attorney Bill Isaley says these rules are actually illegal, and I do not approve of our local authorities getting into a legal battle with him.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Gust. Gust, you're on mute.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Gus Torres, and I'm speaking on behalf of UA Local 250 pipe fitters, welders, and apprentices. Our 6,700 members, residents, and local community would be severely impacted by the proposed amendments to Rules 1111 and 1121. Our union brothers and sisters see the long-term impacts and the burdens that would come from these amendments and need you to see them too. There are millions of residents that will negatively be impacted by such changes, and we cannot stand while this happens. The unintended consequences need to be addressed. Please consider our residents and our members and reject these amendments. Thank you for your time, and God bless.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sean O'Brien. Sean?
Sean O'Brien, here you go again, sticking it to the little guy. Flawed presentation, flawed math. Job gains, savings, health benefits? That's just all woke BS. Takes so long to explain, showing the layers of bureaucracy tells me it won't work or be of any benefit. Replacement appliances are rarely scheduled to be swapped out, but are replaced when the standing unit fails. Rebate programs usually run out of money or take months to receive. 7 years I've been using a high-efficient heat pump to heat my house. The cost is $200 versus my old gas furnace of $30. Vote no on 1111 and vote no on 1121.
Thank you. Our next speaker has a phone number that starts with 818 and ends in 622.
Hi, this is Patty Glick. I'm in support because of gas appliances emit harmful chemicals into our air. As for the organizations that have voiced opposition, many have received money from SoCal Gas every year as an incentive to shill for the gas company. For example, LA BizFed received $68,000 in 2024. These groups care more about protecting the bottom line of the gas company than they do about the health of the people in Southern California. Please vote for these rules to move us forward toward the right goal. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dan Farrar. Dan?
Good afternoon. I was concerned about Table 6 of the Socioeconomic Impact Assessment regarding energy demand and fuel switching costs. The rates used in this analysis are not timely, as current rates for natural gas are 20% less than noted, and the electricity rate calculates at the baseline and not at the 30% second higher tier, which most homeowners would face. These current rates should be considered as comparative to your analysis in the table, as it would cost more annually for the conversion and not savings. Specifically, it would cost $223 more annually in energy cost per homeowner to switch, not including the cost of installation. I humbly ask the board to oppose 1111 and 1121. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Andrew I.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Could you restart the timer as well? Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Andrew In. I'm a project manager at Care Clinic, a nonprofit community clinic in LA that provides free and low-cost life-saving healthcare services for low-income patients. We strongly oppose the adoption of these rules and support additional discussions. Our clinics serve as a medical home to more than 21,000 Southern Californians across 125 zip codes. 90% of our patients live below 200% of the federal poverty level. The affordability of these rules is deeply troubling. Our patients lack financial safety nets, and burdening them with additional costs is dangerous. Property owners, particularly those managing older multifamily units where our patients live, might face significant expenses to comply with the new standards. These costs will be passed on to the tenants, affecting housing affordability in already vulnerable communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ann Pernick. Ann?
Hi, Chair and board members. I'm Ann Pernick with Safe Cities at Stand at Earth. Along with scores of our supporters in the Air District who have sent in comments, I urge you to pass the rules 1111 and 1121 and strengthen them through implementation. Southern California has some of the worst air quality in the United States. The board has a critical opportunity today to lower the continuing pollution burden from burning methane gas and appliances. The draft rules have already been weakened, and they are not a mandate. They are still necessary and important. Many of the opposition comments today did not relate to the current version of the rules. Please pass the rules today and strengthen them through implementation. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alexander Kim.
Thank you. My name is Alexander Kim, a VP of Asians in Energy and Board Secretary of the Asian Business Association of Orange County. And we represent our immigrant and Asian Pacific American members owning many independent small businesses. While we applaud the board to reduce NOx emissions and allow the sale of natural gas appliances, we oppose the proposed amended rules since we are concerned about the added fees to these appliances that will be passed on to us. It is not an excuse to have the freedom to choose a lower cost energy equipment option to hire as many employees as possible while we want to expand our businesses to pay to live the American dream. We urge to vote no on rules 1111 and 1121 and delay the adoption of the rules to conduct a feasibility study. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Wilmington Team.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Laura Gracia. I'm with Communities for a Better Environment. I'm asking you to support the proposed amendments and rules 1111 and 1121. Our community members living in Wilmington and Southeast Los Angeles cities experience cumulative health impacts from outdoor air quality due to living near refineries, oil drilling, freeways, and so much more. While community members are organizing to improve their communities and outdoor air quality, community is also there in the room in person and online right now, urging this board to improve indoor air quality. You can do that by passing this rule and providing cleaner and healthier options to consumers. Please, we need you to act now. We need to make sure that we're doing holistic solutions to improve air quality. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Gary's iPad. Gary's iPad.
Thank you. My name is Gary Flora. I live in San Clemente and I'm a homeowner. And one of the things we hear all the time is freedom of choice. It's my home, my choice. If so many people want this, it should be voluntarily. Let them do it if they want it. Those that can afford it and those that are, if it's what you say it is, then people will do it voluntarily. Once again, this is going to turn into a thing where taxpayers are going to have to subsidize it. It costs $10 for every dollar the federal government or government spends. This is not something that you should be involved with. Let the property owners choose what they want.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Christina Mohibir.
Good afternoon, Christina Mohabir with California Environmental Voters in support for Rules 1111 and 1121. These rules would provide much needed relief to residents of this air basin. It's widely known that this region suffers some of the worst air quality in the state. The solution is viable and necessary, especially when we need to cut down on emissions to meet federal air quality standards. The consequences from relying on gas-powered appliances mean various health harms, missed days of work and school, and hospital visits. Preventing these outcomes will save $25 billion in health benefits in the coming years, and transitioning to efficient zero-emission heat pumps can save households hundreds per year. These rules aren't a ban and they aren't a mandate. They facilitate a common-sense, timely, and much-needed transition. I urge your adoption of these rules. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rick. Rick?
Yes, I'm here. I'm called in to oppose both rules. I'm a landlord in the city of Los Angeles, and in researching panel upgrades and actually moving to electric, it's actually cost prohibitive. On a unit, on a building with 6 units, it's a $40,000 upgrade, as well as the replacement of these gas heaters now will cause a lot of distress to the landlords, and we should really be more involved in helping to come to a solution together to be able to meet our goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bill Lamar. Bill?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Bill Lamar, the Executive Director of the Small Business Alliance. Staff tried to craft these rules to satisfy everyone, but they've produced rules without meaningful emission reduction targets and timeframes and meaningless cost effectiveness projections. Despite some witnesses saying you can't put a price tag on being able to breathe clean air, both federal and state law mandates that you do so. We urge you to follow the law, reject these proposed rules, and direct staff to start over again. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ken Coate. Ken?
Hi, my name is Ken Coate. I'm the environmental chair for a group called Inland Action that represents Riverside, San Bernardino counties. We're a nonpartisan group that advocates for issues for the betterment of the Inland Empire. And we vehemently oppose this rule. This is not the way to clean the air. And it's a huge burden on, it's regressive. What you're going to end up doing with we're trying to deal with an affordable housing issue. The first thing we're going to do is hand people a much more expensive appliance rule that doesn't really clean the air. If you want to clean the air, go after the things that really pollute, like lawnmowers, things like that. We appreciate that. Maybe don't have meetings on Friday afternoons in Diamond Bar. Other ways to clean the air.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mitch Bailey. Mitch?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Mitch Bailey. I'm here on behalf of iHacky, consisting of large community of HVAC professionals. I'm also an HVAC contractor now going on 49 years. 90% of the installations we do today are heat pumps. I made the switch when ultra-low NOx was mandated in 2019. At that time, it made economic sense to switch as heat pumps cost less to run. That time has passed. It's now more expensive to install and operate a heat pump. My lower income customers may not be able to afford to heat their home with a heat pump. The same holds true for heat pump water heaters. In addition, the NOx produced by these appliances are not the real culprit. AMQD's own data set shows the days that exceed EPA maximum are only in the summer. We don't run furnaces in the summer. We respectfully urge the board to vote no.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ernesto Villaseñor.
Good afternoon, Chair Delgado, members of the board. My name is Ernesto Villaseñor, and I'm here on behalf of the American Lung Association to express strong support for Rules 1111 and 1121 proposed amendments and urge a yes vote. These rules are a critical step towards reducing pollution from gas appliances in our homes, one of the largest sources of harmful pollutions in the region. By phasing in the zero emission standards for furnaces and water heaters, the district has a chance to achieve the second largest single pollution reduction in its history. The health benefits are clear. 2,500 lives saved and more than $25 billion in avoided health costs. And the need is urgent. The South Coast remains one of the most ozone polluted area in the nation, disproportionately harming children, seniors, and low-income communities of color. We urge you to vote yes to adopt and implement Rule 1121.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Craig. Craig.
Good afternoon. I'm Craig Snow. I was born and raised in Southern California. I'm a veteran of the U.S. Coast Guard from a veteran family. I don't pretend to represent anybody but myself. But I care about the environment and health, and also care about the people that these rules affect directly. My two siblings and I were raised in a low-income household by a single mother. I recall times when my mother had to make the difficult choice of whether to be evicted or buy groceries. This is not just my past, it's a lot of Californians. I haven't seen evidence that these particular rules will get California under the limits, but I have seen evidence that it will impose a seemingly unreasonable burden on the people. So thank you for everything. I respectfully request a no vote.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John Kinney. John.
Good afternoon. I too care about the environment, and I share the concerns that everybody's voiced from the opposition. I urge a no vote for both 1111 and 1121 on the grounds that you're trying to move people onto a unstable electric grid at a higher expense. And for people like myself that are on a fixed income, that's going to raise our cost of living and money that I don't frankly have. So I urge and implore the board to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Justin Walters. Justin.
Good afternoon. My name is Justin, and I'm a representative of Plumbers Local 78, Los Angeles. I'm calling in today to speak up about the negative impacts that come from these amendments. There are a number of union brothers and sisters, such as myself, who will be severely impacted if these amendments are put in place. The impacts on our local and state economy will have long-term effects that are not being properly considered. Please reject these amendments that are bad for the economy and bad for Californians. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Justin Walters. Justin.
I just spoke.
Oh, I apologize. Thank you. Our next speaker is Mark Markarian. Mark.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Mark Markarian. I'm a resident of Glendale, California. I'm urging you to vote no on the rules 1111 and 1121. I believe most of us are aware that we all want clean air and all the things that we'll be talking about. But at this point, this makes no sense. In the winter time, when the winds were high, I had no electricity and I froze my behind up. And then on the summer, when I needed the electricity, when I was using the air conditioning, I was getting $1,000 bills. Our grid does not handle this process right now. I believe all of us want this, but the timing is very bad. So I beg you to say no to this at this point. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Matt Latanzi. Matt. Matt, you're on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, very good.
My name is Matt Latanzi, and I represent Ream Manufacturing Company. We oppose the structure of the proposed amendments to Rule 1111. The proposed rule combines a phase down of gas-fired furnaces with a mitigation fee and percentage-based sales caps. This structure forces OEMs to manage market behavior downstream, a task that is impractical, if not impossible. We do not control contractor purchases or the emergency replacement needs of consumers. These activities are beyond our control. The level of uncertainty will have significant consequences. It will disrupt supply chains and limit product availability. To mitigate risk, OEMs will be forced to adopt overly conservative pricing strategies and reduce supply flexibility.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Veta Basuto.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So my name is Veta Basuto, and I'm representing of Anchor Church of downtown Los Angeles. We are calling this afternoon to ask that these amendments are rejected. We feel like these actions will have a horrible impact on our community and the families of our church services. Please think about the impact that the people of Los Angeles and Southern Los Angeles as a whole who will suffer if these rules are passed. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sean Johnson. Sean?
Good afternoon. My name is Sean Johnson. I'm calling today to oppose the proposed rules for 1111 and 1121. Last year, 2024, my annual costs for utility bills, my natural gas bill, $305.85. My electricity bill, $1,894.93. On that alone, I urge you to oppose. I have no reason to believe that cost will go down. During the presentation, a comment was made that the fees could be used to enrich the community. As a longtime California resident, sadly, promises like that have been made in the past with taxes and fees going to enrich the community, and that is just never followed through. So I cannot trust that that will happen.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Robert Huffnagel. Robert?
Yes, thank you, President Robert Huffnagel, on behalf of the Rancho Cucamonga Chamber of Commerce, and we oppose these rule amendments. Our chamber is comprised of hundreds of businesses, small business owners, sole proprietors, people who are barely getting by, and this type of rule would further drive more businesses out of the state because it simply cannot be afforded. This is unfortunately a heavy-handed government approach that overstates benefits and understates the cost, and it's going to have virtually no reduction in admissions. That's going to devastate our economy, and therefore the Rancho Cucamonga Chamber of Commerce strenuously opposes these amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Zach. Zach?
Hi, good afternoon. Zach Strausters, Creed LA. And first of all, we're extremely opposed to this measure 1111 and 1121. And let me make it very plain why. Dr. Robert Salcedo of Community Build and the Mayor of Laverne, I think, already addressed it, but I want to reiterate. We don't need to attack and demonize what's going on with heat pumps inside of a house when the elephant in the room, no pun intended, is that we have cars and trucks that are heavy polluters outside that are infinitely more dangerous to our health if we're going to spend our money, if we're going to spend our time, and we're going to try to electrify something and put a burden on the grid and put a burden on our economy, and we're going to claim that we're really.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Adriana Martinez. Adriana?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Adriana Martinez. I'm a member of Communities for a Better Environment, and I live in Los Angeles. I'm asking to strengthen the proposed amendments to Rule 1111 and 1121. Our community members already suffer negative health impacts because of poor quality due to refineries, oil drillings, and import from outside the environment. They should not also have to suffer from negative health impacts while living inside their own homes. The proposed mitigation fees would allow manufacturers to easily opt out of zero emission standards. Manufacturers will be able to continue making money even if they can no longer produce polluting units. Instead, they would produce more zero emission products that would benefit our communities. So please amend Rule 11 and Rule 1121. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Amy Smith. Amy?
Smith, and I'm also speaking on behalf of Creed LA. We wanted to voice our continued opposition of these two proposed amendments. These amendments were going to have long-term detrimental impacts on Southern California residents when they are faced with significantly higher financial burdens, as well as fewer choices for consumers that they already have a limited budget to afford. At some point, we have to be talking about this out loud. The people that are going to be hurt the most are the ones that are already hurting the most. With all that is going on in our country and our state, we should be striving as Californians to have a positive economic and communal benefit, not another harmful body making choices that are going to hurt and damage our economy and our people. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carlos Reis. Carlos?
Good afternoon. My name is Carlos Ruiz. I am the Executive Director of the Institute of Heating and Air Conditioning Industries. We're located in Glendale, California. We're a nonprofit, and we represent contractors, manufacturers, and distributors from the industry, and we're 500 strong. And we just want to voice our opinion to Rule 1111 and 1121. We feel that this could prove a disadvantage to some of our residents here in the LA area or South Coast. Heat pump technology is expensive to install. It can be even expensive to run during the summertime and the winter. Some of our contractors have even informed us that heat pump technology is expensive and they can't even install it without rebates, and rebates don't always exist. So there's a lot to think about, and we feel that you guys should rethink this, and we oppose.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Abide Home. Abide Home.
Good afternoon, Honorable South Coast Air Quality Board. My name is Jasmine Serta, and I'm opposed to the amendments in item number 28. Everyone wants better air quality, but we're attacking a portion of the local economy in the South Coast Air District that would be much better served by creating emission controls for vehicles. Passing this legislation provides a relatively small mitigation impact in comparison with the harm that it does for the workers affected by these changes. If you want clearer air, require zero emissions for our cars. Stop laying the burden for a change on working Angelonians by bringing reform where it's most needed. Reject this proposal. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kathy. Kathy? Kathy, you're on mute. Okay, we'll go to our next speaker, Chris Forth. Chris? Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, my name is Chris Forth. I'm representing the residential light commercial business of Johnson Controls. As a manufacturer of both zero emissions and furnace products under scope of this rule, we appreciate and thank the South Coast staff for efforts to find applicable chemical alternatives via their proposed alternative compliance plans. However, we feel such alternatives need further discussion with manufacturers before being finalized. Thus, we are speaking in opposition to the proposed amendments to Rule 1111 unless further amended. Several issues remain with the alternative compliance path, which, if not resolved, will lead to unnecessary cost increases to California business and consumers. Like the past 14 nanogram per joule rule, manufacturers will be forced to pass these costs on. We feel our industry-leading zero emissions products.
Thank you. Our next speaker, let's try Kathy again. Kathy, if you're there, please unmute your line. Maybe you're having some technical difficulties. We'll move to the next speaker. Next speaker is Clint Olivier. Clint?
Thank you. My name is
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Clint Olivier, CEO of Central Valley Business Federation. We're a grassroots alliance of over 75 organizations representing 30,000 employers and 400,000 employees across the Central Valley. We strongly oppose proposed amended rules 1111 and 1121. These rules would place major financial burdens on businesses, homeowners, and renters, especially those already struggling, for minimal environmental gain. We respectfully urge you to oppose these rules and delay further action. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kayla Asado. Kayla?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. I see my mic moving, so I was just wondering. My name is Kayla Asato. I am the political director with the local nonprofit Orange County Environmental Justice. And as the name suggests, we represent and advocate for a lot of people across Orange County and a lot of the environmental justice issues that could affect them. And we are strongly in support of these rules. We want people to have healthy air outside and inside their homes. So that is why we are supporting these and wish they could be strengthened a little bit. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jonathan Boyce. Jonathan? Jonathan, you need to unmute your line. Jonathan Boyce. Okay, we'll go to our next speaker, Cooper Strull. Cooper?
Hello, good afternoon. I'm speaking on behalf of Assemblymember Diane Dixon, who represents 500,000 Southern California residents. While Assemblymember Dixon appreciates the intent of these rules, she strongly opposes them at this time. It's no secret that California residents are struggling. The board must take that into account during their decision-making process. California is facing a housing affordability shortage with one of the highest rates of cost-burdened households in the nation. These rules impact every resident, not just the homeowners. We can't afford these rules. They exacerbate an already overwhelming cost of living crisis, and they eliminate consumer choice. Assemblymember Dixon strongly opposes these rules. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's try Jonathan Boyce again. Jonathan? Jonathan, if you're there, you need to unmute your line. Go ahead. We cannot hear you. We will try to come back. We'll go to our next speaker, Felix Palma. Felix, if you're there, you need to unmute your line. Again, you need to unmute your line. We'll come back. We'll go to the next speaker, Robert Glass. Robert?
Yes, my name is Robert Glass, and I represent Daikin Comfort Technologies. We are not supportive of the amendments as they stand. We are not big fans of the mitigation fees. The difficulties associated in trying to track that was a nightmare with just the original 14 nanogram per joule furnaces. Now when you're adding, where also has to track these zero emission products, of which there are thousands of more models that are there, makes things extremely difficult. Now, there are also issues with the proposed, and if things move forward, there are editorial changes that are necessary to go ahead and make it doable in its current form. So we do not support it as it stands today.
Thank you. Let's go back to Felix Palma. Felix, are you there? You need to unmute your line.
I am here.
We hear you.
Yes. Good afternoon, member and chair and member of the board. My name is Felix Palma. I want to echo what many people have brought up and what many more are thinking. These kinds of amendments and rules are bad for the average California resident who's getting by paycheck to paycheck. over a small business owners who is working hard to stay afloat. Please don't put foreigners' financial burdens on us. Thank you. I have a pleasure.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Audrey Egger. Audrey?
Hi. Hi, good afternoon. Audrey Egger with the Inland Empire Economic Partnership. On behalf of President and CEO Paul Grunio, IEP respectfully opposes Rules 1111 and 1121. While we recognize the elevated cost effectiveness efforts, outreach, and analysis, we cannot support 1111 and 1121 without foolproof evidence of consistent and attainable financial support, which is imperative for our Inland Empire region and residents who would feel the immediate detrimental impact of increased costs, both residentially and within their businesses. We thank the staff for their efforts and respectfully ask the board to vote no on Rules 1111 and 1121. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Vic Markarian. Vic?
Yes. My name is Vic Markarian. I've been a broker for over 35 years, Markarian Realty. Before that, I used to be an electrical engineer. I'm opposed to 1111 and 1121. I used to be tenant and I'm a housing provider now. In my opinion, the tenant will pay more $6,000 to $15,000 more per year because electricity is more expensive than gas, and also the upgrade that the landlord has to make. And have you guys considered the magnetic and electrical field that the stove gonna cost to the tenant? Have you guys considered for a pregnant woman and pacemaker and a special implant people have? To have a win-win situation, I recommend to do this construction for new construction, and it be voluntary and let the people.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tomas Ursua. Tomas? You need to unmute your line.
Sorry about that. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I believe that this is all part of a larger campaign against the carbon-based economy. While perhaps it's commendable, some of your goals that you expressed today, the results will be disastrous, as the nation of Spain just recently found out when they suffered nationwide power blackouts. California's energy policies have caused higher electricity rates than the national average, and our oil refineries are leaving the state. Word is that we could face $8 per gallon gas prices very soon. These are basically the very similar results that will transpire from your enacting rules 1111 and 1121. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mike Jr. Mike?
Hi, my name is Mike Prinkavich Jr., and I'm the president of PHCC, or the Plumbing, Heating, Cooling Contract Association of Orange County, Riverside, San Bernardino counties. And we are strongly opposed, both at the local level, but also at the state level, on these two rulings. We'd like to make comment on retrofit costs to switch as being extremely undervalued, and that they should be reconsidered. These retrofit costs are typically double or triple the estimated costs that are being presented by AQMD. So we are strongly opposed to these rulings, and we hope that there's a no vote on everything here. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Daryl. Daryl, if you can unmute your line.
Okay, I think you've got me. Hi, I'm Daryl Clark here with the Sierra Club, and as a homeowner and electric vehicle driver in Pasadena, we're planning to electrify our house for health and resilience. And I'm also here to rebut some scary misinformation we've been hearing today. We're going to be replacing our air conditioning forced air unit. We don't need a capacity increase for our panel, nor does the local grid need a capacity increase. It's just replacing an existing air conditioner. So please support the already a compromise, but very foundational rules 1111 and 1121.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Roy Bleckert. Roy?
Static analysis will kill you 98.7% of the time.
what you see here is if they do analysis on just eliminating the water heaters or heating or anything else, yeah, you will get a reduction in pollution. What you don't take into consideration is energy, and specifically heat is one reason why we live longer and life expectancy has went up. Energy and fossil fuels have brought us the quality of life that we have today. There are negative impacts on it, but the positives outweigh those by a bunch. Every one of you should press the no button on this 3 times just to make sure it doesn't pass.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michaela Gibson. Michaela?
Afternoon. My name is Michaela Gibson, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Valley Industry and Commerce Association. We urge the board to reject the amendments to Rules 1111 and 1121. These changes would place a heavy financial burden on businesses already struggling with inflation, high energy costs, and record commercial rents in Southern California. The estimated impact of these rules could exceed $300 million annually. That's not sustainable for small businesses, property owners, or their tenants. VICA fully supports efforts to improve air quality, but these rules go too far without considering economic realities. We need policies that are both environmentally and economically responsible. We urge the board to vote no on these amendments and instead work with the business community on a more balanced and practical solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Cinda.
Hello. The very first presenter with the slides was deliberately misleading the public when he said, quote, appliances last a long time, up to 25 years. We have lived at our residence in Laguna Niguel now for 15 years and have been through 4 fridges, 2 stoves, 3 dishwashers, 4 washing machines, 2 dryers, and 2 water heaters. That's 17 appliances in 15 years. We cannot afford these constant costs to always be coming back around. So please oppose this bill. We cannot afford it. Just as residents, we are really struggling with money. Please oppose.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Walter's iPad.
Good afternoon, Chair, board members. I oppose 1111 and 1121. This is just more of the state's attempt at forced compliance. Before considering these amendments, list all the unintended consequences that could occur for moderate and low-income homeowners. Vote no, please. Thank you.
Wayne, is there a cutoff? The numbers keep going up.
After Margie is the last one. The numbers that are going up, we're taking them down.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
So Margie's the last one.
So we have 21 speakers left, Madam Chair. Our next speaker is Deirdre. Deirdre?
Hello, my name is Deidre Taylor, and I'm a San Clemente resident and an energy engineer. And I am opposed to these rules. It is death by 1,000 cuts by our bureaucracy. We have an unstable electrical grid now, and it can't handle the current load, and yet all we're doing is planning to add more. The costs continue to go up, never down, despite our best intentions and promises. The benefit was not quantified in that presentation. What are we getting out of this? A lot of fear mongering about we're going to cure asthma and cancer and cardiovascular. These are tiny emission sources. This makes no sense. The models are questionable. And this fee they talk about, where's that going to go? Back into the community?
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sunrise, Orange County.
Good afternoon. My name is Casey Gallagher, and I live in Tustin. I'm a climate activist with the Sunrise Movement and future environmental professional. I'm here to voice my support for passage of Rules 1111 and 1121. More than 17 million residents in the South Coast Air Basin breathe some of the dirtiest air in the country. I know this from personal experience as someone who developed asthma in my early teens. Passing these rules would potentially prevent up to 2,490 premature deaths and deliver $25.43 billion in health benefits over the coming decades. Air pollution regulations are so important because people cannot often appreciate them until it's too late. Stop preventable deaths and protect public health by passing the proposed amendments to Rule 1111 and 1121. Clean air is a human right. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Eduardo Xiphone. Eduardo,
Yeah, I'm here.
go ahead.
All right. First off, I want to say thank you for your time, but they're blowing smoke up everybody's face. I mean, all this misinformation that these appliances are putting toxins into people's homes. Do you not know how these appliances work? They're vented to the outside, not inside. At least do some common research for yourselves, find out how things work properly, and then make a decision. You guys are just forcing something based off of somebody's rhetoric and agenda they want to push. This whole presentation that they put on at the beginning saying that these appliances are going up and damaging us in summer is complete nonsense. Use your brains.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Susie Harris. Susie.
Hi, I'm Susan Harris with U.S. Green Building Council, California, in favor of 111 and 1121. As a solo mom of 2 in Hollywood, 1 with asthma, and a low-income renter, I have few housing options. My apartment is gas. I don't have a choice. Stanford found in May that gas stove pollution puts kids 1.8 times more at risk of cancer, even ventilated. Landlords won't fix this, and many elected officials and businesses won't either. Subsidized gas will always be quote unquote cheaper until those subsidies end. Only you can protect our health. Future Californians will thank you. This is not a mandate, it's win-win. You are improving indoor quality, saving lives, and growing our economy.
Thank you. Our next speaker is David Hanson. David.
Thank you very much. My name is David Hanson. I represent UA Local 398, covering Los Angeles, San Bernardino, and Riverside counties. We are calling today to vocalize our opposition to the proposed amendments rules 11111 and 1121. These proposed amendments would have long-term negative effects on our local economy, our local small businesses, and our residents. The sudden shifts would have catastrophic consequences to my union brothers and sisters and families that are faced with increasing financial burdens, and the residents are no longer able to run their small businesses successfully. Listen, the electrical grid.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Brenda Campos. Brenda. You need to unmute your line. Okay, we'll come back to you. Our next speaker is Leah Skinner. Leah?
Good afternoon. I'm Leah Skinner, the CEO of the Carson Chamber of Commerce, speaking in opposition to amended rules 1111 and 1121. These rules may sound like a step toward clean air, but they come with massive unintended consequences for our region's energy infrastructure. By effectively forcing a shift to all electric appliances, these rules will dramatically increase demand on an already strained and unreliable electrical grid. Many businesses in our region are already experiencing delays in power hookups and infrastructure upgrades. Piling on new demand without proper planning will worsen grid instability, delay development projects, and increase the risk of blackouts, threatening both business operations and public safety. We urge you.
Thank you. I just want to remind people that the queue closed long ago, so raising your hand will not get you in the queue. So our next speaker is Brenda Campos. Brenda, you can unmute your line. You need to unmute your line, Brenda. Okay, we'll move to the next speaker. Next speaker is Victor Cow. Victor? You need to unmute your line, Victor.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Victor Cow with the California Apartment Association. CA supports safe and habitable housing for all Californians. We have 2 main concerns regarding the proposed rules. AQMD has already passed a gas ban on larger rental communities and businesses, and it's extending these rules to small mom and pop landlords will only drive up housing costs and mandate highly disruptive renovations. We also have problems with the staff report, Chapter 2-31. It includes several political positions on housing policy that's outside the agency's purview. It calls for stricter rent control and banning cost recovery. And those are highly problematic. These shouldn't be included in the agency's reports. So we ask.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Joe Burrows. Joe?
Hello, my name is Joe Burrows with Green Manufacturing Company. While we support the overall goal of improving air quality, we oppose Rule 1121 as proposed. Specifically, the alternate compliance option, including the mitigation fee structure, is problematic and will increase cost to consumers. We urge the board to consider changes. First, the mitigation fee should be flat and without escalations. As manufacturers, we cannot control market adoption rates of zero emissions heat pump water heaters. Secondly, the rule should allow use of alternate compliance prior to phase 2 in 2029 instead of the one-time option in 2027. These changes would improve implementation and bring better alignment with Rule 1146.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Adriana Calderon. Adriana?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Hello. My name is Adriana Calderon. I'm here to urge you to vote no on Rule 1111 and 1121. My brother is being forced by the San Bernardino County to rewire his house. He is not able to afford this change, and now he's living in squatter conditions. He cannot cook, he cannot run his well pump, and has no running water. No running water, he cannot flush his toilet. He has to rely on his wood stove to cook and to heat his house. I don't see anybody coming to help us. Please pause this until you find a way to someone to pay upfront cost for people of low income. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Eric Hansen. Eric?
Eric Hansen, speaking as a business owner and Upland resident, also speaking on behalf of the Upland Chamber of Commerce. We find the financial analysis on this issue flawed in support of the staff position. While we certainly support clean air, we strongly oppose moving 1111 and 1121 forward in their current form. Staff assumptions do not consider the mechanical facts of heat pumps. While heat pumps have been in use for many years, they don't last as long as systems using gas, leading to more frequent replacements and other hidden costs. The year-round use of the compressor and evaporator components reduces their lifespan to about 10 years compared to 20 years or more for dual energy systems. The rules need to address the financial realities of this variable.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alex Beltran. Alex?
Good afternoon. My name is Alex Beltran. I'm a resident of San Bernardino, and I'm calling in to vote, to ask the board to vote yes on the proposed rules because the health of our families is important. I didn't use a car to make this comment. Well, we all know who created this problem is corporations. City leaders and electeds can work with their reps to find funds to help seniors, small business, and families. If Edison can find the money to provide free tree trimming for residents to prevent fires, then they could provide the funds to support families and prioritize the health of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last speaker on this line is Marjorie. We do have another speaker on the Spanish line afterwards. So Margie? Margie, go ahead. Well, your line is unmuted, so you can go ahead. We do not hear anything if you are speaking. Perhaps we can go to the Spanish-speaking line. I understand we have one caller on that. The number starts with 949 and ends in 126. If you're on the Spanish speaking line and your number starts in 949 and ends in 126, and maybe perhaps if we have a volunteer to say that in Spanish.
Hi. No,
Oh.
hi, this is Margaret Fabrizi. And you couldn't hear me on the line, but I don't speak Spanish. I apologize.
Okay, go ahead, Margie.
No, I speak English. So I'm calling to oppose 111 and 112. We manage apartment communities in Southern California. It's going to be, my clients are mom and pop. They're not corporation. Just the cost of changing the panels and potentially rewiring. It's very costly. Hello?
Hello, yes, go ahead. You may finish your test.
And no one has talked about while we're upgrading these panels, where people are going to live for weeks and months while we're upgrading. Is going to in trouble.
Thank you. There was some confusion. I think Margie was also on the Spanish speaking line. So we are finished with public comment.
All right. Well, thank you everybody for your patience. With that, we close the public comment period for this item. Okay, Wayne, is there anything that you would like to add or summarize or tell us before we discuss?
You've heard a range of comments today, and you have a difficult decision before you. Questions regarding comments, staff's accuracy, thoroughness. This staff, it really is second to none. And when it comes to technical issues, socioeconomic issues, we've proven time and time again, either in challenge through the courts or other means, that we really do know what it is that we're doing and what we're talking about. This is a significant rule before you today and will yield significant results, 6 tons of NOx emissions when fully implemented. You've heard a lot of consideration on the costs and the impacts. I don't envy you as you make your decision, but I think that's about all I should say, and we're happy to answer any specific questions that you may have.
Okay. Board members, any questions for Wayne before we begin discussion? No? Okay. I don't really have, I want to give everybody an opportunity to speak. I'm going to start with our vice chair, and then I'm going to just probably go to the ends and forward just to try to make us fair.
Madam Chair, can I wait till the end, right before you?
Sure, sure. All right. Supervisor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. So as a representative of Orange County, a county of approximately 3.2 million residents, I will be firmly and respectfully vote no on proposed amendment 1111, 1111 and 1121. And let me be very clear. I, like everybody here, support clean air. We all do. But we must also pursue environmental progress without punishing the very people we serve today. These rules don't target refineries or shipping ports. They target people, the 17 million homeowners, renters, seniors, and small businesses with many of the most expensive residential mandates in AQMD's history. The 17 million residents of the 4 counties represented here on this board, we're already burdened. You know, the high costs of housing. Recent reports show, even in Orange County, that if you had an income of over about 100,000, that's actually almost considered low income in Orange County. So even just affording to, forget about wanting to even be able to own a home in Orange County, you can't even, it's hard enough to even pay for the rent. Our highest gas prices in the nation, our second highest utility bills in the nation. It's an affordable housing, actually affordability crisis in Orange County, or at least in the area I live in Orange County. So I think this mandate hits really hard for disadvantaged and fixed income residents. So those living in older apartments or home less equipped to observe the cost of withstanding the disruption. And especially in my area in Orange County that I represent, you know, a lot of these homes are built in the 50s, 60s, 70s. And so they're the one who's going to be hit with the $40,000 costs to have to rip out their house. It's not just buying a new furnace and replacing it like we do today. It is now looking at the grids, looking at the walls, looking at inside, and trying to figure out how to put these wirings in place. And so our own estimate that puts the cost to about 300 million annually, and we're not even going to see this benefit until 2053. And this rule really for the NOx emissions only 1.7% of the region's total, and it is not voluntary. We know it's not. Yes, there's comments that are it's not, because eventually you have to do it. So I just think this is, this ought to be a consumer's choice. People need to be able to figure out whether they can and cannot do it. And I think we also need to be diligent, given the DOJ's, they've issued a formal warning. We need to at least be cautious and look to see and be very careful as we move forward. And so I do stand by a lot of the businesses and residents in Orange County. I don't think this is the right direction we're heading into. And I believe that, we need to really look at how this is going to affect the seniors, the renters, and the working families that are already facing such hardship today. And these regulations do not impact just one industry. It impacts every person in this region. So shouldn't we do more? We're pushing an all electric mandates. And I remember when I was in Sacramento, even last year when I was there as a member of the Senate, we talked about the electric grid. We don't even have the grid system today to sustain if every car in California went electric. We don't have that grid system yet. So now we're putting more onto a grid system that doesn't fully exist to be able to meet the mandate of today on the electric cars. So what are we doing if we keep on moving forward on mandating things when we don't have the system in place and the infrastructure for it? And so to me, this is not just a transition. This is an unaffordable, unreliable, unlawful mandate imposed without equity or the infrastructure. So affordability is not a convenience for us today. It is a necessity. Let's return back and let's prioritize. And, I appreciate staff and all the work that they've put into this, and the board members here who's been here longer than I have. But I strongly don't believe this is the right direction we should move into. This is not the right direction. And so I respectfully ask for you to join me in voting no on rules 1111 and 1121.
Thank you, Supervisor. Okay, we're still gonna keep it respectful to everybody's opinions. And with that, I turn over to Vice Mayor Olmos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, we heard a lot today, especially from on the phone, in person, about doing the right thing for our communities, making sure that we think about the people that we're serving, think about the people that we need to protect. That's a lot of the voices that I heard, a lot of common voices. And as you know, I represent the Western region. And right now I could tell you with what's going on with our cities, some of the comments that the supervisor made about looking for affordable housing. We're having to put grants out there to ensure that renters have money to pay their rent. So I even heard the comment about local electeds, that we need to be here representing, are we not representing our people? I've reached out to the environmental groups. I've met with many of them. I've met with a bunch of local electeds. I met with businesses because I wanted to make sure that I was going in the right direction here. So I'm looking at staff to say, look, I know this rule is very important. I think we're there. We're almost there. But I still feel that we need that balanced approach solution, whether it's we maybe possibly open up the Go Green Zero program so we can start incentivizing people now. That way they can exchange their appliances on a volunteer basis. Again, I think our communities deserve to clean, to clean air. We gotta get these rules into place, but I think right now it's just not affordable. It's not. So I also am voting no on this item.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. All right, Supervisor.
Madam Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity. I've had based on the committees I serve on, have heard lots of public comment, met with lots of people, done a lot of reading and a lot of deep thought and soul searching based on the values and principles I bring to the table every day as an elected servant leader. I want to thank the staff who, from my perspective, have gone above and beyond what I have seen based on my entire career, not only in the elected office, but in public service in terms of your outreach and your connection and your effort to educate and re-educate people about what the true issue is on the table. The proposed rules are expected to achieve a reduction of 6 tons per day of NOx emissions from residential building appliances. And for context, by 2037, power plants emit 3 tons per day. Refineries emit 4 tons per day. Passenger vehicles emit 7 tons a day. So to those who were suggesting that we should focus on other areas, newsflash, we are. I invite the organization in my district who represents Community Build, who serves AB 617 communities exclusively, to come back in August when we're going to talk about the ports, and to continue to pay attention and hopefully continue to weigh in on all of the efforts we're doing to reduce NOx. As we talk about costs and equity, what struck me today, probably more so than in past public testimony, is a singular focus on housing costs and overall costs. And, the reality is, in the state of California, healthcare costs are increasing at a greater rate than housing increases. And so to the staff of the state legislators who are here today, I hope your members are going to pay close attention to healthcare costs in this year's state budget, something that they can vote on directly. Just as they sent you here to talk about their concern about this cost, pay attention to healthcare costs, policymakers. That's what's impacting all communities, underrepresented or otherwise, at a higher rate. I want to thank the Business Association, the realtors, the unions representing some of those whose work is directly related to these industries, for sharing your interest. It was an important perspective to hear. And I think the bottom line was summed up really succinctly by the president of BizFed on Air Talk today with Larry Mantle, when he stated, we all want clean air, but the question is who pays for it. I think that's a fair assertion. I think it's a fair assertion to express concern about the capacity of the electrical grid. I think the problem is if we don't start now, when will we affect any change? When you talk about unfunded mandates, those of us who are elected serve on elected bodies that pass down unfunded mandates every day. We can deny it if we want to, but we do. And I was in and around the legislature when we attacked issues like lead paint and mold in housing. And many of these same interests came up and told us we were going to raise costs and bankrupt. And we had to make really difficult decisions around what was the greater good for the public health of our shared constituency. When you serve on a regulatory body, as we do, we have to make tough decisions on behalf of the greater good every day. And so, yes, with regard to rising rent costs, many of us in our municipalities are trying to provide rent relief. In LA County, we tried to cap increases in rent. Many of those same organizations opposed that, but we did that because it was the greater good to make sure that people weren't forced into houselessness. And based on what we know about the impact NOx has on our health, based on the fact that we are in complete unattainment based on the claims of a federal agency. I think that we have to do what we can as quickly as we can to get into attainment, to avoid federal penalties, and to do what's in the best interest for the public health. Maybe because I'm at the county level of government where public health and healthcare services fall squarely in our lap, perhaps that's why I'm a little more keen or tuned in to health issues. But to hear someone say that, as an asthmatic, he would, be more open to difficulty breathing than homelessness is curious to me. I want to thank all of you who've diligently testified, shared your personal stories. I think as policymakers, we too are human, and on this panel, we've all shared our own personal stories about whether or not we could afford to make the transition, and those of us who have children with asthma. And as a policymaker, my lived experience certainly, can inform my decision, but as a policymaker, I have a responsibility to look at the facts. And I think the staff have done a yeoman's job in trying to bust myths and clarify facts and give us a compromise. Let's be clear, this isn't the first rule that came to our attention. It is a compromise. And in my policymaking experience, if you can come up with amended language that everyone finds some fault with, you've probably thread the needle as best as you can. What I am not interested in serving on AQMD is making no decision. Why be here? We have a responsibility to do all that we can to get us on a path to cleaner air, in that we know we've got the worst air quality in the nation. And that requires that we make tough decisions every day. Madam Chair, I'll be supporting the amendments today.
Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell. I'm going to ask that we just keep I'm excited to hear everybody's decisions too, but just out of respect, you can do the signs but not loud clapping. All right, Mayor Lock-Dawson.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Delgado. And thanks everybody for being here today. This is a huge decision before us. And I want to thank the committee for all the work you put into this. This has been hours and hours of testimony. I have an enormous amount of respect for Supervisor Hawley. She's probably the most knowledgeable person about this issue, I think, of anybody up here. So I really appreciate your views, Hawley. I too, like my seatmate here, I'm a scientist. I've been researching this. I've been looking at things. I've been talking to people. I've been doing my own calculations. I've been trying to figure things out. And as a board here, it is our job to improve air quality. That's why we sit up here. That's our reason for existence, right? We are charged with specifically reducing NOx. NOx is we are not in federal attainment. We need to get there. And the studies are clear that gas appliances contribute to smog and poor health outcomes. But having said that, I'm having trouble supporting these proposed rules today. I'm having trouble with these for a few reasons. And I think I heard from a lot of folks that we were being pushed, or comments were coming from special interests or the gas company. We spoke to a lot of our residents. I had a lot of comments from my residents about this, so it wasn't special interests. In fact, the gas company to me was just another voice. They had no outsized influence. But I think the problem I have is, last week I was in Sacramento as the chair of the Big City Mayors Coalition, stumping for $1 billion in funding for housing and homeless assistance programs. We have a homelessness crisis in this state, and it's because we don't have enough houses, we don't have enough residences, and it's difficult that we add one more cost onto and pass that on to renters and homeowners. And that's what we're doing here. So I'm trying to get to some kind of market-based solution here. And I think y'all talked about that in committee. But, you know, Californians are really struggling right now. My residents are really struggling with, you know, higher gas prices, utility costs, housing costs. So poverty is a health issue too, right? So to me, I wish this was more carrot and less stick. I wish we had some ways to help our residents be able to comply with more help for them to be able to get the appliances in their home. And I also want to let the market be able to do what the market does. It's going in that direction. Are there policies, incentives, rebates, things we can give to keep it going in that direction? So I mean, I was just really struggling with things. I was thinking, and stop me if you considered this in committee, but things like, you know, maybe delaying enforcement until economic triggers are met. Like, for example, the, you know, energy cost burden. Like, maybe it won't take effect until the median energy burdens for a household is below 6%, or maybe it's inflation adjusted to median income. Maybe it doesn't take effect until inflation is lower than pre-pandemic levels. Maybe we tie it to appliance market metrics. You know, it can't apply until the average cost of zero emission falls within 15% of equivalent gas. You may have all considered these, so I would like to hear maybe from Wayne. Or, you know, at least 3 or more CARB certified zero emission models for each appliance category are available. Or, you know, require state or federal cost coverage before the mandate. So create some kind of cost threshold clause, like the rule only applies when rebates and credits can cover at least 80% of the average cost. And if not, we have to pause until we get there. Or maybe by appliance age, not date, like maybe only furnaces installed before 2010 are subject to the rule before 2030. I don't know. There's a whole bunch of things I think can get us there. And excuse the pun, but I want to get this car off the lot. I want to get these amendments passed in a way that can support the market and reduce the impacts to our residents with costs. But it's difficult to just shove this, you know, one cost onto our manufacturers, which is going to go to residents and renters. It just will. It'll get passed down. That's just how it's going to be. I don't know. Wayne, do you want to, or somebody, the chair of the committee, somebody want to talk about it? Sorry. Or do you want to wait?
No, I think he should answer your question. Or
Sure. When we look at the cost, and if you look at a comparison, when you replace your heat, your space heater, and your air conditioner, the costs are the same. So there should be no concern about that scenario. The other scenarios that exist relate to if you don't replace your air conditioner and you wanted to replace your space heater, then the costs are higher. But you have the option of choosing a gas-fired furnace. The mitigation fee is relatively low. And in fact, when you look at the cost over the lifetime, you're looking at about a $4 a year cost, ballpark. And you could make that range from anywhere from $4 to $8 a year for the cost of the equipment over the lifetime of the product. So from that perspective, we also think that it's very cost competitive. And again, because you have the choice, you don't have to do this right away. The next 2 years, there's been a lot of concern expressed about the grid and the grid reliability. The conditions that are currently existing will still provide for what the current market conditions are. In fact, we learned this morning that we seem to be seeing more heat pumps sold than gas, 40%, 60%. So for the next 2 years, we don't anticipate to see a change in the rate that had been projected. And then as to your concern about sort of a market trigger or a market review. One of the things that was discussed in the committee was having an ability for the board to do a review. And for the board can, at that point, make a decision as to whether or not there needs to be a pause, there needs to be a reassessment of the rule. The board has that option. So that gives the board the ability to review. I think there are other options if that's where the board wants to go, but what we tried to provide was a series of stepwise actions that allow for expansion of the grid, that allow for consumer confidence, that allow for the price to continue to decline as things move forward. I would defer to Chair McCallum of Stationary Source Committee, because I know we've spoken about a number of these issues as well. And I don't know, Chair, if I missed anything that you want to add on?
No, I think you've covered it very well. We tried in the committee to come up with a market-based solution that everyone could live with. The costs are the biggest issue right now, and we've heard a lot about that today. And I've lost a lot of sleep over this rule. Staff has done an amazing job. However, in the area I represent, there is nobody that's talked to me or anyone that supports this rule. So I've done a bad job, or someone's done a bad job in either communicating, or the rule is one that is not ripe for public consumption right now. We haven't considered all of the other issues. So I'm still struggling with it.
And I would say too, not just the cost for me and affordability and that, but the timing right now with so much uncertainty in our country, with people losing their jobs, losing their houses, we're in a recession. It's like one more thing, like one more bit of news for folks that it's kind of, to me, it just doesn't seem like it's the right time to do this, but I know people's health can't wait. I mean, so that it's a very difficult decision. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your comments. All right. We have Councilwoman Rahman.
Thank you so much. Today's comments and the multiple rounds of feedback that we've gotten on this rule over the years has been really illuminating. And to hear from other board members has also been really interesting, particularly because some members of the board have changed since this conversation first started. So thank you all for coming on board, engaging with it as deeply as you've done. And thank you to our chairwoman for pushing this forward and to staff for bringing this forward. You know, I do want to say that this version of the rules answer a lot of the concerns that we heard from the public when we first started this process. It does not create a mandate around a change in your water heater. It allows you choice. It allows consumer choice. It has addressed some of the questions that have come up around cost. And I think the more detailed studies that the staff has done on installation costs and costs of the actual heat pumps themselves have answered questions that came up early on in this process, and I think have demonstrated that making the change to this new technology is not going to create significant costs on an amortized basis for people who are making these investments. And to me, a lot of the questions that came up when we were first discussing this have been answered through the research and the work that the staff has done, and also through the changes in the rule. This is a relatively slow rollout of this program, relatively slow. The first years that we would see this, the percentage that is being asked of the manufacturers is at the same percentage that they're selling right now. And so there's actually more time built into the rule than even on first appearance. Because also, although the mandates are not there, not much is going to change about the market in the first couple of years of this rule because people are already buying heat pumps at the percentage that has been set as the goal for those years. And so to me, there is time built into it. I know this is a period of uncertainty, but there is time built into it and into the structure of the rule that will allow us to emerge, hopefully, from this period of uncertainty. And if we don't, we can always go back and make changes. We have the ability as a board to do that. We can always go back and revisit our rules. That is our prerogative. Not only is it our prerogative, it's our responsibility. But as you said, Mayor Lock-Dawson, we sit on this board because it is also our responsibility to address emissions. That's why we took on the role of sitting here. We care about cleaning the air. And since my time on this board, there's no rule that we have discussed that will have as much impact on the air that people are breathing in this region than this rule that we are considering. And based on the structure that I am seeing, based on the ways in which the staff has changed this rule to accommodate feedback from the community and from manufacturers and from landlords and from the real estate community, I think it would be a grave error not to move this forward with the commitment that we will always come back to it and review our work and make sure that we're doing right by the people. So I am fully supportive of these amendments today, and I hope that more members of this board will take that step, approve these rules with that commitment that we will come back to it if need be, if this uncertainty continues, because we have built time for uncertainty to be settled, for manufacturers to change what they're producing, for them to make the changes that this market is going to call for. And to me, this is a very good compromise, as Supervisor Mitchell said, a compromise that will get us to the ultimate goal of this body, which is cleaner air. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Supervisor Hagman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And first of all, I want to thank everyone for all their participation. I mean, I've never seen something like this for a while, to have both sides come out very passionately and go out, and hats off to the staff, because this rule is definitely different than where you started 2 years ago. It is quite a bit of change. And it is hard to start going to people's homes and tell them what to do. And that's my biggest issue here. One of the things I also, I have some issues with the cost analysis based on, we're looking at CEC's rate forecast, which says it's going to be steady over the next 25 years. When I've seen Edison go up 335%. Let me back up a little bit. I represent a very diverse county, a very large county that has mountains, deserts, valleys area. Only part of that county is in South Coast AQMD. But I have seen where the different environmental areas have a harder time to apply with the rules we're passing here. My mountains communities, I don't go a week without hearing someone saying that the heater doesn't work as well as it portrayed to be up in the mountains. And they get cold, and it does become more of a health issue for them when there's snow outside and their heaters don't work and they can't get anybody to come out and fix it. And then we also have in the IE, what we have with the Santa Anas, we have a lot of turn off power days and days. I have some communities went 8 or 9 days at a time. Some that are hit with 20 plus power outages where the kids can go to school or anything like that. So we're really relying with this rule on that our power utilities are going to be there to keep their up there in the bargain. And they honestly haven't for my residents. I have projects waiting 3 or 4 years to even get power to the buildings so I could turn them on. I have infill projects that are for housing and others that have still not been able to get started because we're waiting 3 or 4 years for that. And this is in the developed area. This ain't go to my rural areas that they're kind of last on the list because there may be 5 houses in the area that's on the end of the area. So we have a lot of infrastructure improvements to work on, at least for my county going forward. But we have some bright spots there too. A lot of my new homes are 100% electric. And my son just bought one in South Ontario where they have solar. Everything's electric. There's not a single gas appliance in there. In fact, there's no gas in the complex at all for the, and then they also have battery backup. So they plan for that. So I look at the practical costs of conversion. It's not just the difference in the unit. Okay, and those prices do go up if these manufacturers don't make their goals quite rapidly. But it's also the cost of the infrastructure change. A lot of my older homes, 80 amp power, 80 amp panels, 100 amp panels if they're lucky. To start seeing those changes are not going to be really hard. And I think that's where staff tried to say, hey, let's pay a fee, let them go back to the gas. And sometimes the perfect's the enemy of the good. A lot of appliances now are much more efficient than they were 30 years ago. Most of them are, and they're much more cleaner, even if they're still gas. And some of those things we need to take into effect. If we do replace one gas appliance or two of a home, but we still have the stoves and the dryers and everything else that's natural gas, how much of that real savings are we getting for the effort to put in? I'm most concerned in other areas. We don't have a lot of this in San Bernardino County, but rent control. So how does the landlords pass on these costs when the rents are fixed? If they have to, start upgrading and do some of these improvements. So I appreciate all the efforts that are put in, but I'm opposed to this as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Board Member Padilla Campos?
Thank you. I just wanted to thank all the community members that came out today and have been showing up for the last year and a half, however long we've been having these conversations. It's not easy to show up to these things. I know as an EJ organizer, I know how this goes. So I really commend your participation today. And unlike Mr. McAllen, everybody I've spoken to does support this bill, does support this rule. And the people that I talk to, again, as an EJ representative, is community members who really are looking to us to do the right choice and advocate for them. And so, okay, now I'm going to go to my script. That really comes from my heart to you guys in thanking you for your participation, but also to the staff. I want to thank you for the hard work that you've done on Rule 1111 and 1121. The extent of outreach and the many public workshops that you've held with community and environmental groups, manufacturers, local cities, and other public and private stakeholders have been unprecedented. And during this period, staff, you've all listened very carefully to folks. You've commented and made their concerns to all stakeholders heard. You've incorporated their suggestions into the rules to the extent possible. So thank you for that. At the end, I believe that staff's current proposal is the best outcome for us to approve today. We must approve it today. In any case, I would have preferred the stronger version of the rules originally proposed by the staff with a 4.2 tons per day of NOx reductions by 2037, instead of the current version of 2.2 tons per day by 2037. And at the permanent allowance of up to 10% of the newly manufactured units being in NOx emitting natural gas. Nevertheless, I believe emissions reductions of 2.2 tons per day by 2037 is quite significant, and it will be an important step in achieving attainment in our region. This will in turn help reduce exposure and save lives in all the communities, especially among the most vulnerable. And I look forward to working with the staff on Go Zero, making sure that we can implement that as soon as possible and to be able to help as many folks as possible. And I was debating whether I share this personal experience, but I always like to vote on things that that vote with and making sure that I understand what I'm voting for. And since the summer's coming, I asked a professional to come and tune up my AC and realized that I have to purchase a new water heater soon. And I say water heater because we evaluated that the benefits of going back to natural gas or water heater. And I was told that that I could possibly, my house can potentially catch on fire if I don't replace it soon because there's a leak, and plus all the gas emissions that will enter my house. So I'm going to be converting to a water heater, and I understand the expense, but because I have 4 kids and I'm concerned about the pollution inside my house and what we're voting here, I think it's the proper investment. And God, I don't know why I'm sharing that. I understand the hardship, but I also understand that what we're voting for is for people's health. And that's what I want to support the bill today and hope that the rest of my colleagues today can do the same.
Thank you, Board Member Mayor Pro Tem McKellen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I want to compliment all of my colleagues on their comments and all of their issues that have brought up. I want to thank all of you that have come out. It's amazing to see the participation by everybody, not only manufacturers, homeowners, businesses, installers, or whatever. We get a good perspective of the community. Like I said, I appreciate all of my colleagues' comments, and in the interest of brevity, I'll just say ditto. Thank you.
I wanted to thank you in particular for all the hard work. I know you did a lot to take it from where we started to where we are today. And I understand that this is a difficult decision. All right, go ahead, Councilman.
Thank you. In many ways, all eyes are on South Coast Air Quality Management District today. I want to start off by thanking our world-class staff for your tireless efforts, your countless hours and dedication to this rulemaking progress. Thank you. We've worked together to increase awareness about this rule proposal, and I also appreciate my colleagues. Thank you all. I do appreciate the support for more time, which enabled all of us, certainly enabling me to work with staff to increase awareness throughout Orange County, including but not limited to 2 separate briefings with the Orange County Council of Governments. Make no mistake, I'm passionate and support our goal for clean air. But while this rule is well-intentioned, it remains fatally flawed, and I will be voting no and ask you to join me in opposition. The original rule prohibited the purchase of gas water heaters and furnaces, and we've made some notable changes. I appreciate the comments in support of this rule for all that have come out today. Also, positions expressed by business, labor, environmental groups, not to mention neighbors, soccer moms, and parents on my 7th grade girls basketball team, some of which I've had to just contact and let them know practice is canceled today, Huskies. And some of which were ready to run me out of town when they called me about this proposal. I've also heard from residents at all socioeconomic levels express dire concern. Low-income housing providers throughout Orange County and my city of Yorba Linda, like those who spoke today, and throughout Orange County who also serve our veterans, express concerns regarding barriers to compliance of the original rule, which still apply concerning to the, with this rule concerning the installation of electric furnace and water heaters. In many cases, electric systems cannot simply be swapped in. They require upgrades to electric panels, reconfiguration of building space, and installation of new venting systems or condensate management infrastructure. Heat pump systems often necessitate additional ductwork and sound suppression measures to mitigate elevated noise levels. Fulfilling all of these requirements is not only costly, it requires significant administrative investments to find qualified contractors to obtain the necessary permits. And when I spoke to a low-income housing provider in our city, they said it's about $20,000 per home unit for apartments to install these types of electric appliances. None of these concerns will be addressed by the new language before us today. And the 17 million residents that we represent are overwhelmingly using gas, water heaters, and furnaces. Manufacturers indicate about 85% use gas, not because they don't care about the environment. It's because it's more affordable. So we should refrain from demonizing rhetoric about those who choose gas appliances as a consumer choice driven by their budget and the high cost of living in California, What we need is to narrow the technological divide between electric and gas appliances, and we'll reach our goal of a 90-10% glide path. Unfortunately, the current fee proposal, which some argue is a hidden tax, is a punitive approach that disproportionately affects our most vulnerable, including minorities and seniors, by adding a potential $500 to $800 to the consumer installation costs, according to manufacturers, who will pass on about $65 million annually in fees to the middle class and low-income families, many of which that are working to make ends meet. We know families now more than ever are living paycheck to paycheck, and I know the impact hits our seniors. When I spoke to a senior named Charlotte, who lives in Anaheim Hills, she's a widow. She lives on a fixed income. She has a heart of gold. She can't afford the upgrade to her electrical panel required to accommodate an electrical water heater or furnace. Again, not because she doesn't care about the environment, but like millions of working class families, because it's just not within her financial means. Full disclosure, Charlotte is my mother-in-law, who affectionately we refer to as Tata. And there are millions of seniors like Tata who would be affected by an increase in her gas appliance installation due to this new fee regulation. I know personally, I just delayed repairing a leak in my backyard, a water hose spigot, and the replacement cost was about $500. I decided just to turn off the water valve and when I'm not using it. But I share that story because how that cost made an impact on me making a decision to hold off. Families won't have that same option when it's a water heater or a furnace. On another note, the facts are the general public has concerns regarding our grid. So earlier today, there was mention, what happens to families like those in Grand Terrace who are without power for 8 days? How do they access heat for their home and hot water? In Yorba Linda last December, it was the 24th, in fact, because I was out shopping for Christmas, still on the 24th, we had a number of electric disruptions up for a full day. And this is a reality, and we only have a vague reference to future capacity availability. We should require more empirical study regarding how the grid would be impacted and capacity needs to reach this goal of 90-10. Let's remember the current preference by the public, according to manufacturers, 85% of consumers prefer gas appliances versus our regulatory goal of 10%, which is a 75% gap, 75% exposure of the current market to the fees. And there's approximately 300,000 water heaters units purchased each year. That's about $16 million annually in consumer costs due to the new fees required by this rule. You know, the mitigation fees charged to manufacturers will ultimately be borne on the families who still opt to use gas appliances. And the function of this punitive fee approach is to fund an AQMD Go Zero rebate program. But there are other ways to fund this worthwhile program other than this rule. We have an existing fee, for instance, associated with the Title IV facilities that we were forced to vote to adopt during the last presidential administration or face sanctions. We could consider using these fees, which were estimated about $20 million annually, rather than a new fee program associated with this rule. This proposal is well-intentioned, but it misses the mark. The message of this policy is clear. If you exercise your consumer choice, you will be punished. You will pay more due to the fees imposed by the AQMD to manufacturers, and we recognize that these costs will be added to you, but too bad. So let's stop the pretense of consumer choice without adding a significant financial consequence through a new fee regime. Instead, we should lean into closing the technological divide and work with manufacturers to find market rate solutions to reduce the cost for electric furnaces and water heaters, to close the divide of the current preference by 85% of consumers to gas appliances in our region as we work toward our goal of a consumer preference for ultimately what we want to see, a 90% electric, but let's do that without a punitive fee. So I cannot in good conscience, as the Orange County City's representative on this distinguished board, support this rule, which will add to the financial hardships of our hard-pressed working middle class and low-income families, not only in Orange County, but throughout the AQMD region, who will bear the financial burden of these costly regulations. In my home city of Yorba Linda, our city council has expressed opposition. I recused myself and actually left the council chambers during this deliberation. But they were joined by 17 Orange County state lawmakers, the vast majority of Orange County cities, Orange County Council of Governments, the Association of California Cities, Orange County, opposed, not to mention the numerous stakeholders throughout the air quality management district service area. I'll highlight, just for the record, these cities, at least Aliso Viejo, Anaheim, Brea, Buena Park, Costa Mesa, Dina Point, Fountain Valley, Fullerton, Garden Grove, Huntington Beach, Irvine, La Habra, La Palma, Laguna Hills, Laguna Beach, Laguna Niguel, Laguna Woods, Los Alamitos, Mission Viejo, Newport Beach, Orange, Placentia, Rancho Santa Margarita, San Clemente, San Juan Capistrano, Santa Ana, Seal Beach, Stanton, Tustin, Villa Park, Westminster, and lastly, Yorba Linda, all stand in opposition. I'll forego reading the 17 stakeholders. Thank you for indulging me, Madam Chair. I will respectively be voting no and urge you all to join me in opposition. Thank you.
Thank you. If we could, please just be respectful to everybody's opinion. We're almost there. We should give everybody a chance to be heard. Thank you for your comments. All right, Supervisor Bettis.
And thank you, Madam Chair. And, every single time we have these type of conversations that are a bit controversial on the issues, there's always a lot of learning that takes place. And I've learned quite a bit today, aside from over the course of the last few months, even over the course of the year dealing with this issue. I just want to say thank you to my colleagues for once again being who you are and educating me on your point of view and your thoughts, your experience, your knowledge, your expertise, as well as staff. Regardless of the decision, staff did a great job of going out as much as they possibly could with the capacity that you have and the limited resources and funding streams that we receive from Sacramento to ensure that ultimately you try to do your best to educate people in our communities. And I know for a fact, which I'll touch base on. Hey, folks, a couple of years back, I got really sick. And since then, I'm better, but I take medication. And when I take that medication, sometimes it really, really impacts me. And I took it today, and that's the reason why you didn't see me here. I was listening in the back, though. I want you to know that I was hearing you. And I appreciate, obviously, all of you that are here and those, obviously, that called in and your points of views and your thoughts and your concerns. So, staff went out to my district. How many times? Maybe at least 4 or 5 times, probably more than anywhere else. Because they thought it was important to go out there and talk to our people out there. And, I represent a county that's pretty big. We got 2.5 million people. Obviously, the 4th district is the largest district in the county of Riverside. It literally can take me 3 hours to get from one end to the other. And I represent 500,000 individuals. And as well, we have exactly 10 cities, and we have many tribal governments, aside from unincorporated areas. And obviously, I heard from all our constituents, as well as who I just mentioned, the cities, the tribes. But the one thing that I'm really concerned with is the issue of the grid, ultimately. Now, I don't know how many of you know that Imperial Irrigation District runs our grid out there in the Coachella Valley. It's not Edison, it's not anything else. And although you may have your blackouts, we have them all the time. And that's because of issues dealing with the lack of infrastructure. The infrastructure, for example, has not been built up in over 30, 40 years. And although we have the cheapest rates and everyone loves having to pay cheaper rates, there's a reason for that. Because of the fact that maybe you would have charged a bit more, our infrastructure would be up to par, or a little better, but it's not. So can you imagine being in 110-degree weather, working in the fields, coming home, and you turn on your air, and it turns on for like maybe 5 minutes, and then all of a sudden it just snaps off, shuts off entirely. And not only for that mobile home, but then for the next one, and then the next one, and then the next one, and then the next one. That's my situation. That's my reality. And that reality is one in which I don't understand why it is that the state of California continues to lag on ensuring that we do everything possible to grow, fortify, if you will, do better when it comes to the grid, and to ensure ultimately that we have that infrastructure that's necessary. I know I can't hang in that type of weather anymore. And I grew up out there. It's too hard. So the lack of transmission lines, obviously the lack of electricity, and the costs that are going to be associated with all that. There literally is a stop right now when it comes to any type of new development in my district because of the lack of infrastructure. So it's very difficult, very different from maybe where you live. And I don't claim to know your area, but just wanted to paint you a small little picture as to what my area is like. There is some legislation that I'm hopeful will pass, SB 254, which would create the Clean Energy Infrastructure Authority as a public entity of the state for the purpose of leading the state's efforts to build critical clean energy infrastructure necessary to enable the state to transition to 100% clean energy. There's another one called SB 541, which require the Energy Commission, in consultation with the PUC and the independent system operator, to identify and evaluate barriers to implementing load shifting strategies. And this bill would establish a cost metric that estimates the value of demand reduction at different times and different locations. What does all this mean? What this means is that there needs to be a thorough understanding of where we lack when it comes to our transmission lines and infrastructure. Where we lack energy, we need to figure that out. Otherwise, we're voting on these, and if passing them, it means that we're only hurting our own people, in my opinion. So folks, with that being said, regardless of me being called out, I live where I live. You don't live where I live. I live where I live. I chose to live there. That's where I grew up. That's my folks. Not one individual within the policymaking tables in the 4th district are in agreement with this. Not one. That means our mayors and our council members, even the most liberal city, Palm Springs. Folks, I'm voting no.
Thank you, Supervisor. Vice Chair.
Madam Chair, thanks for listening. So I asked to wait so I could listen to all my colleagues and hear their concerns and their feelings and their position on this version of the bill. Because as we know, I want to thank the staff, incredible work. Mike, incredible, the first guy talking as they refer to you as, did a great job. Larry, great job leading the effort on the stationary source. Vanessa, thank you for navigating this tough political minefield here. I listen because right now, as I look at the positions, it's this measure would fail in this current version. Looks like it's probably going to be 7. Not sure your vote, but I get a sense you try to navigate this gently through the process, really trying to compromise. It looks like a 5 to 7 loss. In addition to looking at that, at my evaluation of that's, and I think you can figure it out too, sitting there. Everybody's been very open here. And I respect my colleagues. We're not far apart. In addition, I represent, as Carlos does in Orange County, Brenda does western part, Larry does. I've got 34 cities from Santa Clarita, Burbank, Glendale, all the way to Claremont that are concerned. And a lot of my elected officials, even today, several spoke to me yesterday at a Gold Line opening. They're opposed. Some are supportive, but an overwhelming majority seem to be opposed. So my position still is I support staff's recommendation. I don't believe it's a real mandate. I think it allows for consumer choice only because of the gradual transition from 2027 through like 2060. And in speaking with the stakeholders, with both environmental groups and industry, business, et cetera, and I just got information today from some of the business groups that the current percentage breakdown is even better than 70-30. It's getting closer to 40%. So really not imposing any restriction at first. I like the fact there's 6 tons of NOx reduction. That's more than the oil refineries. That's significant. I like as supervisor and my other colleagues talked about the health benefits. We all know that. You know, the premature deaths, the lost days from work and school, the kids that are adults, juvenile asthma, adult onset asthma. And as a supervisor mentioned during one of the, Supervisor Mitchell, during one of the Station Resource Committee meetings, it's not a one-time thing. These kids, these adults, they deal with that every day, buying the medication, holding an inhaler, dealing with that situation every single day of their lives. The technology check-in, that's coming in just 2 years. So we have a chance to modify if it happens. The benefit to the economy, the sheet metal workers, I see a couple of you still here. One of them's from my cities. Mr. Chow from Temple City. There's a benefit to the economy, positive job creation. But if we vote now, it goes down. So I have an alternative. I'm going to ask staff, the attorney, because I think I can address the issue of costs, the issue of freedom to choose between gas and electric, and the issue of grid reliability. I've listened to all the concerns. I've tried to read the thousands of emails, the ones that were just wrote. I looked at them quick and pushed them aside. Read the socioeconomic assessment. In the socioeconomic assessment, down towards the bottom, because it's a CEQA document, this has a significant impact on the environment, whatever we do. There's 4 options in addition to this. One is you do nothing, and none of us want that, because we all believe in clean air here. Minor differences. One's really more stringent. We know that's not going to pass because we started off this process and we tried and it just didn't pass. It got weaker and weaker. There's the incentive programs, which we already have, we're going to have, but there's one that's a lot less stringent. It doesn't get all those tons, it gets some. But I think it might have a possibility of passing. Wayne, in the CEQA document, the one that's less stringent only, and I think it might even address Carlos's issue, council member, where it doesn't go to the 90%, which you're right, that's difficult. That's a good point, and it's bothered me. I mean, I want improvement, but it's always been in there. I'm glad you raised it today. This gets to 50%, and it gets it gradual. So as Manny said, that's been a big concern of mine too. You know, can the grid accommodate this, Manny? I'm not sure. I mean, I saw when we put in the all-electric infrastructure for a police fleet in South Pasadena, it took a little while. It didn't take months, it took a few years. But I think if we were to do this gradually, there's an alternative C. can legal give me an opinion if we were to look at that? Is that a possibility? It would address possibly some of the concerns of my colleagues, and it really does it gradually.
And if we could just, the chart, just so people can kind of visualize.
Mike, can you put up that chart? Chair,
Yeah, I think if you have the slide, if you can pull up slide number 10.
Shows the percentages and the targets. If staff can let me know that less stringent one, because I couldn't quite find the details. It gets to 50% by 2032. Can you explain that, Mike, a little better to the board, just in case there's a possibility that? Wayne?
I'm sorry, Vice Chair. Could you repeat that
Oh,
last?
I'm sorry, Wayne, yeah. Can you, if I were to make the motion, or we'd even consider alternative C, the less stringent one, which it says in the socioeconomic report that it assumes 50% of the equipment in buildings would be replaced, zero emission.
Sure.
What does that mean?
Sure. So basically, one of the alternatives that we looked at was what we consider like a little less stringent than what the proposed project is. This particular scenario would basically follow the same thing you're seeing here on the screen. So in 30% in the first 2 years, but then once you reach the 50%, that would be out basically in perpetuity would be the proposal. We could, of course, there's options to do another kind of check-in during that period of time if you would like to consider some of the more stringent guidelines. It would start in 2029, yes.
Would it be possible, the chair just mentioned to me, Mike?
Still have a 2028 review.
Yes.
Yeah, other elements could still stay in the rules, such as the technology check-in.
Mike, would it be possible, I think the chair was mentioning, instead of in 2029 at 50 to make that 20% jump, could you do it more of a progressive, where you're going like, say, 35, then to 40, 45, and you're at 50% by 2032, but you're doing 5% increments instead of jamming it right there? I think that might address the supervisor from Riverside's concerns about the grid. I think this would accommodate a gradual.
Yeah, I think that could be done.
Mm-hmm. Oh, hold on a second. I think there is a concern in terms of the adoption and the time frame. So Barbara, maybe, yeah, it's less than the 50% by the date. Is that right, Barbara?
My understanding is that the CEQA proposal alternative C would have the 50% going into effect on the date shown on the chart that's on the screen. If we were to propose to amend it so that the 50% didn't go into effect until a couple of years later, one might argue that that is outside the scope of the CEQA document. I can't say that that would be a successful argument or not, but it is a possible argument.
Thank you for clarifying. Supervisor Mitchell?
Madam Chair and Mr. Vice Chair, I have a process question. First of all, let me just say, frankly, I was a little uncomfortable with the suggested vote outcome. But are you asking these questions because you're asking for an alternative proposal on the floor?
Madam Chair, I'm listening to everybody's comments. And I would support this measure, but I just don't think it's going to pass, listening to everybody speak. That's maybe a wrong interpretation. I haven't heard from the chair, but I think even if the chair would support this, I still believe it fails. Reviewing the CEQA, it doesn't get, I do have that 90-10 is tough for me. I could even go 25%, but I think we might have a chance.
Again, for me, it's not content, it's process.
Okay.
I just don't know that this body makes amendments as a body of the whole on the floor, given the number of times we've taken this back to committee. So it really is process for me.
I don't know.
And again, I don't want to influence the outcome by making the declarative statement that I don't think it passes. If I think we need to, in terms of the process, vote, and depending upon the outcome of the vote, figure out what next steps are and answer those kinds of questions. I would assume the chair of the committee would want it back in committee for the 78,000th time. But I just, again, my question is process, Mr. Vice Chair, in terms of what's appropriate for this entity.
Let me clear it up then. Bay, if you could, let's say a vote came down, and I don't know what the vote's going to be, but I just listening, I think the reasonable person can assume. If this fails 7-5 today, it doesn't go back to committee, does it? It's done. Unless somebody from the majority that voted against it wants to hear it. Is that correct?
Yes, if somebody from the winning side could make a motion to reconsider.
Otherwise, what happens
And
to this?
it would need to be seconded, and then the board could reconsider that. Another option is, as Supervisor Mitchell's stating, to start over or to go back to committee. So those would be the options.
Yeah. But just to confirm, so we are able to, choose any of the CEQA alternatives here if we want to. I remember something similar.
Yes, the ones that were analyzed, yes.
Yeah. So if I believe you're right, Vice Chair. I believe this is going to fail. And so, but I don't know if the folks who are on the fence would change their opinion if this, topped out at 50%. The reason this is a very difficult item to continue because it's so time intensive. We have the Port ISR to get to. And so I would rather have certainty about whether this is going to be feasible with an amended version or not at this meeting, just because out of respect to our staff, it's taken all of their time. So that's why I'm seeking if there is anything that the 50% mark, like Vice Chair said, will work so we can possibly move something forward today.
I'm really uncomfortable debating this
Thank
on
you.
the
Yeah.
dais. This is nothing I've ever seen before. You call the motion for what's stated. If it fails, you could do alternative motion. You could send it back to committee, but we don't try to do policy debate on the dais.
Well, we will have no public comment on that.
Okay, let's,
A question.
yeah, we will, is there a motion that somebody would like to put forward? There's no motion on the floor currently.
Mitchell moves, staff recommendation.
Okay, staff recommendation has been moved. There's a second. Any additional comments or questions? Let's vote. All right, so as we thought that wasn't gonna pass, is there anybody who voted in the 7th that would like to consider an alternative motion?
Madam Chair, I recommend we send it back to stationary source where all these things can be vetted out, but I haven't vetted any other alternative to even look at it at this point. You don't do that here.
Yeah. I'm just a question. Is the alternatives are in the socioeconomic report, is that correct?
It's in the CEQA document, yes.
Yes, so I read it, so any of the board members or public could vet that, correct, Bay?
That's correct.
Yeah, so it's a public document, anybody could have vetted it, so I just respectfully disagree with the last comments.
I think because we sat in the committee for 2 years, we probably know it a little bit more than everybody
Make a
else.
motion, send it back to the committee.
Yeah, so I don't think we're gonna get support for an amended version.
I would second the motion, second the motion to send it back to committee. I hate to do that to the committee because I think they've done fabulous work already, but I would like.
Okay,
I'm
there's
not
some-
supportive of going back. I think we've just gone through 6 months and we've made a decision today. It's time to move forward with what's next on our policy agenda. Thank you.
Okay, so there's a motion to send it back to committee. Is that just something that I can take?
I think that would be something up to, you know, the board's discretion in terms of how they wanted to proceed.
Okay, so let's vote on the motion to send it back to committee. There's a motion, it's been seconded to send it back to committee.
On the floor. Call the vote.
Point of order, and for what?
For committee to reconsider a different version of it.
On that motion? Go ahead.
I didn't know what a motion was.
Send it back.
Well, I just wanted to clarify.
I'm voting to send it back to committee for them to relook at this item. So I think are we missing anybody? No?
Manny left.
Okay, so that's it. So it's going back to committee. It lives there for the short term. But reasonably, it's probably not coming to the board this year. I don't think. We have to move on to the other rules that are on our calendar.
Madam Chair, we still have the general public comment that we didn't take at the beginning.
My screen is no longer. Okay, here we go. All right, so we're going back to public comment period. These are for items not on the agenda. Let's see who's remaining. Angela, are you present to speak on items that are not on the agenda today? Okay, David Merritt? Would you still like to speak on items not on the agenda? Julie Morakian, Priscilla from North Hollywood, Sam Brown, Monica, Christine Sanchez, Shade, Robert Sauceda, Manuel Maldonado, or Chris Chavez? Okay. Chris is up.
As you have just voted to violate them. You have also voted to violate Health and Safety Code Section 40920.5, which requires you to implement all feasible measures to reduce NOx pollution. Simply put, you have failed, and you have chosen failure. And this is on top of your failure to require emission reductions from the ports. Again, something you have chosen on yourself. For this failure, you are now inviting a federal implementation plan. You are now inviting federal sanctions, such as a loss of federal highway funding, limits on industry, limits on economic activity. And those are consequences you will have brought on yourself. There are also consequences for failing to achieve the all feasible measure requirements in state law. Oh, and
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Any other speakers who are on that list here present? Were you on that list? Okay. I'm sorry, no, we're good. You were on the list? Go ahead.
Capacity. So I just wanted to say that on May 29th, 2025, I recorded a chemical spill. It was hydrated lime with a pH over 12, highly corrosive and dangerous. When I called AQMD, I was told if I couldn't identify the exact substance, there would be no investigation. That is unacceptable. This wasn't the first time either. In August 2022, I also reported a hydrated lime spill by Lois North America, a supplier for the lead battery smelter Quemeco. and the pH was 12.45. I was downwind, experienced lung irritation, and as someone with asthma, I've suffered, a shortness of breath since this incident. Hydrated lime can contain.
Can somebody from staff?
We'll talk.
Okay. If you don't mind, just stay in a minute. Somebody from staff will reach you. Staff, do I have to ask if there are members online who want to speak in the public comment?
Yes, for items that aren't on the agenda,
Okay.
please.
Items that, so this is the opportunity for members online who would like to speak on items that are not on the agenda to raise your hand. Should we take off whoever was there before?
Yes, I'd recommend that since it seems like there was a lot of folks in person signed up for item 28.
Okay, we'll start with Charlie Lee. This is a minute for items not on the agenda.
Madam Chair, can we close the queue?
Okay, queue is closed with Sean. Matthew?
Yes, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, thank you. One thing that is not on the agenda is just making sure that people who are on Zoom have the opportunity to be heard. And I've been on Zoom since 9 o'clock and to get an opportunity to be heard on the last agenda item, which I don't think is fair. And I hope that at some point that will be fixed. And what's also not on the agenda is the protection of the middle class when you make some of these decisions that you're making. And I want to thank all of you today for protecting the middle class. If you could hear me clapping in the background, you would be stunned because so many of the middle class are not informed of some of the decisions that are being made at your level. And so I hope that you will find a way to improve outreach. Like, for example, I did not hear about this meeting until just a couple days ago. I was not among the 17,000 people that were made aware of what was on today's agenda. And I think it's imperative to the board to
Kristen Schultz, 1 minute on items not on the agenda.
I'm actually going to echo exactly what the previous person was trying to get across, that I was logged in and had raised my hand several times and was in the queue. I had a technical glitch on my side. And when I logged back in, I was taken off. And again, I was informed by a neighbor about this meeting that, again, I was not informed of in any other capacity. Nobody in my neighborhood got any written or formal notice of this, to my knowledge. And, it's just important for you guys to remember that you serve the people and not yourselves. And it's important for you to remember that you have constituents that have been wanting to be a part of this process. And you need to make that a bigger priority to reach out to those of us who own small businesses and have a vested interest in maintaining a business in California, regardless of the regulations.
Number 760, 1 minute on items not on the agenda.
Yes, hi. My name is Brad Anderson. I live in the city of Rancho Mirage, which is in the Coachella Valley out in Riverside County. And I share the views of the last two callers. I was online before 9 o'clock this morning and never called on for item 28. And that's concerning because this is a public hearing item. So I would suggest anybody else that had issues with that, please look me up. I'm in the book, and we'll see what we can do. Because this is an issue of a public meeting, a public hearing not being followed in accordance with California state law. And Mr. Perez's comments concerning the IID asked me about that too. I have different views on that too. And thank you very much.
Sean O'Brien, 1 minute on items not on the agenda.
Yeah, hi. I just wanted to talk a little bit about rules and procedures and Brown Act violations. It's my understanding you get one bite of the apple, and that's it. You can't listen to everybody's voice their opinions and concerns on a motion before you and then do some horse trading and try to pull something out to try to get something passed that might be a little bit more acceptable to somebody who might sway their vote. To me, this was a huge Brown Act violation, and I want to commend Holly Mitchell for at least bringing out the procedural problems of what happened about 10 minutes ago. I'm just shocked and appalled, and I will forward this to my friends in the political scheme and try to get you guys.
Oh, man, I missed what he's gonna try to do to us. All right, thank you, everybody, for your attention today.
Sure, there was one item the clerk mentioned that on the minutes for the May meeting, there was a typographical error, and unless there's any objection, we would just correct it. And it's that Supervisor Hagman was listed as being a yes vote for items 1 through 24 and also being absent. And it didn't include Locke Dawson in the ayes. So unless there's any objection, we would correct that.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for your attention today. He wasn't on the list. Yeah, I'm just cutting it off now. Have a wonderful weekend. Thank you all for your hard work.